Hey, what's up? Welcome, guys. Good to see you. Let's see. All right, we're good. Hopefully, we won't have any hiccups today. Seems to figure itself out yesterday. So let's do some good old MGS1 story run. I'll see what extras I feel like doing along the way. Their Battle Axe, Zephy, Love, Galicious, Gold Sore, Wexford, Kafka. Good to see you guys. Good to see everyone. Hopefully the advanced graphics of MGS1 won't confuse my OBS today. Oh, we could easily do 15 hours if I wanted to do everything, you know? Maybe I should have moved to Alaska. Get some huskies. Ice Falls, thank you for the 47. Good to see you.
The nuclear weapons disposal facility on Shadow Moses Island in Alaska's Fox Archipelago was attacked and captured by next-generation special forces, being led by members of Foxhound. They're demanding that the government turn over the remains of Big Boss, and they say that if their demands are not met within 24 hours, they'll launch a nuclear weapon. You'll have two mission objectives. First, you're to rescue DARPA Chief Donald Anderson and the president of Armstech, Kenneth Baker. Both are being held as hostages. Secondly, you're to investigate whether or not the terrorists have the ability to make a nuclear strike and stop them if they do.
What's the insertion method?
We'll approach the disposal facility by sub.
And then?
We'll launch a one-man SDV. After the SDV gets as close as it can, dispose of it. From there on, you'll have to swim. High-Tech Special Forces Unit Foxhound. Your former unit, and one that I was a commander of.
So they're still around.
There are 6 members of Foxhound involved in this terrorist activity. Psychomantis, with his powerful psychic abilities. Sniper Wolf, the beautiful and deadly sharpshooter. Decoy Octopus, master of disguise. Vulcan Raven, giant and shaman. And Revolver Ocelot, specialist in interrogation and a formidable gunfighter. And finally, in charge of them, Foxhound's squad leader, Liquid Snake.
Liquid Snake?
The man with the same codename as you. The nuclear weapons disposal facility covers the whole island. I'll instruct you by codec after you reach your target.
Anyone going with me?
As usual, this is a one-man infiltration mission.
Weapons and equipment OSP?
Yes, this is a top-secret black op. Don't expect any official support.
Well, okay. Let's see. Now we gotta let this play a little bit. That title screen and music revives the two serotonin molecules in my brain that I have left. Let's see. What's going on? Town Assassin reserved for 63 months. Thank you. And then we got $30 Doritos from Spec Ops Fox. Thank you. Thank you for the generous donation. And starting this off, Meryl Lives. Also, how are you doing? That's a little bit of a loaded question, but and I see other questions in the chat as well. So first of all, thank you. The game hasn't even started, but we can do that. We can get the donation war started. Thank you for starting that as well. As far as how I'm doing, well, I know that you guys might have a lot of questions and be curious, but uh, let's just say that I'm functional and that I'm just trying to dive deep into just streaming to get my mind off things because not exactly doing great otherwise. So it's a lot to handle, you know, moving to a new place alone and not knowing anyone, and the freaking pandemic is still going on, and you know what is a social life now? We don't know. So there's all that. I'm thinking maybe we can do some sort of. We used to do these. We used to do little Q&A sessions like at the end of streams. So maybe we can do that. That helps too. Anyway, before we start this, Zafi with the 420 bromance ending. Save the waifu. Wait. Oh, bromance ending is for nerds. Save the waifu. Okay. So you're both trying to get Meryl to live. All right, let me get that on the screen so we know what's going on. I'm thinking maybe we could start wording it a little differently so people know what's going on. Like instead of saying save and kill Meryl, we could do like Otacon ending and Meryl ending. Let's see. Let's see if that even fits. Okay, so we got 3420 to save Meryl. But let's just call it Meryl ending. And Otacon ending. Maybe that makes a little bit more sense to people. And also sounds a little less brutal, like kill and save. Okay. How should I word this? Donations for ending sounds weird. Ending donations? I don't know. Ending donation incentive. That's too long. Man, maybe we shouldn't. I don't know. I'm brain farting and I dropped my controller. Screw Meryl, screw Autobot for extra confusion. Let's see. I might change this a couple times, but for now we'll go with pick the ending donations. Does that fit? That fits. All right. Sorry to get stuck on something so stupid, but Marshir with a new sub. Thank you. Welcome aboard. And Needs sub for 10 months. Thank you. Can with 29 months. JMR with 52 months. Thank you guys. All right. We want to do extreme. Oh, who is Mary? Yeah, I don't know. Look, typing is hard, okay? Mary. Meryl. There you go. A new character introduced in MGS1. Mary. Alright, let's do this. I feel like I might change that. I don't know.
Stay alert. He'll be through here. I know it. I'm going to swat down a couple of bothersome flies.
Dreams Otacon with 500 bits, thank you.
This is Snake. Colonel, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's the situation, Snake?
Looks like the elevator in the back is the only way up.
Just as I expected. You'll have to take the elevator to the surface. But make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
Got it. Okay, I'm ready to go.
Let's get to a safe spot because I need to turn on my analog. We can actually kill this guy today. Give me a ration. Oh. Alright. Analog real quick. You think you're gonna get banned for suggesting a Twin Snakes run? I don't know how long you've been watching, but those do happen. Rarely. That's all I'm gonna say. Pinkaroo Dorfino with a tier 2, 63 months. Thank you. I've finally come out of my hole, yes. Remember that time I had to do it like 3 times a year? In a year? 3 or 4 times? Ugh. Well, extreme is the difficulty. As for extras, I'll just do whatever I feel like doing. Probably not everything. Big Bronxstud with the sub. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Welcome aboard. I wouldn't go as far as say that things are okay, but they're functional. So here we are. Don't mind me. Whoa. Nordy, nice timing. Thanks for the 78 months. Solidus is out there somewhere. Being the president right now. Oh snap, we got a $34.19 donation from Otacon. Make sure to save me and not tomboy redhead. But okay, you're intentionally still losing though. By 1 cent. Cool, thank you. Otacon gets left behind for 1 penny right now. Where's Otacon? Yeah, let's just say that, you know, the channel, the community, the one thing I have to be grateful for right now. Like I always say, there's something to be said about it. You guys sticking with it even when, you know, channel goes offline for a while, so thank you.
It's Snake. I'm in front of the disposal facility.
Excellent, Snake. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery.
How's that sneaking suit working out?
I'm nice and dry, but it's a little hard to move.
Bear with it. It's designed to prevent hypothermia. This is Alaska, you know.
Take it easy, I'm grateful. If it weren't for your suit and your shot, I would have turned into a popsicle out there.
An anti-freezing peptide, Snake. All of the genome soldiers in this exercise are using it.
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Already tested, huh? By the way, how's the diversionary operation going?
2 F-16s just took off from Galena and are headed your way. The terrorist radar should have already picked them up.
Behind D. Colonel. What's a Russian gunship doing here?
I have no idea, but it looks like our little diversion got their attention. Now's your best chance to slip in unnoticed. There are only 18 hours left until their deadline. You've got to hurry.
Wow, he must be crazy to fly a hind in this kind of weather.
Who's that?
Oh, sorry. I haven't introduced you to yet. This is Mei Ling. She was assigned to us as our visual and data processing specialist. She designed your codec, as well as your Soliton radar system. Contact her if you have any questions about either of them.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake. But I'm surprised. You're very frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to learning about the man behind the legend.
We'll be monitoring your movements by radar, so contact us by codec anytime you want.
Got it. I'll call if I'm feeling lonely.
Seriously, Snake, we're here to back you up, so call if you need some information or advice. I'm also in charge of your mission data. Contact me if you want me to record your current status. My frequency is 140.96. It's a dedicated frequency for saving data. Don't forget it.
Remember, except for your binoculars, you're naked. You need to arm yourself with whatever weapons you can find.
I remember. First I'm strip searched by Dr. Naomi here, and then all my weapons are taken away. Imagine yourself put in that position.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
I'll hold you to that, Doctor. By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
If you want to get in, there's the front door. It's the fastest way, but there's too much risk of being spotted by the enemy.
I can't just knock on the door and ask them to let me in. There's one sentry on the left and one on the right. They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples.
What about the air duct near the door? There should also be a duct on the second floor.
I can't see it from here.
I'll let you decide the best way. I'm counting on you, Snake.
I can think of at least a couple terrorist acts you could do with a pineapple, like putting on pizza, for example. So, that's dangerous.
Surveillance camera?
Let's see. Why don't we do the thing where we avoid SOCOM? Excuse me. Get that strange line from the Colonel. Sphinx with the 96 months. Thank you so much. And Emoto just subscribed, but your name is familiar. I don't know why, but I think you've been here before. Well, thank you.
That base must have some kind of ventilation system to recirculate the air. There should be air ducts around there somewhere. They must need a lot of power to run the base. There's probably a diesel generator somewhere. And since generating electricity requires oxygen, there must be exhaust openings for that too. You're not gonna believe this, but they shot down the F-16s we were using as a diversion with a Hind D. Then we got a message from Liquid. He said if we try something like that again, he'll launch the nuke. Snake, hurry up and get in there. That Hind will be coming back soon.
I just realized something. Hold on. We need to go the other way. Because now that we don't have the handgun, that's when we get the extra scene down there. So I'm just gonna wait for this guy, who should be here any second now. Hello? Where the hell did he go? There he is. That took a while. Peak cinematic. Cinematic camera angles. Excuse me. You heard of our Lord and Savior, Big Boss? Okay. That was weird. Where's the guy here? We're just messing around now because I don't know where they are. Guy's still asleep. That guy's all the way over there. That's okay. There's a camera there, though. We can just clip through him because he's asleep. Huh? What just happened? Okay. This should still work. But when you don't have the SOCOM and you go here, which is usually just a dead end, you have no reason to be here whatsoever. But there's a little extra scene.
Were all the Silcom pistols unloaded?
Yeah, but there was a problem.
What is it?
The security on the door was broken.
So the door is still open? Second floor where?
The east side room.
We better fix it before the boss finds out.
Oh, but since we didn't get an alert, we didn't get the second part of this. But yeah, there's a canon reason as to why that door is open. Let's see, it's still gonna... Okay, this is gonna be messy. You're not really supposed to do this. But... we go back here, actually. Wait, I'm lost now. This is still dead end. Okay. Pokeball with the 3 months, thank you. We can get the mice call, too.
is McDonald Miller. It's been a long time.
Master, what are you doing here?
I quit being a drill instructor, so I moved out here for some peace and quiet. I'm in retirement, just like you. Once in a while, I still help train the Alaskan scouts.
Passing on the skills to a new generation, huh?
Alert's a bit loud, maybe?
Campbell told me about the situation here. I thought I might be of some use.
There's no one I'd rather have in a foxhole than you.
Well, I know lots about survival in a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80.
Well, now we'll have to wait.
Those mice are Alaskan field mice. Don't worry, they can't hurt you. Wild field mice don't have a thick layer of fat, but they can still survive the bitter winters here without hibernating. They dig tunnels under the snow. That's where they stay warm.
Survival specialists, huh? I should learn from them.
But there's a dark side too. Sometimes the males will kill and eat offspring that's not their own.
To ensure the survival of their own genes, right?
Yeah, pretty brilliant program, huh? If there are mice, that means there must be an exit somewhere. Follow the mice.
No, we're actually gonna go back and get a pretty much unavoidable alert here. Because there is a guard and there is a camera. There's nothing I can do about it, but we'll deal with the alert. But yeah, Odin Biff with the 86 months, thank you. Now we'll have to wait for the next long time sub to see if the alerts... I think I turned it down, but sometimes OBS is a little wonky with settings. Yeah, hello. Well, let's do it. Nope, 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 nope. Nothing to see here. Oh, okay. Be quiet. Only dreams now. Only dreams. That's okay. So we just take a while to... Oh, we got an extra ration. You choke them, you can actually outlast the alert. Bless you. Okay, now we can go in here. Bars with a 70, thank you. So now, getting that alert also means we'll get to hear the second part of the conversation here.
I moved the DARPA chief to the cell in the first floor basement.
What about the vent shaft cleaning?
They just opened the vent covers. They're about to start spraying for rats.
First floor basement ventilation shaft.
Shut those covers as soon as they're done spraying. Also, keep your eye on that woman in the cell. Don't get careless now.
Woman in the cell?
Did something happen?
There's an intruder.
Really?
He's already done 3 people.
He's killed 3 people?
Yeah. Say he's using stealth, too.
Stealth? There's an intruder besides me?
Anyway, I want you to increase the security detail on the chief.
Evil Dingbat with 67 months, thank you. So that conversation at the bottom also has a second part, but we didn't have an alert then, so we didn't hear it. Otacon's fappening. I just want Snake for myself. What? Bros before hoes. Kill Meryl. Alright, that's $1 towards the Otacon ending. Let me add that while we listen to this very important conversation here.
action button to drop down.
See, you wouldn't be able to do anything without this. Jeez, okay.
Use the elevator to change floors. There should be a cargo elevator that you can take down somewhere around there. Try to find it.
I just realized the stun grenades that I picked up, they're most likely gonna be wasted. Oh no! Ah, I forgot! We missed the soul comments and now it's here. Alright, we need a quick order of death. Or I guess we can save and reset.
What's up, Snake?
So yeah, that's what happens if you don't pick it up in the truck outside. It spawns here instead of the thermal goggles, and you essentially miss out on the thermal goggles.
Snake, remember what the Gaul said. The graveyards are full of indispensable men. Snake, you're all alone and surrounded by bad guys. Try to be careful and avoid getting into a fight whenever you can.
You're right. Wow, you know all sorts of great quotes, don't you?
Well, both my parents are from Guangdong, China, but I was born and raised in America. I've always liked reading literature from both sides. Kinda keeps me in touch. I'll share some more quotes with you if you like.
I'm looking forward to it. But to tell you the truth, I'd like to learn more about you.
Well, I'll think about it.
I'm conflicted about that donation. Meryl's bean flicker. Better start smacking it around before she dies. We can't let Otacon to ride the snake. So is that a Meryl donation or Otacon donation? I guess it's a Meryl donation. But he also says that she dies. But we can't let Otacon ride the snake means it's Meryl ending. What? What? Yeah, I think this is intentionally confusing. But okay, so reset here. Because I accidentally picked up the gun. You know what? We'll go with can't let Otacon ride snake. So it's probably save Meryl donation. What the heck? You guys certainly have creativity. So we're not actually... Hey, shut up, I know how to use the elevator. We're not going there, because we're not picking up the gun. And that means the thermal goggles now would appear where the body armor is, near Otacon's lab. And the body armor is gone until disc 2, pretty much. But the game does kind of punish you for missing out on items. But we can deal with that. But what this does is it changes the cutscene with Meryl a little bit, and it also... Hello? Also gives us a strange call from the Colonel. I don't know why I'm killing this guy, mostly to check where the other guy is. Where are you, other guy? Oh, there you are. We can just leave him alone, actually. I think I missed Kane's 27 months resub. I'm losing it. That donation killed what little brain cells I had left for the day. Sorry, guys. Alright, so... I guess we can kind of get both versions of the call.
Snake, if you want to go up or down a ladder, just press the action button by the ladder.
There's a button by the ladder? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Okay. Okay. Otacon's PP puller, I guess, is the counter side to Meryl's beam flicker. Just kill Otacon. Unfortunately, Otacon doesn't die on either ending, so your donation is
cold.
appreciated, but
Boy, oh boy, that woman is built all right.
can't really put it towards anything. Yeah, it's not like Otacon dies when you rescue Meryl. He didn't flush because he's just sitting on the toilet. He's supposed to be slacking off, not really taking a shit.
Is that a woman? Not him.
Alright, we'll do the thing here. Once we look at her, go back outside. Now he's supposed to be just sitting on the toilet, yeah. Slacking off. Sushi Mitsui with the 58 months, thank you. I must now resist the urge to get sushi. Even though there's perfectly good chairs outside, Johnny decides to sit on the toilet. Liquid Lizzie with the 78, thank you. I suppose I have very little faith in this year, but I guess we should still wish each other Happy New Year, right? Now she's doing something different. Doing push-ups, one arm. Go outside again. Meryl calls him Dave for the $1. Okay, let me decipher this donation. What little brain cells have left rubbed together. Just let Meryl live. She must be Johnny's dominatrix. Okay, that was easy to decipher. Alright, let's put that towards Meryl ending. And go back in. Wrestle with the 90 months, thank you. At least it should be better than the previous year. I mean, have you seen what happened from 2020 to 2021? So, I don't know. I'm in a place in life right now that I find it kind of hard to be optimistic. Alright, let's see, what is she doing now? Maybe stretching. Okay. But it doesn't get interesting until we do this again. Orphalane, thanks for the 8 months. Hey, if you guys can make the most cryptic donations that I can't figure out, then yeah, just to torture me. At one point, we'll just have to sit to not put them anywhere, you know? Caps Warrior to the 46. Keep fucking. It's a 3-dog meme, but it checks out, I guess. Alright. So now she's doing sit-ups again. with no pants, with granny panties. Maybe they're army issued panties. Remember, there's people who probably fab to this. Hell, there might be people doing it right now. Yeah, long sub is shock at 103. No, come back. Welcome back. Considering that her assets are well developed, this one is probably the intended experience. Because you guys wouldn't believe the amount of polygons and work that went into her assets. Marycon ending. Thanks, Dreams Anarchan. I appreciate the donation, but that's exactly what I was talking about. That's not going anywhere. Yeah. There you go. Unfortunately, the grate is in the way. I wonder if there's supposed to be censorship. But if you move the camera, see, now we're trying to move the camera just right to look at the amount of detail that went into this. Right? I mean, it's intended because obviously they worked on it. They want you to see it. Yeah. And to make things worse, in the game files, there is a file for Meryl's walk animation. You know, when she wiggles her ass everywhere. And that file is called Catwalk. Oh, Kojimbo.
Snake, the DARPA chief's signal is coming from somewhere in that area. So some place to drop down. Take a look around in first-person view mode.
Score hard with the 95. Thank you so much. Let's see. Okay, so you can still get rid of these grenades later. Because that'll do something. Yeah, I mean, we could glitch, no clip through it, but whatever.
Who's that?
I'm here to save you. You're the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, right?
You here to save me, huh? What's your outfit?
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
Really? It's true. You don't look like one of them. In that case, hurry up and get me out of here.
Slow down. Don't worry. First, I want some information about the terrorists.
The terrorists?
Do they really have the ability to launch a nuke?
What are you talking about?
The terrorists are threatening the White House. They say if they don't accede to their demands, they'll launch a nuclear weapon.
Sweet Jesus.
Is it possible?
It's possible. They could launch a nuke.
How do they plan to launch? I thought this place was just for keeping the dismantled warheads. They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth. A nuclear-equipped walking battle tank.
Metal Gear. It can't be.
You knew? Metal Gear is one of the most secret black projects. How did you know that?
We've had a couple of run-ins in the past. So that's the reason you were here at this disposal site?
Why else would I come to a godforsaken place like this?
I had heard the Metal Gear project was scrapped.
On the contrary, it's grown into a huge joint project between Arms Tech and ourselves. We were going to use this exercise as raw data and then proceed to mass production. If it hadn't been for the revolution.
Revolution?
Rex has fallen into the hands of terrorists.
Rex?
Metal Gear Rex. The code name for the new Metal Gear prototype. They're probably already finished arming the warhead they plan to use with Rex. These guys are pros. They're all experienced in handling and equipping weapons.
Hey! Shut up in there, will ya?
But I thought that all nuclear warheads were equipped with safety measures. Some kind of detonation code that you have to input.
Oh, you mean PAL? Yes, of course, there is a PAL. It's set up so that you need to input 2 different passwords in order to launch the device.
There are 2 passwords?
Yes. Baker knows one, and I know one.
Baker? The president of Arms Tech?
That's right. Each of us needs to input our password, or there can be no launch. But they found out my password.
You talked?
Psychomantis can read people's minds. You can't resist.
Psychomantis?
One of the members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by Arms Tech, the system developers, as an emergency override. Even without the passwords, you can just insert the card keys and engage the safety lock.
And if I do that?
Yes. You can stop the launch.
That card key.
So where are the keys?
Baker should have them. Listen, you need 3 card keys. There are 3 different slots to put them in. You need to insert a card into each one of them.
Okay, 3 card keys. Do you know where they might be keeping Baker?
Somewhere in the 2nd floor basement.
2nd floor basement?
I heard the guards say they moved him to an area that has a lot of electronic jamming.
Any other clues?
Yes, they cemented over the entrances, but didn't have enough time to paint them. Why don't you look for the areas where the walls are a different color? Here, take this. It's my ID card. It'll open any level 1 security door. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electrical field.
Personal area network, huh?
It transmits data using the salts in your body as the transmission medium. As you approach the door's security devices, they'll read the data stored in the card.
And the doors will open automatically. Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna get you out of here.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
You haven't heard any other way to disarm the PAL, have you? From your bosses or anyone?
No.
Are you sure you haven't heard anything?
I just said no.
So does the White House plan to give in to the terrorists' demands?
That's their problem. It has nothing to do with my orders.
But what about the Pentagon?
Pentagon? What is it?
Hey, what happened?
Dead.
Naomi, the chief. What happened?
I don't know. It looked like a heart attack, but...
A heart attack? No.
Colonel, are you hiding something from me?
Absolutely not. Snake, you've got to understand. This op is security level red. You need the highest security clearance to get access to the complete file.
You want me to believe that you're in charge of this op, but you don't have complete access to the file?
I told you, the Secretary of Defense is in operational control. I'm just here as your support. Snake, we don't have time to debate. Get out of there and find President Baker.
Alright, Shadow Beach. Thank you for the 5 months. It's a nice camera angle here. Let's just see Meryl walk past the door. With her catwalk, according to the game files. Alright, now we're gonna do something. We're gonna get rid of these grenades, which I shouldn't have picked up at all. So. Look away. Still blinding. I'm gonna leave one. Can't see shit. Okay. We'll leave the one chef grenade to actually get rid of during the fight. When you have no weapons at all, the game will give you a slightly different call. And this cutscene is going to be different altogether because we don't have the handgun. It's not just that Snake is going to grab the barrel of Meryl's gun. Another thing that changes is actually the background music, strangely enough. There's going to be different music that's not there otherwise.
Don't move! So you killed the chief, you bastard! Liquid? No, you're not. Don't move!
Is this the first time you ever pointed a gun at a person? Your hands are shaking. Can you shoot me, rookie?
Careful, I'm no rookie.
Liar. That nervous glance, that scared look in your eyes. They're rookie's eyes if I ever saw them. You've never shot a person, am I right?
You talk too much.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
I told you I'm no rookie!
You're not one of them, are you?
Open that door. You've got a card, don't you?
Why?
So we can get the hell out of here!
Looks like we'll be a little delayed. What are you doing? Don't think! Shoot!
Alright, now if we're really stubborn and we still want to deal with these 3 guys without the gun that's right there now, we can do that, kind of. Let's see. Ooh, I was one hit away. Alright, so we've just fucked around for a little bit to get this call here.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon.
Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon. Oh, he doesn't even say... Wait a second.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. Try to pick up an enemy's fallen weapon.
Oh, okay, so even if I have chef grenades, I guess chef grenades don't really count. But usually if you have at least some other weapon, he says, try to use a weapon you found. Okay, so we won't need to get rid of it. So if I pick it up now, the call should change.
Snake, what are you doing? Take care of the bad guys and get the hell out of there. You better use that weapon you found.
Yeah, you better use a weapon you found. I don't know if it's implied that this is supposed to be like Johnny's gun. Like the enemy's fallen weapon. But it's weird because that's not really a mechanic in MGS1. Pick up an enemy's weapon. Maybe it's supposed to be his, I don't know. But anyway, even if I don't pick it up now, Snake will walk there.
Don't talk to me like a rookie.
And that's when you would pick it up automatically.
Telling you, shoot!
It's a little bit of a weird call. Hard to get too, because I don't know under what circumstances you wouldn't have this. You have to go out of your way for it. I'll hold him, you shoot him. No over penetration. These guys also take one extra hit to die on extreme than they do on hard or lower difficulties. That makes it a little bit harder.
Thanks for the help.
Wait! Who are you?
You fool! You've killed him! I'm sorry, sir.
His mental shielding was very strong. I could not dive into his mind.
Now we'll never get that detonation code.
Boss, I have a good idea.
It was definitely more than 25 rounds.
Good girl. Just like that.
Naomi, I just had some kind of hallucination. Is it from the nanomachines?
No, Snake. The nanomachines are functioning properly.
So what was it?
It must have been psychometric interference coming from Psychomantis, Foxhound's psychic. Think of it as a mental feedback loop.
So that was Mantis.
So somebody was asking if that changes what what Snake says, that his weapon was a leftover in the bathroom. No, that's not gonna change. As Meryl says, she got her Desert Eagle in the armory, and she says it was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this. And technically, you could get the SOCOM in the armory as well. That's what those two guards were talking about, the broken door. You have no business going there, but if you somehow keep missing the gun and you go out of your way to go to the armory, that's the only door you can access. And that's another spot where you can pick it up. And what is going on there? Good thing it's censored. So, let your imagination run wild, I guess. So this is a change specifically for the Western release. In the original Japanese version of MGS1, Johnny is still wearing his underwear, but there's no need for it to be censored. This pixelization here, I guess the guidelines are like different in Japan for rating things, so maybe this was Kojima's original idea, because of course it's Kojima. But they couldn't do this outside of Japan, or they could only do it outside of Japan. So why would Meryl need to take Johnny's underwear? I dare say that probably doesn't smell great. Or the other option is that he doesn't wear any. I don't know. I mean, Meryl says the uniform smells like blood, but probably smells like shit if we know Johnny. But fear not, because even though it's censored, We can zoom past the censorship. We zoom all the way in, and actually disappears, except I'm not positioned right. It is a high level skill. I think we need to crawl, actually. I'm really going out of my way to do this. And there you go. So you can see that they modeled a little darker area here and an ass crack. So this is a perfect time for your parents to walk in the room if you're watching this. There's the ass crack and the dark void. They modeled it. Thanks, Fox Engine. Why should that go to waste, right? Some developers put their work in this. And now that we're actually supposed to be here, there's no guards. But if you came here before that, there will be guards. Why don't we call Nastasia? We haven't called her yet. I'll at least do the weapon calls and stuff.
This is Nastasia Romanenko. A pleasure to work with you, Solid Snake.
You're the nuclear specialist that the Colonel mentioned?
That's me. You can ask me anything about nukes that you want. I am also a military analyst, so I have an extensive knowledge of weapon systems as well. They asked me to participate in this operation as a supervisor from the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. I was happy to accept. We must not allow terrorists to get their hands on nuclear weapons of any kind. I hope I can help you to stop them.
You're a tough lady.
Those terrorists are serious about launching a nuclear weapon? The world cannot stand by idly and allow that to happen, and neither can I. Unfortunately, all I can do from here is provide you with information.
Hopefully that'll be enough. Another soldier here wouldn't make a difference anyway. It's good to work with you, Nastasia.
Same here, Snake.
Well, guys, I think this is worth mentioning. Brendan's Batman, thanks for the sub. Welcome aboard. You sub, thank you. But I just got an email from my ISP. Severe weather alert. Yeah. Prepare for service outages. Recent forecast indicates severe weather may affect your area. Great. So if the stream dies, you know why. That's probably worth mentioning. It's sunny outside, there's nothing going on, but who knows. Damn. That's weird. But I figure I'll let you guys know. Look at these kind of useless rooms here, but okay. Probably still better than tsunamis, though. So I'll take that. This is the game even refused to mention Nastasia. Well, Nastasia was actually supposed to have a much bigger, more prominent role at first, but they basically had to tune it down, making her a entirely optional character. She's briefly mentioned in 4, and of course for 2 she has her own book. She's in the credits and they talk about her book, but yeah, it was heavily tuned down because apparently it was too much. And she still has plenty of... The beauty of Nastasia's calls is that it's like real life politics and historical facts mixed in with, you know, in the context of the Metal Gear universe, mixed in with fictional stuff. So as long as you can tell which one is which, Actually, some of the best calls in MGS1 are Nastasia's calls. Let's see if she talks about a C4 now. We'll probably have to go through some calls.
That is C4 explosive, a plastic explosive with a texture similar to clay, so you can shape it in almost any way you want. Although it has 1.4 times the destructive power of dynamite, it is highly stable and won't explode without a detonating device, even if it is shot, burned, or beaten. You are using a wireless detonator, yes? The detonator is equipped with a scrambler, so you don't have to worry about interference from any other radio source. Make sure you are sufficiently far enough away when it goes off. Also, as you know, the sound of the explosive will alert your enemies, so be careful.
Now that's a redundant sentence. Sufficiently far enough away. That just sounds funky, but okay. Sufficiently enough. Montresor and Fruit Messenger. Thanks, guys. Let's just say it's good to be back. Can we have Nastasia smoking a cigar? I'll probably... if I never modded Nastasia in Twin Snakes, but I don't know. If I do that one day, it'll probably end up being some other dumb Twitch emote.
You found some grenades. Just pull the pin and it explodes after 5 seconds. You can get a lot done during those 5 seconds, Snake. How you use them is up to you.
Pull the pin.
Good. You found a SOCOM. That's a Special Operations Command pistol. It's a 45 caliber pistol with plenty of stopping power. It's also equipped with a LAM for nighttime combat. If you hold down the weapon button, you can train the laser sight on the enemy to help you aim. If you find a SOCOM suppressor, you can equip that too. That pistol was designed specifically for use by special forces, so I think it will be useful. Some people find it a little heavy and hard to use, but it shouldn't be a problem for you.
It's an MGS2, the call with Snake. I mean, Bliskin. Already mentioned a little bit more. Man, when I was a kid, I thought these weapon descriptions were the shit. Now I know that they're very simplistic and missing a lot of the point of them. Is there a marathon in the plans? So we'll probably have some sort of like 30+ hour marathon towards the end of this month. It's gonna be like a solo marathon. We'll do MGS 1, 2, 3, 4 back to back story runs non-stop. As for the big like 3, 5, 7 days marathons with 3Dog, I'll have to coordinate with him in the following months. We'll get back to that. Hey, it's Hybrid 2 for 21 months. Thank you. Good to see you. Let's see. Did we do... Oh, let's do these. Nope, not the C4.
Those are stun grenades. They are often used in sensitive operations such as freeing hostages and that sort of thing. Sometimes they are called flash bangs or sound and flash grenades. They make a big flash and lots of noise, which will disorient and disable your opponents temporarily. You have to understand that they won't kill the bad guys, but just stun them for a few seconds. Use them wisely.
Big flash.
That's a chaff grenade. It's a special grenade that disperses thin, narrow metallic strips of various lengths and frequency responses. It can confuse electronic equipment. It will be useful against machines which depend upon electronic sensors. Naturally, for it to be effective, you must use it before you are attacked. If you are expecting an attack, spread the chaff beforehand.
Fierce Panga with the 42 months. Thank you. That's all the weapons I have for now. Yeah, I never heard of that either. Sound and flash grenade. So let me go outside and also hurt myself with C4 a little bit. But we can do. Oh, I actually walked it too far. Okay. I guess I'll hurt myself with a grenade. We'll do the stupid Ocelot thing. Really? That's a safe distance? There you go. Just about half damage. Not too close, not too far. Then we trigger a checkpoint. Alright, now we can do a couple things with Ocelot here. First, look here, Baker's already there. We can, of course, shoot him. And you can already hear Ocelot saying, "What are you aiming at?" And if you do it too many times, yeah.
You idiot!
Special game over here. You idiot! Alright. But now, we're gonna let the scene play, and then we'll actually die to Ocelot. Bug with the 69. Nice. Thank you.
Am I too late? He's alive. You're the Arms Tech president, Kenneth Baker, right? Don't worry. I'm here to save you.
No, don't touch it.
C4.
Right. Touch that wire, and the C4 will blow up along with the old man. So you're the one that the boss keeps talking about.
And you?
Special Operations Foxhound. Revolver Ocelot. I've been waiting for you, Solid Snake. Now we'll see if the man can live up to the legend. This is the greatest handgun ever made. The Colt Single Action Army. 6 bullets, more than enough to kill anything that moves. Now I'll show you why they call me Revolver. Draw!
Alright, now we'll actually die to his gunfire. Yep, 5 times. Hey. Damn, this game is hard. The reason that I hurt myself a little bit, because if you're full health, he actually takes a while to kill you. And it's funny because he says 6 bullets more than enough to kill anything that moves, but he can't kill you in 6 bullets if you're full health, so. We'll do this, because he doesn't account for invincibility frames in between. Anyway, if you keep dying to him, something different will happen after the fight. Let's see, this is number 3 here. Just 2 more. I think 4 might be enough, but I never want to risk that. Kind of a waste otherwise, so make sure with 5. Ooh. And in order for it to count, you actually had to die to his gunfire, not kill Baker or trip the wires here. Right, one more death. Okay, now we'll actually let him talk a little bit.
Hiding won't help you. I understand the bullets you see. I make them go where I want.
Oh, he's still in his starting stance. Nice.
Hiding won't help you. Hiding won't help you. I love to reload during a battle. There's nothing like the feeling of slamming a long silver bullet into a well-greased chin. All right, I'm alive. Let's go. You better hurry up. The old man's not gonna last too long.
So we can actually sidestep
Don't you want to settle this?
to dodge his bullets.
I love the smell of corda. You know, that sultry smell. But to you, it'll be the smell of your own. Wait a minute.
I think he's out of things to say now. He just says, wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Yep, that's when we can punch Baker a little bit. Shut the fuck up, Baker.
What are you aiming at?
What are you aiming at?
Wait a minute.
This is what you get for using heavy bullets, low muzzle velocity.
Wait a minute.
The muzzle velocity of a bullet fired from a revolver is slower than one fired from an automatic. That's bad for you. The slower a gun's muzzle velocity, the more damage it does. That's because the bullet will tend to lodge in the body instead of going right through. Those kind of wounds take a long time to heal. Sometimes they never do. I think that's part of the reason he likes that gun. He's a real sick puppy, that Ocelot. The biggest drawback to a revolver is the reload time. That's your chance.
Yeah, that's very superficial
He's using
knowledge.
a single-action army? The first model of that gun was made in 1873, over 130 years ago. Today, they're still being made in small numbers, but that's just for collectors and such. Nobody uses them in combat anymore. The biggest drawback to revolver-style handguns is reload time. That's your chance.
Spetsnaz.
If you've got a question about Foxhound, ask Dr. Naomi.
Revolver Ocelot is a former member of Spetsnaz. After the fall of the Soviet Union, he apparently served in the Russian tax police's elite SWAT team. After that, he joined the SVR, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency, which was formerly a part of the KGB. But according to my sources, he was dissatisfied with the rigid system of the KGB and wanted to get out. That's when he was recruited by Foxhound. He's a gun fanatic and totally obsessed with cowboy movies and spaghetti westerns. He's also something of a sadist. He learned the most advanced torture techniques while he was with Spetsnaz.
Yeah, he had plenty of practice. Lubyanka prison is located right there inside KGB headquarters. In a gunfight, reloading is usually the most dangerous time. But he loves it. Use that to your advantage. You'll have to take him out when he's reloading. Can you see where his number of remaining bullets is displayed on the screen? Wait for the right moment, and then take him out.
So that's the real reason he uses revolvers and dresses like a cowboy. Until MGS3 changed that, but okay. Alright. Wait a minute.
I'm disappointed.
Oh.
You're no match for the boss. Playtime's over, friend. You're not cut out for war. Don't worry. I'll kill you quickly.
So.
What?
Whole first part of this scene changes. If you die to him too many times, you don't get you're pretty good. You get you're pretty shit.
Stealth camouflage. Can't you even die right? You were lucky. We'll meet again. Who are you? I'm like you. I have no name.
And also he doesn't say my hand, he just screams in pain. Another difference.
That exoskeleton.
I wonder what he was about to do, you know? If the ninja hadn't interrupted him. We never get to see Ocelot's full potential.
Who the hell? Can you talk?
Who are you?
I'm not one of them. The DARPA chief told me he gave them his detonation code. What about yours?
Oh, I get it. Jim sent you. You're from the Pentagon.
Answer my question. What about your code? There's no time.
I talked.
What? Now the terrorists have both codes and can launch any time.
It's not like I didn't fight. I managed to resist Psychomantis' mind probe.
He couldn't read you? How'd you do it?
Surgical implants in my brain.
Surgical implants?
Kind of like a psychic insulation. Everyone who knows these top secret codes has it.
Even the DARPA chief?
Of course.
But the DARPA chief said Mantis got his code by reading his mind.
Are you sure you heard him right?
Yeah, I'm sure. In that case, how did they get your code?
I never had any training on how to resist torture.
It looks like he had some fun with you, all right.
Oh, he's not human. I tell you, he loved every second of it.
What happened to your arm?
He broke it.
Looks like you're more than even now. His was sliced off.
Ha, you're a funny man. So the DARPA chief, is he okay?
Dead.
What? Can't be. No, that's not what you promised, Jim. Now you want to shut me up? Oh.
Calm down. What's wrong with you? I just told you I was here to save you. I didn't kill the DARPA chief. He had a heart attack or something.
A heart attack? Oh, don't be a fool.
Anyway, the terrorists have both codes now.
Those boys are totally insane. They wouldn't hesitate to launch.
I agree, but what do they really want?
Oh, who knows? Maybe they're like us in the arms industry, always looking forward to the next good war.
Well, I'm not gonna let these maniacs start a war today. You still have the card keys?
Card keys?
To override the detonation code. I heard you had them.
No, not anymore.
What? Who does then? Not the terrorists?
No, that woman.
Woman? Who?
A soldier that was thrown in prison along with me.
A female soldier, it must be.
She said she had just joined up as a new recruit. They threw her in prison because she refused to take part in the rebellion.
A new recruit? Could that be the Colonel's niece?
I gave her the key. Looks like she managed to break out of here, though. I hope she's okay.
I'm sure she is. She's green, but as tough as they come. But how did you know she escaped?
I was in contact with her by codec. Until I was tied up here, that is.
Codec?
Yes, she stole it from the guard. If she still has it, you should be able to contact her.
I'm sure she still has it. What frequency was she at?
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, it's... Oh, sorry. I forgot.
Damn!
Oh, that's right. It should be on the back of the CD case. Try to contact her.
I'll contact her right away. But tell me, if this doesn't work, is there some other way to prevent the missile launch?
You need to find Hal Emmerich, one of my employees.
Who's that?
The team leader of the Metal Gear Rex project. A genius at engineering, but a little bit of an oddball. If there's anyone who can figure out how to stop Metal Gear from launching, it's him.
What if he can't come up with anything?
You'll have to destroy it. Emmerich knows how to destroy Metal Gear.
Where is this Emmerich?
Well, he's probably being held somewhere in the nuclear warhead storage building. It's north from here. That's where he worked.
I understand, but why Metal Gear? The nuclear age ended with the turn of the millennium.
Oh, you're wrong. The threat of nuclear war isn't gone. In fact, it's greater than it's ever been. The amount of spent nuclear fuel and plutonium is increasing even today. Listen, have you ever seen a warehouse full of nuclear material?
No.
Drums and drums of nuclear waste stacked this high, as far as you can see. Because there's still no real way to dispose of the stuff.
So they just close the lid and try to pretend like it'll go away?
Essentially, yes. And they're not even doing a good job of storing it. Many of the drums are corroded, with nuclear waste seeping out of them.
Unbelievable.
Not only that, but several pounds of MUF are reported every year.
MUF?
It stands for material unaccounted for. It proves that there's a large and well-organized black market in nuclear materials. Furthermore, since the end of the Cold War, Russian nuclear engineers in particular are out of work with no way to turn. In other words, there's plenty of available nuclear material and scientists for making a bomb. We live in an age when any small country can have a nuclear weapons program.
What about the other superpowers?
Russia and China still maintain a significant nuclear presence. Complete nuclear disarmament is an impossibility. To maintain our own policy of deterrence, we need a weapon of overwhelming power.
You mean Metal Gear?
Yes. You know our industry suffered quite a blow as a result of the cuts in military budgets due to this so-called peace.
I remember hearing a lot about mergers and takeovers among the big weapons makers.
Yes. And after my company lost their bid to produce the Air Force's next line of fighter jet, the Metal Gear system was our last ace in the hole. That's why we pushed to have Metal Gear developed as a black project.
Black project?
Secret projects paid for by the Pentagon's black budget. You can avoid a lot of red tape and get a great lead time on your weapons production. And no one can bother you. Not even those bleeding heart liberals on the Military Oversight Committee.
Bribes.
I prefer to think of it as good business. Anyway, Metal Gear was going to be formally adopted after the results of this exercise were analyzed.
I don't give a crap about you and your company.
Yes, that's about what I'd expect from a grunt like you. Here, this is what you came for, right?
What's that?
An optical disc. It's all here. The main hard drive was destroyed by gunfire. This is the only remaining copy of the data.
What kind of data?
All the data collected from this exercise. Don't play dumb. I know you were sent to get this. I hid it from that sadistic maniac while he was torturing me. They don't know this disc exists. Make sure you report this to Jim. To your boss. I'll give you my card too. It'll open up all security level 2 doors.
Can you walk?
No. No, you go on without me. They got my password. They don't want anything else from me.
I have one more question. Who or what was that ninja thing? It looked like you knew something.
That ninja? That was Foxhound's dark little secret.
Dark little secret?
An experimental genome soldier.
Uh-oh. The frames.
You know him?
You should ask Dr. Naomi Hunter from Foxhound. She knows better than I.
Naomi.
You've got to stop them. If it goes public, my company and I are finished.
Just a little hiccup.
What? Doesn't Metal Gear use currently existing technology?
Metal Gear itself does, but... What did you do to me? Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be. Those Pentagon bastards. So, they actually went and did it.
What are you talking about?
They're just using you for...
What the hell?
Colonel, are you listening? Now he's dead too.
I have no idea.
Don't lie to me.
It looked like another heart attack, but...
Some kind of poison?
Well, there are lots of drugs that can cause a heart attack in large doses. For example, potassium chloride or dioxides, but we won't be able to tell without doing an autopsy.
Damn!
Snake, I want you and Meryl to work together.
Can I trust her?
More than you can trust me. Get in contact with her.
Snake, there's a lot of electrical interference coming from there. It should be okay if you do burst transmission like us, but normal transmission is probably impossible. Try moving away from that area.
Snake, get a hold of yourself.
Naomi, what the hell was that ninja thing? A member of Foxhound?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes, we have no one like that in our unit.
Is that right?
Snake, I'm counting on you.
So I'm not really sure what to blame it on, but I had a little bit of a hiccup with the frames. Maybe I'll try switching Twitch servers. It seems to happen at least like once every day. But at least yesterday after it happened, it stopped doing that, so I don't know. The Fleet, thanks for 4 months resub. It could be chat's fault, or it could be several tons of muff that's causing it. You never know. There is a huge plot hole in MGS1 here, actually. This main link says normal transmission doesn't work. You know who else is nearby doing normal transmission?
First, the DARPA chief, and then President Baker die of a heart attack?
Yeah, smells pretty rotten to me. Master, do you know anything?
No, but there's definitely something going on. Keep your eyes open out there.
I don't know. Because at one point, Campbell mentions that Mei Ling said that the signal came from inside the base, or totally not liquid. So, I don't know. You shouldn't be able to call them here, but that would be too obvious. Because if we try to call Meryl here, it doesn't work. Wait, you're not Meryl.
People who have been...
Ah, shut up. It indeed doesn't work. Yeah. Until we leave here.
What was that noise?
Color now.
Who are you?
I was really impressed with the way you busted yourself out of there.
The one from the prison?
You're the Colonel's niece, Meryl, right?
No, it's not him. Just exactly who are you?
I'm the fool that your uncle sent all alone into the middle of this whole mess.
You came by yourself? You think you're some kind of one-man army? You're not even armed.
I appreciate your help from before, but I don't need lectures. You're just like your uncle, you know?
How do you know my uncle?
We go way back.
What's your name?
My name's not important.
Aha. Could you be Snake? Are you Solid Snake?
That's what some people call me.
The legendary Solid Snake? You? Sorry about before. I wasn't sure if you were one of the good guys.
But I knew you were.
How?
It's your eyes.
My eyes?
They're not soldiers' eyes.
And they're rookies' eyes, right?
No, they're beautiful, compassionate eyes.
Oh, just what I'd expect from the legendary Solid Snake. You trying to sweep me off my feet?
Don't worry, you'll land back on them once you meet me. The reality is no match for the legend, I'm afraid.
Oh, I don't believe that.
Why did you look so surprised when you saw my face?
Because you look just like him.
You mean the terrorist leader, Liquid Snake?
Yeah, you know him? You're not brothers, are you?
I have no family.
So what's the deal then?
Who knows? Why don't you ask him? But first I want some information. You were involved in this exercise from the beginning. What exactly happened here?
I'm sorry. I was captured along with President Baker right after the terrorist attack.
That's okay. But what is this place? I don't think it's just a nuclear weapons disposal facility.
Boy, oh boy, it's just like them. Nobody told you anything, did they? Okay, you see, this place isn't really for disposing nuclear weapons. This base is owned and operated by a dummy corporation of arms tech.
This is a civilian base?
Right, for the development of Metal Gear.
Colonel.
Foxhound and the Next Generation Special Forces were called here for the test launching of a dummy nuclear warhead.
Why Foxhound?
Because they're a special ops group used to handling top-secret missions. They figured they could help keep it all hush-hush.
But we must have fired nuclear warheads before. Why just this time?
I heard it was because this was to be a final test before the formal adoption of the Metal Gear program. Well, that's what I heard anyway.
Sounds kind of fishy. So what do you think the terrorists want?
Sorry. I'm not sure. I was captured with President Baker right after the revolt started.
Oh yeah, that's when he gave you the detonation code override keys, right?
That's right.
Amazing you were able to keep him hidden from the guards.
Well, women have more hiding places than men. Anyway, you met Baker, huh? How's he holding up?
He's dead.
What?
Heart attack. Same as the DARPA chief.
The chief died from a heart attack too?
Yeah. Was either of them sick or anything?
No, not that I heard of.
Well, I don't believe in coincidences. Something funny's going on.
Sounds like it, but I have no idea what.
Me neither. Yet. Do you know the person who designed Metal Gear?
You mean Dr. Emmerich?
Yes. Is he still alive?
Probably. He should be in the research lab in the second-floor basement of the nuclear warhead storage building to the north.
Second-floor basement?
Yeah, that's where his lab is. I think they're forcing him to work on the nuclear launching program.
So they'll need him alive until that's done anyway.
Then we better do something before he finishes.
You're right. In case we can't override the detonation code in time, I need to ask him how to destroy Metal Gear.
You plan to take that thing on by yourself, Snake?
It won't be the first time.
Ah.
What's the best way to get to the building where the doctor is being held?
There's a cargo door on the first floor of this building that leads to the north.
What's the security level of the door there?
5. But it's okay. I've got a level 5 card.
Well, I've got to go save the doctor. You should go.
I'm going with you.
No way. You're still too green. I want you to hide somewhere.
I'm not green.
Oh, yes, you are. You pause for just 1 second in front of your enemy and it's all over. Good luck doesn't last forever.
I don't know what happened. I just couldn't pull the trigger right away. I never had any problems in training, but when I thought about my bullets tearing through those soldiers' bodies, I hesitated.
Shooting at targets and shooting at living, breathing people are different.
Ever since I was a little girl, I always dreamed about being a soldier. Every day of my life, I've trained my mind and body for the one day when I could finally see some real action, and now...
So what now? You want to quit?
I can't quit. I can't allow myself to quit now.
Listen, Meryl. Everybody feels sick the first time they kill someone. Unfortunately, killing is one of those things that gets easier the more you do it. In a war, all of mankind's worst emotions, worst traits come out. It's easy to forget what a sin is in the middle of a battlefield.
But this isn't a war. It's a terrorist action.
You're just a little jumpy from the combat high. The adrenaline in your bloodstream is starting to thin out. Just take it easy.
But I learned all about combat high at the academy.
We'll talk about it later. For now, just think about keeping yourself alive.
If I get out of here alive, I'll think about that other stuff.
Okay, let me try to say this another way. Stay the hell out of my way.
You're a real bastard, just like my uncle said.
Huh, I told you, the real me is no match for the legend.
It looks like you were right. Okay, Snake. I'll be a good girl.
We'll link up after I grab the doctor. Then we'll take care of the detonation code override.
Gotcha. But listen, I know this area better than you. Call me if you have any questions.
Be careful, okay?
After I open up the cargo door, I'll contact you.
Happy with the $10 to save Meryl. Thank you. Look, oh well, now that I'm changing areas, she's gonna call me right away. Yeah, I see a few things in the chat that I'd like to answer.
Snake, I unlocked the cargo door for you.
Thanks. Where are you?
Where I can see ya.
Don't move around too much.
Don't worry, I'm disguised in this enemy uniform.
You won't be for long with the way you walk.
What does that mean?
Nothing.
Your ass.
Listen, Snake, the cargo door is like an airlock. It's equipped with infrared sensors. Be careful. If an intruder is sensed, gas is released.
Gas?
Okay, so we'll meet at the nuclear warhead storage building.
Wait, you said you'd stay put and be a good girl.
I changed my mind.
Don't get careless. That's when things always turn sour.
Sorry, but this is the only way I can figure out whether or not I'm cut out to be a soldier. I gotta get my hands dirty.
These guys are professionals. You're gonna get yourself killed.
See you there.
Alright, we don't need to go there right away. And if you call her on this floor, she actually takes a while to open that. But meanwhile, we can go get the box and also maybe the suppressor. So for the FAMAS, we're actually gonna get that in near Otacon's lab on the B2 floor in the next building. Because if you don't pick it up in the armory, it shows up there. There would normally be a ration there, but on Extreme there's no rations anyway, so you don't really lose anything by just picking it up there. As for somebody else was asking the suppressor, so as soon as you could technically get the suppressor here, the game starts adding it to cutscenes. You could technically get the level 1 card from the DARPA chief, come up here, get the suppressor, and then go to Ocelot. You have absolutely no business in here, so I don't do that, but that's why the suppressor shows up in that cutscene. Right here. But get to see the name. The suppressor with an E. The suppressor. Close enough, I guess. There's something weird about this guy here. Yeah, we can go pick up the box upstairs from here. This guy sleeping, standing up. There's a call about it.
Even though the genome soldiers are strengthened by gene therapy, they still need to sleep. You can move safely while they're napping.
The genome soldiers were specially trained so they can enter into a light sleep anytime and still remain in attack posture. Be careful not to make noise when you're near them.
When they're yawning, their eyes are closed, so they shouldn't be able to see you. Be careful with your timing, and you'll be okay.
So there's a canon explanation. They train to do that. You know what's funny? When you pick up the suppressor in VR, it's actually spelled correctly. Which means it's not the exact same item box that they copy and paste. I guess they had to retype a name for it. Maybe remake the whole thing. Anyway, you know what's actually kind of funny? You're currently staring at about $6,000 right now. That Knight's Armament suppressor that goes on the Mark 23. Yeah. They're rare. They're on Gunbroker for like $6,000. Oh god. But another thing about this guy, I swear, I don't know how to trigger it, but they talk in their sleep. If you stare at them, if you just hang around them for a long time, they will dream or talk in their sleep. They will dream of, I guess, finding an intruder. So sometimes they say things like, "Who's that?" in their sleep. But I still don't know how to trigger it to this day. Just eventually it happens. Seems like you have to look in first person though. You can see the LOD change there when I go in first person. Tapping in and out first person. Come on, do it. Also, Campbell's advice is completely wrong. When they yawn like that is when they actually open their eyes for a split second. And when they're asleep, that's when they can't see. Come on, dude. That's the thing. I swear. We'll sit here until we get it. Now the gun isn't 23k, it's only 2k. Come on, say it. I have no idea what triggers it. Also, no, I did not watch GDQ. But, I mean, I know all the little tricks and skips and whatnot that they do for those runs. So, Come on. I swear I'm not crazy. I just have no idea what triggers it. Let's just try staring at him for a long time. Yeah, I tried watching one of those all bosses runs. Just because it's all bosses doesn't mean it's glitchless. So, This guy is not cooperating. Maybe we need to be really close. Oh, there you go. What the fuck? When I look down? I don't think it's related. There you go. That's what they say when they spot you.
Who's that?
Oh, there you go. Again. What's the deal with that? Was it because I was looking up and down? Maybe? I don't know. Well, okay.
Who's that?
There's another. He's dreaming on finding intruders, I guess. And there's another pretty crazy detail, actually. Exclusive to MGS1. But let's not do it with this guy because it's actually kind of dangerous. Let's do it with the other guy outside. Yeah, we can kill him now, but it doesn't matter because I'm about to get an alert anyway. Atfrig, thanks for the 78 months. So here's the insane detail that only MGS1 has. Not even 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. Which is more realistic. If you fire a suppressed weapon close to the enemy, they'll still hear it and still notice it. See? Who's that? He turned around because I fired suppressed still, but too close to him. It's a really crazy detail. I don't know why they don't do that. You have to be pretty close to be fair, but I don't know why they don't do that anymore. Because that actually makes a lot of sense. This guy's actually gonna turn this way. Yep. I don't know. I said it was gonna turn that way and I went there anyway. Oh. Farming alerts now. Alright, alright. Look, all I'm saying is that Meryl said she has more hiding places than men. And Baker's trying to warn us about the dangers of Muff. So those two things have to be related. Oh sweet, we got a ration out of it. Yeah, let's go pick up the box now. Cynic Bang with the 31. Thank you. Who's that? I think there's another line that they say. Forget what it is. Alright.
What have you got there? A cardboard box?
Yeah, remember that trick?
That's the snake I remember. Those poor fools won't know what hit them.
A cardboard box, huh? Just like Zanzibar.
It saved my skin more than a few times in outer heaven, too.
Getting the maximum use out of ordinary on-hand objects is the first principle of survival. It's especially important in covert operations.
I haven't forgotten what you taught me.
A cardboard box? I heard stories from my uncle, but I always thought he was pulling my leg. I've got no comment.
Yeah, one of these calls is not like the others.
A cardboard box. A cardboard box usually consists of a thin pasteboard with a corrugated paper center. They are usually made of recycled paper. It was first invented in Europe over 100 years ago. It was originally used to absorb one's sweat when wearing hats. With the same amount of wood to make one wooden box, you can make 6 or 7 cardboard boxes. And since it's recyclable, it's highly economical. In addition, it's strong and easy to store. That's why it's widely used for packing. But to avoid damaging weapons and other delicate instruments when shipping them, they should be packed in stronger boxes like wood or something. Also, the crevices should be filled with styrofoam to prevent them from moving around. So, anyway, what's with the box?
Oh, nothing. No big deal.
If you ever needed to know exactly what boxes are composed of. And Nastasha goes all nerd on boxes. But then I get the feeling that Snake kind of feels maybe embarrassed to tell her what he actually uses a box for. It's like, oh, no, never mind. Let's see, we don't really need to go there. Can't open the door. He has a similar call with the rope as well. What have I been up to? Moving. And dealing with all that. So this guy's awake now. Once you get an alert in here, he's not gonna sleep anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh shit. Oh shit. that again, okay? Or not. Oh, there goes a ration that I found. Oh well. He is indeed awake now.
Be careful, Snake. That airlock is set with infrared sensors. You probably can't see them with your naked eyes, but there are infrared beams coming out of that wall. Touch any one of them and the doors will seal off and the place will be flooded with poison gas. Somehow you've got to get through without setting off those sensors.
Somehow, huh?
Snake, that room is set with infrared sensors. You should be able to see them if you had some smoke, cigarette smoke or something.
Sorry, but these are smokeless cigarettes.
You mean those cigarettes that are designed to cut down on secondhand smoke? Oh, well, don't worry. If you blow the smoke in the direction of the infrared sensors, you should be able to see them. That was a good idea, bringing the cigarettes, but don't smoke too much. Cigarettes make you weak in mind and body. They are bad for you.
Yeah, about that. Smoke a little bit. What stands with the 88? Thank you so much, man.
Are you smoking?
Yeah, so what?
Didn't you know that cigarettes contain benzopyrene, a chemical that leads to lung cancer? We now know that when benzopyrene enters the body, it changes to benzopyrene diolipoxide, BPDE, and attaches to the receptors on the p53 gene, the gene which causes lung cancer. The BPDE attaches to the p53 gene in 3 specific locations and causes precancerous changes to the lung tissue.
You know a lot about science, but you don't know how good a cigarette tastes in the morning.
Nuclear weapons, nuclear reactors, hazardous waste. We are constantly being exposed to plutonium and other radioactive materials. Compared to that, smoking seems not so bad, no?
But you just said... Oh well. Let's make Mei Ling
What can
mad.
I do for you, Snake? Snake, are you smoking a cigarette? Cigarettes are poison. They kill people. Didn't you hear what Dr. Naomi said? He that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death. Is that why you smoke, Snake? You're too afraid of life?
Damn. Yeah, the joke is that Naomi is the one who dies of cancer, but we don't think about MGS4 while playing 1, please. We don't have the thermal goggles now, but that's okay.
Snake, be careful. There are claymore mines around there. Use a mine detector.
Who are you?
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? The informant from the Watergate scandal?
Never mind about that.
You're not using burst transmission. Are you nearby?
Listen, there's a tank in front of your position waiting to ambush you.
Who are you anyway?
One of your fans.
Can I get a claymore somewhere? Oh, there you go. Okay, let's see what happens with the tank, because the tank can go a number of different ways.
Snakes don't belong in Alaska. I will not let you pass. Send him a message. That's right, you belong on the ground. You should crawl on the ground like the snake you are. Come, let's fight.
Throw the match, thanks for the 39 months. How can you use the mine detector without the radar? That's the trick, you don't. If you pick up the mine detector on hard or extreme, it just says, this item is useless. You dumbass. Why'd you pick it up? The description of the item actually changes. Come on, get Freds. Nope, okay. This is probably the most RNG prone and thus hardest boss in MGS1. Oh, you fucker. Are you serious? He literally just moved away from it. Ah, fuck. Where did that grenade go? That'll do half damage. This guy. Yeah, really messy tank, but whatever.
I'll see how you like this.
Oh, he moved. Oh, we'll have to finish it with this last grenade. Nice. There is another little Easter egg that I forgot to do here. It's Raven flexing out of the tank. I don't think there's anything for dying 5 times now.
Well, boss, I hope you are happy. He got the card.
We'll play with him a little longer.
You would be wise not to underestimate him.
What did you think of him?
He is just as you said. In battle, he is as if possessed by a demon. Much like you, I would expect no less.
See? I told you so. But I will kill him.
So, General Ivan, I hear he took your hand as well as your dignity.
Watch your tongue, shaman.
In the language of the Sioux people, Sioux means snake. It is known as an animal to be feared.
Well, Snake is mine now. When I meet him next, I'll take special care of him.
Not yet. Don't kill him yet.
He and I will meet again in battle.
Same prediction as always?
Yes, the raven on my head. It thirsts for his blood.
Well, I helped clean up my inventory a little bit. I have grenades.
Be careful. You absolutely must not use weapons in that area.
I've already programmed the nanomachine so that he won't be able to, Colonel.
What? What are you talking about?
Have you forgotten? That's where they keep the nuclear warheads. Can't you see them?
Yeah, there's lots of boxes piled up here, but are they all warheads?
Yes, they're all dismantled warheads.
They just leave them here? It's like President Baker said. Totally careless.
They're working on a limited budget. They try to put on a pretty face for the media, but this is the grim reality of it. Nastasha knows lots more about it than I do.
All of the warheads in those boxes have had their detonation mechanisms removed, so there's no fear of them exploding. But if the warheads are broken, they might leak plutonium, and that would be a serious problem.
Snake, never use your weapon on that floor.
Guess we can call Nastasha for some more nuclear nerding. Yeah, there was that Kojima tweet recently about ID locked weapons, and he pretty much confirmed that the Colonel was telling the truth in MGS2. Although this isn't really the exact same thing. They use nanomachines to lock your weapons away, but it's not ID based, I guess. Anyway, let's take a look here. In the MGS4 podcast, we learned that these TARPs exist to decrease the polygon count, as this area pretty much maximizes what the PS1 can do in terms of polygons. And they wanted to have like more areas like this. You'll be able to see through that. That's supposed to be a window. It kind of is a window in MGS4, but not here. Can't really see through it. Let's see.
Snake, that is a nuclear warhead storage area.
Are all these filled with nuclear warheads?
Yes, but their detonation mechanisms have been removed.
So I don't have to worry about this island turning into a pile of smoking rubble.
No, but if the casing is damaged, they may be leaking nuclear materials. Please, make sure you do not use your gun around there. Naturally, nuclear weapons contain plutonium. Most of the radiation emitted by plutonium isotopes consists of alpha rays. The ionization effects are strong, but if they are kept in containers, there is no danger of exposure. But if plutonium enters the body through breathing or other contact, it is quickly absorbed into the bones and internal organs. After that, there is no way to remove it. Once that happens, the victim will be constantly exposed to it, and just 1/1,000,000th of a gram of plutonium can cause cancer. That is why a plutonium leak is such a serious danger. Make sure you do not use your gun anywhere near there.
Well, wonder what he'll think of next, right? Oh, I know what we should do next. Open world, yay! It's actually kind of sad. Let me just get this real quick. Greatest weapon ever.
Those are remote-controlled miniature reconnaissance missiles, sometimes called Nikita missiles. They've got CCD cameras in their nose cones. After you fire them, they'll transmit their visual data to your monitor. You can control their flight freely in all directions. But the missiles have a limited amount of fuel. Watch the gauge carefully. Press the first-person view button to see the missile's visual data. Use them wisely.
That's a clarity quote? Durella? I don't know if you can describe my thought process as clear, but I still stand by that statement. Yes. Any day. Colonel, there's a nerd on the other side of the wall. Can't hear me because the wall's too thick. At this point, the best we can sincerely hope for is that they leave it the fuck alone. I'd be perfectly happy with just leaving, you know, MGS1 the series alone. Some people can't fathom why they haven't remade it yet, and
Snake, watch out. That place is filled with gas. Also, the floor is electrified. First, destroy the high voltage switch. It's the switchboard on the northwest wall.
But how? I can't reach it.
Use a remote-controlled missile.
if you wake up the president with like an explosion and MGS2 and then knock on the wall, he actually does hear you. I just know that they're gonna fuck it up in some way, okay? We're kinda lucky that it hasn't happened yet, but it's not impossible. There's a fam ass.
That is a FAMAS. It is a bullpup style assault rifle. It is durable and easy to use. Very resistant to overheating. It is a reliable weapon with smooth action. It can fire up to 1,000 rounds per minute. On full auto, you will empty a 25-round magazine in a few seconds.
But why is there a French rifle in a US civilian base? We shall never know. Rap Nemesis, thanks for the 18 months. More importantly, why is there like a mid-development prototype version of a version that doesn't exist?
Looks like they were cut by some type of blade.
Of a French rifle. Mass produced for a Alaskan base. God damn it.
It's a ghost.
Black Ops Fox, still here. Thank you for the 70 months. Here too. But yeah, I think the actual reason is that it's very blocky looking and easy to render in PS1 polygons and graphics. That's probably the real reason. Same with the Mark 23. Being big and chunky. Oh, but the thing that pisses me off the most about it is that it's not just that, you know, the FAMAS or the MAS 223 is impossible to find. The specific version that's in an MGS1, like I said, it's a mid-development, in-between models version that simply doesn't exist. Because it has as an enlarged trigger guard and a straight 25-round magazine and no bipod. So I can't get an MGS1 accurate loadout. Damn it. That's a huge problem.
The ninja. What? That stealth camouflage. It's him. It must be.
Snake, Emmerich's in danger. Hurry and go after him.
I don't think he cares.
In war, a split...
Nope. No, it's not the F1. It's... so the popular ones are the F1 and the G2. I think it's a G1. That's the intermediate in-between model. Which is honestly the worst of both worlds, but it's the MGS1 accurate model, so that automatically makes it the best, right? That's the thing. It is a G2, yes. No, it's a G1, sorry. It's not a G2 because the G2 has the curved magazine only. It doesn't take the straight one. And the G2 has the bipod. So there's a little thing called the G1 that doesn't exist anymore.
Who are you?
Where is my friend?
What are you talking about? Oh, what next?
Snake.
You're that ninja.
I've been waiting for you, Snake.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. I am back from a world where such words are meaningless. I've removed all obstacles. Now you and I will battle to the death.
What do you want?
I've waited a long time for this day. Now I want to enjoy the moment.
What's with these guys? It's like one of my Japanese animes.
I've come from another world to do battle with you.
What is it, revenge?
It is nothing so trivial as revenge. A fight to the death with you. Only in that can my soul find respite. I will kill you, or you will kill me. It makes no difference. Fine. He can watch from inside there.
I need that man. Keep your hands off him.
Anyway.
Now, make me feel it. Make me feel alive again.
Let's not nerd about the FAMAS too much.
Good. Now we can fight as warriors. Hand to hand. It is the basis of all combat. Only a fool trusts his life to a weapon.
Oh, great start. I really fucked that up. Just keep staying on him. Trick is always to attack before he does. Interrupt his attack, so you actually want to stay close to him.
That's good, Snake. Hurry up and catch me.
Oh boy, Meddler, you just asked the age-old question. It all comes down to preference and balance, compromise. Every gun design is a balance of features and compromises in different applications. So, as always, the answer is, it depends. It depends. That actually hit him. Yeah, you can blow up the computers here. If you want to do the trailer scene. See that.
Do you remember, Snake? The field of battle. The clashing of bones and sinew.
Especially destroy the one that they use in MGS 4, so that doesn't happen. Yeah, that one.
That's good, Snake. Hurt me more.
If you really want to get into the in and outs of why bullpups and their applications, there's a good video on YouTube about it. It's literally called Why Bullpups on InRange TV. Oh, you're gonna teleport again. Vixen, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. 179, thank you. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The frames, the frames. That was a little... Okay, so the ninja is connected to my internet, obviously. Because as soon as he's started doing that, it lagged. Luckily, the new drop all the way, just a few frames. More. Oh, I don't have a grenade. Oh well. Let's do something stupid and punch him. Even though you don't need to. Oh god. I had to time it right. There you go.
I felt that, Snake. Do you remember me now?
Can't be. You were killed in Zanzibar. What? Not again. What's happening?
I'm losing myself.
Is it over?
Gray Fox. Colonel, that ninja is Gray Fox. No doubt about it.
Ridiculous. You of all people should know he died in Zanzibar.
No. He should have died, but he didn't.
What?
It happened before I joined Foxhound's medical staff. They were using a soldier for their gene therapy experiments.
I never heard that.
It happened right after you retired. My predecessor, Dr. Clark, was in charge.
Dr. Clark?
Yes. He started the gene therapy project.
And where is he now?
He was killed in an explosion in his lab 2 years ago.
So what about this soldier?
Apparently, for their test subject, they decided to use the body of a soldier who was recovered after the fall of Zanzibar.
And that was Gray Fox.
But he was already dead.
Yes. But they revived him. They fitted him with a prototype exoskeleton and kept him drugged for 4 years while they experimented on him like a plaything. Today's genome soldiers were born from those experiments.
That's the sickest thing I ever heard.
They used him to test all sorts of gene therapy techniques.
Naomi, why didn't you tell us about this sooner?
Because it's confidential information.
Is that the only reason?
Naomi, what happened to Gray Fox after that?
The record says he died in the explosion.
I see. But even if that ninja is Gray Fox, the question is, why?
From what I could tell, he didn't know who he was.
Are you saying that he's just a mindless robot?
I'm not sure, but he seems intent on fighting me to the death. We'll meet again. I know it.
So you'll fight again? Until you kill him?
I'd rather not. But maybe that's what he wants.
How long are you gonna stay in there?
Huh? Are you one of them?
No, I'm not. I always work alone.
Alone? Are you an otaku too?
Come on, get out. We can't stay here forever.
Your uniform is different than theirs.
You're the Metal Gear Chief Engineer, Hal Emmerich, right?
You know me?
I heard about you from Meryl.
Oh, so you're here to rescue me?
Sorry, but no. There's something that I've got to do first.
Oh, well, at least you're not one of them.
Huh. Are you hurt?
I'm okay. I just twisted my ankle a little bit trying to get away.
Well, if that's all, it's nothing to worry about. I want to ask you something. I need information about Metal Gear.
Huh? Metal Gear?
Yeah. What's Metal Gear really designed for?
It's a mobile TMD. It's designed to shoot down nuclear missiles. Only for defensive purposes, of course.
Fire! I already know that Metal Gear is nothing but a nuclear-equipped walking deathmobile.
Nuclear? What are you talking about?
The terrorists are planning to use Metal Gear to launch a nuclear missile. You telling me you didn't know?
They're gonna put a dismantled warhead into Metal Gear's TMD missile module?
Wrong. From the beginning, the purpose of this exercise was to test Metal Gear's nuclear launch capability using a dummy nuclear warhead. The terrorists are just continuing the work you started.
No, you're wrong.
I heard it directly from your boss, Baker.
No. A nuclear missile on Rex?
So you really didn't know?
No. All the armament was built by a separate department, and the President personally supervised the final assembly of the main unit.
President Baker?
Yeah. I was never told exactly what they armed Rex with. I only know it's equipped with a Vulcan cannon, a laser, and a railgun.
A railgun, you said?
Yeah. It uses magnets to fire bullets at extremely high velocities. The technology was originally developed for the SDI system and later scrapped. We were successful in miniaturizing it in a joint venture between Arms Tech and Rivermore National Labs. The railgun is on Rex's right arm.
Metal Gear's main function is to launch nuclear missiles. You sure you're not forgetting something?
It's true that Metal Gear has a missile module on his back that can carry up to 8 missiles, but are you saying it was originally meant to carry nuclear missiles?
Yeah, but that's not all I think. If Metal Gear fired only standard nuclear missiles, then they should already have all the practical data they need.
No. Could it be? Metal Gear's co-developer, Rivermore National Labs, was working on a new type of nuclear weapon. They were using Nova and NIF laser nuclear fusion testing equipment and supercomputers.
So they developed a new type of nuclear weapon in a VR testing lab, huh?
Yes, but you can't use virtual data on a battlefield. They would need actual launch data. These are some of the supercomputers. If you link these, you can test everything in a virtual environment. But it's all just theoretical.
So this exercise was designed to test the real thing.
What did our president do? If the terrorists launched that thing... Damn! Damn! I'm such a fool. It's all my fault. The truth is, my grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project. He suffered with the guilt for the rest of his life. And my father, he was born on August 6th, 1945.
The day of the Hiroshima bomb. God's got a sense of humor, all right.
3 generations of Emmerich men. We must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into our DNA. I used to think that I could use science to help mankind, but the one that wound up getting used was me. Using science to help mankind, it's just in the movies.
That's enough crying. Pull yourself together. Where is Metal Gear? Where on this base are they keeping it?
Rex is in the underground maintenance base.
Where's that?
North of the communications tower, but it's a long way there.
The emergency override system for the detonation code is there too?
Yeah, in the maintenance base control room. You'd better hurry. If they were planning a launch from the start, then their ballistic program is probably finished. And since they haven't called for me in a few hours, they must not need me. In other words, they must be ready to launch.
Meryl's got the detonation code override keys. We'll link up with her.
If we can't override the launch, we'll have to destroy Rex. I'll show you the way.
On that leg of yours, you'll just slow me down.
You'll need me if you're gonna destroy Rex.
I don't need you. I just need your brain.
I created Rex. It's my right, my duty to destroy him.
If you get a chance, try to escape. When the coast is clear, I'll contact you by codec.
How am I supposed to escape from an island?
Okay.
So what then?
I want you to hide somewhere and keep me informed. You know this place well, don't you?
Of course I do. And don't worry, I've got this. It's the same stealth technology as the Ninja. Foxhound was gonna use them, but with this I'll be fine. Bad leg and all.
Good. But I want Meryl to watch after you too.
Meryl, the engineer's okay.
That's a relief.
I want you to look after him. Where are you now?
Very close.
There she is! Over there!
Oh no! Damn, they've spotted me!
Meryl, what happened?
Something's wrong.
Did you hear something? Wasn't that some kind of music?
What did she look like?
She was wearing the same green uniform as the terrorists.
A disguise?
She had such a cute way of walking. She kind of wiggles her behind.
You were really looking.
Well, she's got a very cute behind.
Way of walking, huh?
If she's disguised as the enemy, you'll have to contact her when she's alone, huh? There's only one place where we can be sure she's by herself.
Where's that?
Don't be so dense. Here, use this security card. It's security level 4.
You're not in pain, are you?
Huh?
You feel okay? Nothing bothering you?
What's wrong? Getting all friendly all of a sudden.
No, nothing. I'm glad you're okay.
You're strange.
I'm a little nervous. Everyone else I've saved suddenly dies.
You're bad luck.
Forget it, Doctor.
Call me Otacon.
Otacon?
It stands for Otaku Convention. And Otaku's a guy like me who likes Japanimation. Japan was the first country to successfully make bipedal robots. They're still the best in the field of robotics.
And Japanese cartoons played some part in that?
They did. I didn't get into science to make nuclear weapons, you know.
That's what all scientists say.
I became a scientist because I wanted to make robots like the ones in the Japanese animes. Really, it's true.
Just sounds like a childish excuse to me.
You're right. We have to take responsibility. Science has always thrived on war. Greatest weapons of mass destruction were created by scientists who wanted to be famous. But that's all over now. I won't take part in murder anymore.
Whatever. All I want from you is information.
Sure. I know everything about this whole base. Ask me anything about Rex or about this place. Also, with this stealth camouflage, I can sneak in and out of the armory and mess hall. If you need ammo or rations, just tell me and I'll bring them to you. I'm on frequency 141.12. See you later.
Alright, so we had a little bit of a picnic basket again. Well, honestly, there's so many things that could be causing that. Well, we'll have to figure out slowly throughout days, probably. Oh, speak of the devil, again. Yeah, it's just like, nope, I'm just gonna drop frames now because reasons. Maybe I shouldn't talk about it. I should get into the habit of just checking, maybe restarting my internet every day in the morning when I wake up. Damn. Of course, anywhere I go, I have shit internet unless I pay like a few $100 a month for it. Anyway, well, figure that out. It's gonna take a lot of trial and error. Alan Dave Fanfic donated $2 to save Otacon. Thank you. Oh, you guys want to see the PS1? Of course. How could we leave without looking at Otacon's PS1 with its wireless controller? A little rough, but close enough. Looks close enough. But does he actually bring you rations and ammo? So that's actually kind of removed feature. Oh my god, cut content. Apart from that one ration that he brings you in the torture room, you can't really do that. But actually, there was supposed to be, originally, the concept was at least, that there was supposed to be like a hidden room in here where Otacon would stash his hentai, I mean his anime, and his supplies. And every time you call them, you could go to that room to get rations and ammo. That was the idea. But I didn't actually make it into the game. Not that you really need ammo or anything, so that's okay. Bootleg PS1. Alright, time to look at people's asses for a while. If you come back here in MGS4, there's a Playboy magazine on the floor, so... Oh boy, where could she be? That's an enemy, right? Not yet. The guy probably gonna come back from the bathroom. Even if she goes in now, squeak, squeak, squeak. You can hear her ass cheeks squeaking because they're sweaty, I guess. She'll come back out. There's the guy. Spray and pray. Oh, there you go. She didn't see me. Squeak, squeak. Sweaty ass cheeks. We'll do that. Alright. We killed everyone except Meryl here, so... Now we can take a look. That walk. Hey, it's a plot device. And if you listen carefully, again, squeak, squeak, squeaky ass cheeks. Yes, these are very useful. I guess we can follow her now. Okay, that's... the little laugh call with Otacon, I think, is after you find her. Maybe? Let's see.
You still haven't found Meryl? Snake, she's dressed up like one of...
Okay. But here's what happens. You can't quite go in instantly as soon as she opens the door. It's like an invisible wall for a second, but if you're fast enough, you can still catch her with no pants on. But first, best call in the game.
Snake, that's a ladies' bathroom.
I know that. Saw Meryl come in here.
So you're waiting after her? Are you some kind of pervert? I won't let you save your mission now.
Listen, Mei Ling, this is the only place on the base that I can talk to Meryl alone.
Whatever, weirdo. Don't call me again.
Well, you're watching a Kojima game. It's gonna be full of stuff like that, so. Yeah.
Snake, that is a woman's bathroom. You should not be in there.
But I saw Meryl go in here.
Even so, Snake.
This is our only chance to talk alone together. I was sure she was in here.
At least we're not sniffing toilets like the ninjas do.
Don't move. That's the second time I've been able to sneak up on the legendary Solid Snake.
You're Meryl? There's no way you could pass for a man for long.
What do you mean? Hey, men aren't allowed in here.
I had no idea you were so feminine.
This is no time to try and hit on me, Snake. Besides, it's a waste of time. When I joined up, they gave me psychotherapy to destroy my interest in men.
Same smart mouth. You're Meryl, all right. Are you hurt?
Not yet. After all, I was disguised as a genome soldier.
So why'd you change? You'd be a lot better off dressed like one of them.
I got tired of disguising myself. The truth is, the uniform smelled like blood.
What's that mark?
Huh? Oh, this? It's a paint tattoo. It's not real. I was a fan of Foxhound way back, and guys like you and my uncle were in it. None of that gene therapy like there is today. You guys were real heroes.
There are no heroes in war. All the heroes I know are either dead or in prison. One or the other.
But Snake, you're a hero, aren't you?
I'm just a man who's good at what he does. Killing. There's no winning or losing for a mercenary. The only winners in war are the people.
That's right, and you fight for the people.
I've never fought for anyone but myself. I've got no purpose in life, no ultimate goal.
Come on.
It's only when I'm cheating death on the battlefield. The only time I feel truly alive.
Seeing other people die makes you feel alive, huh? You love war and don't want it to stop? Is it the same with all great soldiers throughout history?
Why didn't you contact me?
My codec was broken.
Is that all?
Shouldn't you just be happy we met up like this? How did you recognize me in disguise?
I never forget a lady.
So there's something you like about me, huh?
Yeah, you've got a great butt.
Oh, I see. First it's my eyes, now it's my butt. What's next?
On the battlefield, you never think about what's next.
So Snake, how are the negotiations going?
No progress.
So it's all up to you, huh?
Somebody's got to stop them from launching a nuclear missile.
There are two ways. Either we destroy Metal Gear, or...
we override the detonation code. You got the card keys from Baker?
Card keys? You mean this?
Where are the others? There should be 3 keys.
This is all I've got.
Where could the other 2 be?
I have no idea, but they must be somewhere. If we can't find them, we'll have no choice but to destroy Metal Gear.
Metal Gear is in an underground maintenance base to the north.
Take me too. I know this place better than you do.
You'll just slow me down. You don't have enough battle experience.
I won't slow you down, I promise.
And what if you do?
Then you can shoot me.
I don't like to waste bullets.
Got it. I'll be careful. You know, I don't use makeup the way other women do. I hardly ever look at myself in the mirror. I've always despised that kind of woman. I always dreamed of becoming a soldier. But I was wrong. It wasn't really my dream. My father, he was killed in action when I was younger.
You wanted to follow in your father's footsteps?
Not really. I thought that if I became a soldier, I could understand him better.
So are you a soldier yet?
I thought I was until today, but now I understand. The truth is, I was just afraid of looking at myself, afraid of having to make my own decisions in life. But I'm not gonna lie to myself anymore. It's time I took a long, hard look at myself. I want to know who I am, what I'm capable of. I want to know why I've lived the way I've lived until now. I want to know.
Take a good look. You won't get another chance for a while. You should wash your face, too, while you're at it.
Yeah.
This isn't a training exercise. Our lives are riding on this. There are no heroes or heroines. If you lose, you're worm food.
Yeah.
Is that FAMAS functional?
Unfortunately, it's out of ammo.
Where'd you get that Desert Eagle?
I found it in the armory. It's a .50 caliber Action Express. There was a SOCOM pistol too, but I chose this.
Huh, so I got a leftover, huh? Isn't that gun a little big for a girl?
Don't worry, I can handle it.
Come on, use my .45.
Listen, I've used a gun like this since I was 8 years old. I'm more comfortable with it than I am with a bra. If we're gonna go to the north, we'll have to go through the commander's room on this floor. The overland route is blocked by glaciers. The door to the commander's room is security level 5. This card will open it. It was inside the pocket of the uniform I was wearing.
Looks like he must have been guarding someplace important.
Okay, let's go. I know this place better than you. I'll be point man. Follow me.
We don't have the camera here, but okay. But once we leave the bathroom, we can never go back, because we're not supposed to be here. I'm not entirely sure that this uniform smells like blood. It probably smells like something else. Also, there's no sign of the underwear that she took from him. So, we must conclude that she's still wearing it. Yep.
That's strange. There's no guard.
What happened to the music?
I'll keep a lookout. Make sure you're ready, okay?
What happened to the music? Me the entire time playing Twin Snakes. Get some more ammo here. The funny thing is, in terms of size alone, the Desert Eagle and the Mark 23 are basically the same. But most likely, you know, Snake's talking about the caliber. Why does the Desert Eagle even exist? Because 50 AE, that's why.
What? What is it?
I'm gonna look at her for a little bit here. Raxo, thank you
What are you staring at?
for the 71 months, and welcome back, thank you. But the more we look at her,
Come on, Snake.
more she'll blush, and her skin tone actually changes.
Don't stare at me like that.
Yeah, basically every time she talks, her skin tone changes a little bit.
What are you doing? We've got to get a move on. What? What is it?
Of course you can see nipples poking through.
What are you staring at?
It's a Kojima game.
Come on, Snake. Don't stare at me like that.
He's like a red pepper now.
What are you doing? We've got to get a move on.
And she's starting to get bored. This is like her waiting
What?
animation.
What is it? What are you staring at?
Yeah, her entire body. If you play MGS1 Integral and get the different
Come on,
costumes,
Snake.
where she's actually wearing Snake's sneaking suit, the entire suit becomes red too.
Stare at me like that. What are you doing? We've got to
I
get a
think
move on.
we reached the maximum redness.
What? What is it?
Now that she knows that Snake likes her ass, she won't let us go behind her. Keeps facing him. So we gotta play smart with camera angles or something. Ah, there you go. Bet you didn't see this one coming. Also, for some reason, Meryl has the only like handgun holster that's actually rendered in the game. Look how red she is. We can't even go to the men's room.
Snake, what are you doing?
I need to take a
Let's go to the
piss.
commander's room.
Can't even go take a piss. And even though we have card 5 right now, the elevator's turned off, so we can't go get the PSG-1. Oops. And she's not gonna like that.
What are you thinking? Snake, let's hurry up and go to the commander's room.
Perfect time for her to get bored enough to do that. Once you wait long enough, she just takes off and waits over there. But you know what? According to my Nikita, she's an enemy. And look at it. Clear as day. And now we're gonna hide. If we can do a little glitch here. I'm safe. Nope.
What are you doing?
Demonic Fiend, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Yeah, she thinks she punched me there, so that's okay. Oh, let's do the awkward laugh call.
Thank God Meryl's okay. She's a tough one, all right. Although when you look at her, it's hard to imagine how tough.
It must be the walk.
Anyway, I'm glad she's okay.
I also got a key from her. I think I can use it to stop them from launching a nuke.
Get to Metal Gear's underground maintenance base. That's where the detonation code input system is.
Your niece is fine.
Colonel, your niece is fine.
Thank goodness.
We can't relax. Not yet.
I know. Snake.
She's quite a woman.
As commander of this operation, I can't ask you to watch after Meryl, but...
Duty first?
Maybe I was wrong. Sending my own flesh and blood to war.
She understands about duty.
I know she does.
But what I want to know is, what was the real purpose of this military exercise?
I don't know. Like I said, I'm nothing more than a middleman.
Is this transmission being monitored by the military?
Of course.
I get it. All the world's a stage and we're merely players, right?
Yes, but even players can influence the play.
I just hope we can prevent it from having a bad ending.
Now it makes sense. That's why she ends up with Johnny, because she understands about duty. Hey, Vixens. Yeah, that Twitch timing, 41 months tomorrow. Thank you. Now she's gonna start acting strange.
My head. Oh, it hurts.
What's wrong?
Don't come here, Snake.
Are you okay? What happened?
I'm fine. Okay. Let's go. Come on, Mr. Foxhound. The commander is waiting.
Now, well, when you change areas, her skin tone resets. But now, we're looking through her eyes, or Mantis's eyes. She's not gonna blush anymore, even if we look like this. She's still looking first person with the scope. And she also doesn't retaliate anymore if you hit her.
Meryl is acting kind of strange.
It could be the stress of battle. I have a friend who had Chechen syndrome. He became depressed 6 months after returning from Chechnya and took his own life. He was forced to fight people who spoke his own language, people with his own culture. He couldn't live with the guilt of it.
It sounds like PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of veterans returning from Vietnam suffered from that. In fact, many still do.
Yes, it is also similar to the Afghan syndrome. In Meryl's case, it is probably a much more short-term condition. Try to cheer her up. She'll come out of it.
And I think on this PS3, oh, I can't really go and check in the menu now, but I think this is a PS3 where I actually have all the saves that Mantis will talk about. Hopefully it's in one of these memory cards. So we should get Mantis to talk about all the games that he talks about. Also, the next call with Nastasia is gonna have like a typo in it.
Snake, how do you like me?
What the?
Do you like me? Hold me, Snake.
What's wrong?
Oh, hurry, hurry. Make love to me. Oh, Snake, I want you.
Who's that?
You don't like girls?
Get down.
Snake, Meryl's not herself. Don't use your weapon.
It's Psychomantis. He's controlling Meryl. That tune is his mind control music.
Could she be dragged?
Try to knock her out.
This next call with Nastasia is a little funky.
Meryl is definitely not herself. Could she be drugged?
Drugged or dragged? Also the way she says it, Meryl.
Meryl is definitely not herself. Could she be drugged?
Yeah. Oops.
Someone else must be controlling Meryl. Do something, Snake. Save her.
What am I supposed to do? I don't even know where he is.
He's probably somewhere close by. He's just invisible.
It's just...
How?
Stealth camouflage. A technology I developed. Stealth camouflage works by bending the light around the user in such a way that they're rendered nearly invisible. But if you had thermal goggles, you'd be able to see him. Anyway, you can't see him with your naked eyes. But there must be some way to make him show up.
It's gonna be actually slightly more annoying to do without NVGs or thermal goggles, that is. We can see him there, but like during the actual fight, he goes completely invisible. We can still find him by looking first person, because right now we're seeing through him first person. I know you can't call Meryl. From the moment that her codec breaks and you're in Otacon's lab, you can't call her anymore.
Useless woman.
Optic camouflage, huh? I hope that's not your only trick.
You doubt my power? Now, I will show you why I am the most powerful practitioner of psychokinesis and telepathy in the world. No, there's no need for words, Snake. I'm Psychomantis. That's right. This is no trick. It's true power. It's useless, I told you. I can read your every thought. Now, let me read your mind. No, perhaps I should say your past. You are a very methodical man. The type that always kicks his tires before he leaves.
He's gonna say I'm a poor
You are a
boy.
highly
Oh no?
skilled
Oh, that's weird.
Well suited to this stealth.
Because I died to Ocelot so many times.
You are extremely careful
But okay.
of traps. You are either very cautious, or you are a coward. Still don't believe me.
Let's see if we got the saves.
Now I'll read more deeply into your soul.
Oh, here we go.
See into your mind. So, you like Suikoden. So, you like Azure Dreams? You like Castlevania, don't you? You enjoy role-playing games. I see that you enjoy Konami games.
Not anymore.
You have not said often. You are somewhat reckless. I can read you like an open book. You still don't believe me? I will show you my psychokinetic power. Put your controller on the floor. Put it down as flat as you can. That's good. Now I will move your controller by the power of my will alone. What do you think now? Can you feel my power now? The demonstration is over.
Vibrations turned off, but don't tell him. Oh, let's not switch right away. Although it's gonna be a little painful because no thermal goggles, but that's okay. So if you try to do this on controller 1, what happens is that he will dodge 7 attacks. It's 4, 5. Come on. That's 6, 7. Now the 8th attack is gonna hit him. If I could aim. There we go. And then it resets. Another 7 misses. Then you can get a hit, and then 7 misses. Get a hit. So it just takes like 8 times as much. I'm not even counting anymore. Alright. Reset again. That was 1 hit. That's gonna take like forever to do it this way, but you could do it. As long as you keep dodging his attacks. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get down. Now the next one should hit him. But anyway, let's actually do few calls here. Because if you keep calling, they straight up just tell you. But first they want you to understand by yourself.
Psychomantis, former KGB psychic. He has powerful telepathic abilities. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, he came to America looking for a job. He worked with the FBI on several cases as a psychic profiler. 5 years ago, he was working on the case of a multiple serial murderer, and he got too far into the killer's mind. As a result, he became just like the killer.
So he was sort of infected by this serial murderer's thoughts?
In any case, after that, he became a sort of psychic spy working for the highest bidder. He traveled all around the world. That's when he was recruited by Foxhound. He can read people's minds. He knows every move that you're going to make.
What should I do? I've got no chance of beating him.
There must be some way.
He's a master at controlling people, Snake. Don't let him manipulate you.
But they're gonna want you to use your brain for a bit. They just hint at it.
Not everything you see with your 2 eyes is real. Destroying his spirit is more important than destroying his body.
Don't let him read you. Be a blank slate, okay? Clear your mind. He read your mind with his psychic abilities. Somehow you've got to get around him. He's using his psychic ability to read your controller's moves. That's how he's evading your attack. You've got to do something so he can't read your controller's moves. Think. There must be some way.
One more call if you can't figure it out.
I've got it. Use the controller port. Plug your controller into controller port 2. If you do that, he won't be able to read your mind.
What the fuck are you on about? Yes, it goes without saying that the MGS5 nonsense that we got is a complete retcon and not Mantis's actual original background, but yeah. So after we get this controller call, if you still can't do it, and it results in a game over, and we come back here, we'll get a different call. Yeah, you can beat him, you just have to do 8 times as much damage on controller 1, I was showing that earlier. Alright, say that we got the call, but we don't know how to switch the controller, or as a fail-safe measure, I guess, in case your second controller port is broken or something. You have to get that call and then die once, and you'll get a different solution.
Come on, Mr. Foxhound.
Vid Ace with 5 months, and Granite with the 33 months. Thank you guys. That's not really an Easter egg because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. It's more like a safety feature just in case your second controller port is busted. Oh, I totally picked up that ammo. So now they're gonna ask, is there some reason you can't change your controller port? And that unlocks something.
Snake, is there some reason you can't use controller port 2? Ah, well, it's okay. Do you see something that looks like a statue on both sides of the room?
Yeah. You mean those things with their faces all wrapped up in leather bands?
Yes. Attack those statues to uncover their faces.
Why?
Those statues were modeled after Mantis's real face. Mantis despises the sight of his own face. If he suddenly sees his own disfigured face staring at him, it might break his concentration.
Snake, if you destroy the faces of those statues, you should be able to disturb Mantis's psychic powers.
What? This doesn't make any sense whatsoever, because first of all, why would there be statues modeled after his face if he despises it? And why did they bring him with them? With him in this room? And secondly, those statues, they tell you that the faces are covered, which they are, by leather straps. But they tell you to attack the statues to uncover the faces, but guess what? If you destroy them, it just fucking destroys the face. There's no more face, so we destroy the whole thing. It's not that he sees the face now. But anyway, it's not supposed to make sense, it's just a countermeasure. And these statues actually cannot be destroyed until you die to him and get that call. So now that we destroyed both of them, he's gonna act as if we were on controller 2. So now it's not gonna miss anymore on controller 1. And I guess it also has the added benefit that he's not gonna be able to use the statues to attack you. So that takes one of his attacks away. But since you gotta get a game over for this, it's not worth it. I wonder the dialogue is slightly different in Japanese. I wouldn't know. Oh, he goes over there. Okay. Aim. Aiming is hard. I can't read you. What? Imagine aiming. Nope, nope. And go for my non-existent thermal goggles. Oops. From summoning fire whales to rearranging furniture.
Why couldn't I read your mind?
Well, Kojima already has a US company. Four, 5, 6, 7. Accurate magazine capacity. Nice.
You are powerful indeed, but I know your weak point. Meryl, stand right where he can see you and blow your brains out.
Stop! Meryl!
Little counterattack he does there is a little sneaky. Okay. Now he's gonna start freaking out and just hiding for a long time. Let's do a couple calls.
A psychic soldier, yes. Although they will not admit it, many countries have paranormal programs and use psychics in their special ops. Psychics range in power from those who can bend spoons to those who can cause natural disasters. But Psychomantis is one of the most powerful. Be careful.
He can rearrange furniture now. But yeah, actually that reminded me. There is now a Western division of Kojima Productions, not to be confused with the previous Kojima Productions LA, which failed miserably. Those were the guys behind MGO3. Probably got fired within 6 months, and then it got handed over to the Japanese division. But no, apparently there's divisions of Kojima Productions now working on, and I shit you not, movies and TV series. I wonder when we're gonna see or hear anything about that, but that was the news a few months ago. But that's the thing, you can go look it up. There's a Kojima Productions TV series and movies division. Maybe Kojima will actually get to do what he always wanted to do now. I don't know. But that's the truth.
Stealth camouflage.
Not this again.
It's true. Your enemy is a powerful telepath. But you've got more battle experience. You can do it, Snake.
God, I can only imagine what they're gonna cook up. Oh, come on, you're right here. If you can punch him, but actually does only half the damage, that's okay. Because you can keep punching him. And it's really hard to do, but if you actually manage to kick him, which means you have to miss him with the 2 punches and then get him with a kick. It actually has a different animation where he flies backwards quite a bit. Come on. Might as well get the ammo. Which is not spawning. I almost ate that. Oh, there it is. Alright, last phase now, where he goes crazy with everything. But we can just wait here, because he's perfectly aligned in front of me. Have a seat.
Colonel, your niece is going to be okay.
Thanks, Snake. I owe you one.
Now that Mantis is beaten, Meryl's brainwashing should wear off, right, Naomi?
Yes. But why did you go so far out of your way to save her? For Campbell's sake, or maybe it's because you like her?
I don't want to see any woman die right in front of me.
Oh, really? Since when did anybody's death bother you so much?
Naomi, it's true that Snake has killed a lot of people, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have a heart.
It's okay, Colonel. She's right.
So, you used the other controller. I wasn't able to read the future.
A strong man doesn't need to read the future. He makes his own.
Perhaps so, but I'll read your future. To get to Metal Gear's underground maintenance base, you have to go through that hidden door. There's a hidden door behind the bookcase. The overland route. It's blocked by frozen glaciers. Go past the communication towers. And use the tower's walkway.
Why are you telling me this?
I can read people's minds. In my lifetime, I have read the pasts, presents, and futures of thousands upon thousands of men and women.
Oh, gross.
And each mind that I peered into was stuffed with the same single object of obsession. That selfish and atavistic desire to pass on one seed. It was enough to make me sick. Every living thing on this planet exists to mindlessly pass on their DNA. We're designed that way. And that's why there is war. But you are different. You're the same as us. We have no past, no future. We live in the moment. That's our only purpose. Humans weren't designed to bring each other happiness. From the moment we're thrown into this world, we're fated to bring each other nothing but pain and misery. The first person whose mind I dove into was my father's. I saw nothing but disgust and hatred for me in his heart. My mother died in childbirth, and he despised me for it.
I thought my father was going to kill me. That's when my future disappeared. I lost my past as well. When I came to, the village was engulfed in flames.
Are you saying that you burned your village down to bury your past?
I see that you have suffered the same trauma. We are truly the same, you and I. The world is a more interesting place with people like you in it. I never agreed with the boss's revolution. His dreams of world conquest do not interest me. I just wanted an excuse to kill as many people as I could.
You monster.
Let him talk. He doesn't have much time left.
I've seen through evil. You, Snake, you're just like the boss. No, you're worse. Compared to you, I'm not so bad. I read her mind as well.
Meryl's?
I saw you there. You have a large place in her heart.
A large place?
Yes, a large place. But I do not know if your futures lie together. I have a last request.
What is it?
My mask. Put it back on.
Okay.
Like this, other people's thoughts force their way into my mind. Before I die, I want to be by myself. I want to be left alone in my own world.
I'll open the door for you. If you want to find your future, go through that door. This is the first time I've ever used my power to help someone. It's strange. It feels kind of nice.
Let's go, Meryl.
I'm sorry.
Meryl?
How could I let Mantis control my mind like that?
If you're gonna doubt yourself, I'll leave you here.
You're right.
Never doubt yourself. Just let it make you stronger. Learn something from it.
You're right. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Snake, can I ask you something?
What?
About what Mantis said. I was just wondering.
What? What's the problem now?
Oh, no, nothing. So, tell me, Snake. What's your name? Your real name?
A name means nothing on the battlefield.
How old are you?
Old enough to know what death looks like.
Any family?
No, but I was raised by many people.
Is there anyone you like?
I've never been interested in anyone else's life.
So you are all alone. Just like Mantis said.
Other people just complicate my life. I don't like to get involved.
You're a sad, lonely man.
Come on, let's go.
I always feel strange not getting the notification to switch back controller ports here after doing that.
Could there be wolves in there?
Wolf dogs. Half wolf, half husky.
How do you know so much?
I ride dog sleds. I'm a musher.
take point. Snake, you follow me.
Nope, that's a lie. That's a dead end. Oh, we don't have a piss box. Oh, we do have some grenades. Okay. Better go make that piss box quickly.
Snake, what's wrong? I thought you were good with
Yeah, if you want to fringe, go look at the description of MGS5 on Twitch. A little text description of it.
What are you thinking?
Just need some piss in my box. Well, somebody's a little confused. Let's just leave it at that.
This place is mine. I'll take point again. Stay back, okay?
But the radar isn't working. And since we can't use the mine detector either...
Leave it to me. So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?
How did you know where the mines were?
It sounds weird, but when Mantis dove into my mind, I was able to see where the mines were placed. Are you impressed?
Well, a little bit.
Only a little?
Yeah, because that was very useful.
Meryl.
What is it?
Meryl, get down! Meryl!
Snake, leave me and run.
Meryl.
I guess I am a rookie after all.
Don't worry, Meryl. It's me they want.
Even I know that. It's the oldest trick in the book. The sniper's using me for bait to lure you out.
Damn.
Shoot me, Snake.
No.
My gun. I can't reach it by myself.
Don't move.
I promised I wouldn't slow you down. I can still help. I want to help you.
Quiet down. Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget me. Now get out of here.
Meryl! Damn. Snake, it's a trap. The sniper's trick to lure you out. The sniper's waiting for you to go and help Meryl, so he can pick you off. Don't do it.
Must be Sniper Wolf, Foxhound's best shooter.
Snipers usually work in pairs, but this one's alone, huh?
I know her. She can wait for hours, days, or weeks. It doesn't matter to her. She's just watching and waiting for you to expose yourself.
Maybe so, but Meryl can't hold out that long.
Snake, can you see Wolf from where you are?
There's nowhere to hide between here and the tower. She must be on the second floor of the tower.
If Wolf is in the communications tower, she can see you perfectly. It's the classic sniper's position. At that distance, you won't be able to hit her with a standard weapon either. You'll need a sniper rifle.
Colonel, take it easy. I'm gonna save Meryl, no matter what it takes.
Okay. Thanks.
What's wrong, Naomi?
Nothing. I'm just surprised you're willing to sacrifice yourself. You got the genes of a soldier, not a savior.
You trying to say that I'm only interested in saving my own skin?
I wouldn't go that far, but...
I don't know what the hell my genes look like, and I don't care. I operate on instinct.
Like an animal?
I'm going to save Meryl. I don't need an excuse.
Okay.
And I'm not doing it for someone else either. I'm gonna save Meryl for myself. Colonel, don't worry.
Snake, thanks.
I understand. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Sniper Wolf is using a 22 conversion PSG-1. So we're gonna have to finish her off.
How could you? Why?
Told me to shoot you. You seem dazed, thanks for the 3 months.
Snake, what the hell? Are you trying to kill Meryl?
You've gone insane?
Oh, why'd you do it? Snake.
Stop it! You'll kill her!
Snake.
Got a couple more calls.
Snake, stop!
Oops.
Snake. Leave me.
That's a regular call, I think.
Snake, Meryl's in danger. Find a sniper rifle so you can shoot back at Wolf. It's the only way to save Meryl.
How could you? Why? Snake.
The terrible Snake!
Oh, why'd you do it? Snake.
No! I can't believe it. Snake has gone insane.
Snake, you're a poor excuse for a man.
There you go. We got the last call, where Campbell sounds genuinely desperate. No, I can't believe it. Yes, 720p only. I don't know if you noticed that this is a PS1 game, so you're not even really getting 720p. But even then, 1080p requires a lot more resources, and it's basically not worth it for 90% of the games. So, but the kind of bit rates you can even use on Twitch, last I checked, is like 8,000 or something that they will accept. Used to be 10, and it definitely went lower after that. So, with games with a lot of movement, with a lot of stuff going on, even like a Metal Gear game, it's just not worth it. That 1080p PS1 experience, I know. Yeah, there's a call with Otacon where he tells you where to find the PSG-1. So but we can't actually get the real PSG-1 called in Nastasha yet because all they're going to talk about is defeating Sniper Wolf, I think. How expensive would the PSG-1 be? Those that rarely show up. Be anywhere from like 13k to 30k. It's very arbitrary because, you know, it's at that point it's an auction and it's very rare that they even show up at all. I think the cheapest I've seen was 13k, and then the recent one was like 20, 30 something. Yeah, Kojima likes to put expensive guns in his games. But you know what? The PSG-1 is actually one of the easiest MGS1 guns to get. All things considered. So let that tell you just how crazy it is. Yeah, it's just, you know, the HK tax and the fact that they're obviously out of production when they're rare. And pop culture memes associated to it with it. Not just MGS, but yep.
You got a PSG-1. You can use that against Sniper Wolf. Hurry up and save Meryl.
Yes, yes. Okay. Damn, that was too much backtracking. Okay, I must hide my power level of nerd level. No, Naitos. Simply put, no. You're just trolling me. Come on, man. All bullpups look the same, right? No, we were talking about this earlier. Now, it's not just that the FAMAS in itself is a unicorn. The one in MGS1, the exact model in MGS1, is a rainbow flying unicorn because it's an intermediate, mid-development intermediate model that wasn't really adopted. So, yeah. That's not happening. Turn around, please. Get a ration? Am I actually... Nope. Okay. We'll be fine. Miku, good to see you. Thank you for the 41 months. But the real people we have to blame for the choices of guns in MGS1 are the airsoft company Tokyo Marui. Because that's what they base the guns on. Mix of 3 development levels of Mark 23 and impossible mass model. So it's not even like the developers, like they base it on those airsoft versions. Do we have drugs? Yes. Haha, perfect. Never go snipe without drugs. Siphon filter? Man, that's a blast from the past. Even more than this. Maybe, I do have it. Just fucking set people on fire with a taser. Nope. At least they're not MGS5 guns. I know, right? At least they're real. Come on, go hide behind a pillar. Damn, she's really camping me. It's almost as if she's a sniper. Come on. Her reaction time in Extreme is very quick, so it's not a great idea to poke your head out while she's aiming at you. Eh. Okay. Slowest 308 in existence. Hold on, drugs. I think that got her, but I want to get a couple calls while the bullet is traveling downrange.
Sniper Wolf is Foxhound's best sharpshooter. Everyone knows that women have more patience than men, but Sniper Wolf can go for a whole week with no sleep, no food, the sight's never straying from her target. And on top of that, she takes diazepam, so her hands never tremble.
You got a PSG-1. You can use that against Sniper Wolf.
Yes, yes.
Stay out of her range and
Oh, I guess we're not getting a diazepam call because I don't have it equipped.
stay out of her range.
Oh well. We can get some more sniping lore stuff here.
The most important tools you need to be a good sniper are the senses that you were born with. No amount of training can change those. If your senses are dull from the beginning, you'll never be a great sniper.
Now there's actually model bullets. There's definitely not hit scan because it's slow as fuck to get there.
According to the SWAT manual, the longest a shooter can stay adequately focused on his target is 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the observer and the shooter change places. Sniping is usually a two-man job. It looks like your target is stationary. If you've had enough practice, it shouldn't be a difficult shot. The scope of a sniper rifle is extremely powerful. On the other hand, it's got a very narrow field of vision. If you're searching for your enemy's position, it'd be better to use your binoculars. The most important tools you need to be a good sniper are the senses that you were born with. No amount of training can change those. If your senses are dull from the beginning, you'll never be a great sniper.
Very encouraging words.
According to the SWAT...
Okay, Nastasia's calls are even better.
Get on your stomach. Fire from the prone position. It would be good if you had a tripod or something stable to balance your weapon on. If you do not have that, hold the weapon firmly under your armpit and keep it still with your chin. Line up your target in your scope's crosshairs. Most soldiers can hit a target at 300 meters. I have a friend who can hit one at 520 meters.
Cool story. How does that help me?
To be a good sniper, you must have nerves of steel and lots of patience. Sometimes you have to sit in position for days, barely moving a muscle. The most important thing is to wait for your opportunity and then take it. A slight tremor in your hand can cause you to miss a target 60 meters away by a half a foot or more. Concentrate. Hold your breath and try to stop your hand from moving.
Man, actually, after doing some long range shooting myself, these numbers don't seem so impressive anymore. It's 520 meters is like... I forget, is it like 0.9 per yard or something? Like yard to meters is pretty close, it's like 0.9. Yeah, it's 0.91. So. How very specific. 568 yards. Okay. I mean, you can do that for a 5.56, but okay.
The most important thing is to zero your rifle scope. If you do not zero your sight correctly, you will never be able to hit your target. Your sight might be slightly off, so it would be a good idea to try a test shot. If it is off, you will have to take some lead for that when you shoot.
Don't worry. This was Sniper Wolf's rifle.
What?
Ah, in that case, you had better not mess with it. At a distance of 400 meters, a 1 degree difference in air temperature will take you about 1 centimeter off your target. Atmospheric pressure will affect your shot in the same way. That is why you have to aim differently depending on the conditions.
But the Magnus effect.
Have you ever heard of the Magnus effect? Normally, a rifle bullet rotates and curves slightly to the right. That is called the Magnus effect. Think about Comrade Magnus when you are lining up your crosshairs. Get on your...
Okay, that's it. That's the last call. What did Otacon have to say about it?
What is it?
Wolf, I just forget it.
Haha, nerd. Oh shit, I missed. Figures this whole time. It was there, just miss. Ladies, thank you for the 25 months. Okay, we'll do one more. That would have worked so much better if after Otacon's call, Sniper Wolf went down right away. Look at his face. You
need to make snap decisions.
He's back to his generic calls now. Okay. Uh-oh.
Snake, wouldn't now be a good time to save your mission? You haven't saved your mission in a long time anyway, right?
What's going on?
I'm not sure. I'm getting a bad feeling.
Bad feeling? Something you ate?
No, I'm serious. Like a premonition or something.
You know what? I'm actually gonna save. Who knows what's gonna happen? Power, internet, torture,
Snake,
fail.
it's all up to you.
Yeah. So if we go up here, we'll see bloodstains coming down. He's nowhere to be found. Nah, I wish I had some C4 to kill rats with. Let's see. That was the easy sniping part. The actual sniping challenge is here. Let's see if we can get it from here. Those little fucks. There they are. Sometimes these rats just take off super fast, so you can't even get them. Oh, there you go.
Snake, we don't need a rat trap. We need someone to stop that goddamn nuke from getting launched.
But... the rats are nuclear.
Snake, is killing rats really that fun?
Yes.
Torturing small animals is a sign of a warped mind, you know.
I'm not torturing them, I'm killing them. I doubt they feel anything. Oh, look how fast that guy took off. Like, there won't be much left of a rat after you hit it with a 308, so it's like, I don't think they would feel it. Damn it. Oh no, the drugs are worn off. Oh no. Oh, fuck. Okay, whatever. Maybe one of those rats would have been Big Rat, yeah. Although we probably have more than 10 alerts, because I've been fucking around here.
It's hard to miss when you're this close. Toss your weapon over here. Slowly. You are a fool to come back here. Stupid man.
A lady sniper, huh?
Didn't you know that 2/3 of the world's greatest assassins are women? Do you want to die now? Or after your female friend? Which will it be?
I'll die after I kill you.
Is that right? Well, at least you've got spirit. I am Sniper Wolf, and I always kill what I aim at. Oh, you're my special prey. Got it? Oh, I've left my mark on you. I won't forget it. Until I kill you. You're all I think about.
Take him away.
Don't kill me yet. I'm alive. Leave it to me. I want no more accidents like that DARPA chief.
Yes, he's my target. Mine.
Can you hear me, Solid Snake?
He's tougher than I thought.
Do you know who I am? I always knew that one day I would meet you. The man who stole what was rightly mine. The man who stole my birthright.
Forget it. Your body is strapped down tight.
Me? I'm the man you stole everything good from. And now, after the sacrifice of our brothers, after 30 long years, finally, the two of us meet. The brother of light and the brother.
We're not really supposed to be able to see down, but
It's no use. We've taken away all your weapons.
you can mess with it.
Don't worry. They're safe. But you won't be needing them anymore.
Do you need his DNA too?
Yes. I want a sample while he's still alive. We need it to correct the Genome Soldier's mutations.
Then we'll be able to cure them?
No. We still have to get our hands on Big Boss's DNA.
Don't make me laugh. These shackles are steel.
Have they given in to our demands yet?
Not yet.
They won't give in. They're all hypocrites, every one of them.
Is that your opinion as a Kurd?
They always put politics first.
That's right. That's why they want to avoid any leak about their precious new nuclear weapon.
Boss, it looks like our friend is awake.
There definitely is a resemblance, don't you think, little brother? Or should I say, big brother? I'm not sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You and I are both the last surviving sons of Big Boss. It's me. Really? Then what? Oof, those idiots! All right, Raven. I'll be right there. They're not responding to our demands. We launched the first one in 10 hours as planned.
Damn Americans.
Looks like you read them wrong.
Something's funny. Normally the Americans are the first ones to the negotiating table. They must think they've got something up their sleeves.
So it's come down to it, has it? We're going to launch that nuke and ride it all the way into history.
I've got to take care of some launch preparations. You're in charge here, Ocelot.
What about you? Want to stay for the show?
I'm not interested. It's time to feed the family.
So you prefer your wolves to my show, huh?
Ocelot, don't screw up like you did with the Chief.
Yes, I know. That was an accident. I didn't think a pencil pusher like him would be so tough.
Well, his mental defenses were reinforced by hypnotherapy.
Boss, what about that ninja?
He's killed 12 men. Whoever he is, he's some kind of lunatic.
Bastard took my hand. How could he have gotten in here?
Perhaps there's a spy among us. Mantis is dead. We've also got to find out what killed Baker and Octopus. We're short-handed, so make this little torture show of yours as short as possible.
Torture? This is an interrogation.
As you wish. See you later, brother.
Your woman is still in this world.
Meryl.
Catch you later, handsome.
Once she picks a target, she doesn't think about anything else. Sometimes she even falls in love with them before she kills them. Finally, just the two of us. How are you feeling?
Not bad. Caught a nice nap on this revolving bed of yours. Too bad I was sleeping alone.
Glad to hear that. This is some bed, all right. I'm about to show you some of its nicer features.
Where are my things?
Oh, don't worry. They're all there. Washington was taking quite a chance sending you here. Someone must have had a lot of faith in your skill, huh, carrier boy?
So, Metal Gear's armed with a new type of nuclear warhead, huh?
Why don't you go ask Campbell for the full story?
The Colonel?
By the way, you got an optical disc from President Baker, didn't you?
What if I did?
Is that the only disc? There's no other data?
What do you mean?
There's no copy? If not, that's fine.
Is Meryl okay?
She's not dead yet. Wolf must have been feeling generous, but if you want her to stay that way, you better start answering my questions right now. You were holding one card key. Where are the other two? What's the trick behind that key?
Trick?
That weasel of a president said there's some kind of trick to using the key.
Hell if I know.
I see. No problem then. We're going to play a game, Snake. And we'll find out what kind of man you really are. When the pain becomes too great to bear, just give up and your suffering will end. But if you do, the girl's life is mine. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Don't even think about using auto-fire, or I'll know. I'm going to run a high-voltage electric current through your body. If it's just for a short time, it won't kill you.
But I never heard that before.
You're a tough guy, Snake. But I've got some bad news for you. You're no POW. You're a hostage. There's no Geneva Convention. No one is coming to save you. Starting to feel a little scared. Good. You should be. Okay, let's get started. Okay, here we go.
So we'll go ahead and survive the first torture. And I'm trying to think of something that I found out recently, actually. What was it? I thought the maximum amount of tortures you could get is 3.
How did you like that?
But it's actually 4.
Shall we go again?
Ah, shit, I need to remember how I did that. Because it's a minimum of 2 if you don't want to give up. 3 if you mess up.
We're not finished
And 4 had to do with the ketchup being used in a certain way to mess up. Ah, I gotta see this. Let's see. Regain health.
Still okay? Want me to go on? Can you take one more?
Yeah, button mashing is one of those skills that you have to learn for Metal Gear games. So. But what makes this a little easier is that you actually have more time to regain health even after damage stops. Like that.
Make it easy on yourself. One more time.
Well, I can still do this. Oh, I think I remember how to get the 4th one. It's weird because it's... Like, Ocelot only has dialogue for the first 3, I think.
You don't want to die like this, do you? I could do this all day.
He says that, but that's the last one of this session.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. You're the boss's brother, all right. Your brother, he's an amazing man. Who else could shoot down 2 F-16s with a Hind helicopter? The Les Infanteries project was not a total failure. He is the one man who could make my dream into a reality.
Yeah, when I did that weird challenge of just keep resetting or save stating or I guess load save states over and over to do the torture. It went on for like over an hour. I got bored of it at one point. I think I can do it enough.
Looks like I got a roommate. The DARPA chief? What a stench.
So we can't get out now because I resisted the first torture. So all we can do is wait for the next one. After the second one, you get a chance to leave. And if you mess that up, there's a third one. And I thought that was it. But apparently there's a very specific combination of events that you can also use to mess up the third one. Because usually Grey Fox comes and breaks you out if you mess up 3 times. But I think what it is if I attempt to escape with the ketchup at the third wave, then Grey Fox doesn't show up because the game thinks I'm already leaving with the ketchup, but then you mess up the ketchup and you get a 4th one.
Snake, are you okay?
I've been better.
How's Meryl?
They've got her.
Damn. Snake, the government has decided not to give in to their demands. We're trying to buy some more time.
Come on, Colonel. Why don't you stop playing dumb? I'm sorry about Meryl, but I want the lies to end now.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear was designed to launch a new type of nuclear warhead, wasn't it? You knew it all along, didn't you? Why did you try to hide it?
I'm sorry.
Can't tell the grunts, huh? You've changed a lot. Metal Gear, secret advanced nuclear weapons research. Does the White House know about this? How deep does it go?
As far as I know, as of yesterday, the president had not been briefed about the Rex project.
Need-to-know basis, is that the idea?
These are sensitive times. Even subcritical nuclear tests are causing quite a stir.
Plausible deniability, huh?
Yes. And tomorrow, the President and his Russian counterpart are scheduled to sign the START 3 Accord.
I get it. That's the reason for the deadline.
That's right, Snake. And that's why we can't let this terrorist attack go public.
We still haven't even ratified START 2 or dealt with the issue of TMDs. This has to do with the President's reputation and America's place as the dominant superpower.
So patriotism is your excuse for circumventing the Constitution?
Please, Snake. Just stop them.
Why should I?
Because you're the only one who can.
In that case, tell me the truth about this new type of nuclear warhead.
I told you before. I don't know the details.
I don't believe you. If the situation is so serious, why don't you give in to their demands? Let them have Big Boss's remains.
You see...
Or is there some reason that you can't do that? Something you haven't told me about?
Publicly, the President has been very vocal in his opposition to eugenics experiments. We don't want the existence of the Genome Army to go public.
And that's the only reason? Huh. Hell with you.
I'm sorry.
The corpse of the DARPA chief is lying right here next to me.
Oh man.
But it's strange. He looks and smells like he's been dead for days. All his blood's been drained out too.
Drained?
Maybe to slow down decomposition?
I have no idea.
But the chief only died a few hours ago, right?
Right. But he's already started to decompose.
What could it all be about?
Something in his blood that they wanted?
I doubt it. Just the nanomachines in the transmitter.
Did the chief tell them his detonation code?
I'm afraid so. It looks like they've got both codes and are nearly ready to launch.
Damn. Is there any way to prevent it?
It seems that there's some type of emergency override device that can cancel out the detonation code. It's a countermeasure that Arms Tech installed secretly. You have to unlock it with 3 special card keys.
And where are those keys?
I've got one of them. I don't know where the other 2 are. Besides, I'm locked up here.
We've got no choice. Forget about the keys. Your top priority now is to destroy Metal Gear itself. I'm sorry to have to lay it all in your lap, but you're all I've got. Bust out of there and get to the communications tower. Also...
What?
I know it's asking a lot.
Meryl, right?
Yeah.
I'll save her.
Thanks.
I'm afraid it's been...
Wow, that timing.
9
Liquid Snake, thanks for the 9 years. The Mass 404 also with the 77, thank you guys. Yeah, there will be some sort of solo marathon of MGS 1, 2, 3, 4. Sometime later this month. At the very least. And then when we coordinate again with 3 Dog, those big 3, 5, 7 days marathons will happen again. Kinda don't want to mess this up. I want to get these 4 sessions of torture.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
Alright, so this is number 2.
Okay, I'll tell you once more. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. I fought wars in Afghanistan, Mozambique, Eritrea, and Chad. Among the Mujahideen guerrillas, I was known and feared as Shalashaska. I was trained by the Russian GRU. I am not like one of those KGB slugs. To me, this isn't torture. It's a sport.
You're all just a bunch of sadists.
Don't confuse me with those uniformed fools. Well, shall we begin?
Yeah, there's some potential for a memery there.
Okay, here we go.
MGS1 the recut. I was known and feared as Chad. Alright, let's do this session too.
How did you like that? Shall we go again?
But yeah, Ocelot fought some important wars in Afghanistan, telling Big Medic about all the snipers and enemy helicopters.
Had enough yet? We're not finished yet.
Apparently he was too busy to get out in the field, because, you know, he's supposed to be working for the KGB. But he's always there whenever there's a sniper or helicopter.
Still okay? Want me to go on?
Also somewhere on Mother Base.
Can you take one more?
As we know, there's multiple Ocelots on Mother Base, so that all makes sense. Ocelot is a ventriloquist, a time traveler, and a body double.
Easy on yourself. One more time.
I wish I was kidding. But nope.
Come on. You don't want to die like this, do you? I could do this all day.
I'm just gonna tap this one slowly. It's the last one. I'm actually just using my thumb now. Casually. Okay.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. We live in a sad age. Imperialism, totalitarianism, perestroika. 20th century Russia has had its share of problems, but at least they had an ideology. Russia today has nothing.
They're struggling between freedom and order, and with that struggle, a new spirit of nationalism has been born.
The boss has a close friend high up in the Russian government. He's currently the head of Spetsnaz. He's agreed to purchase this new nuclear weapons system. The Hind was just a down payment.
So you're in this for money?
I don't need money. I want Russia to be reborn, to lead a brave new world order.
Okay, we should probably save now, just in case I fuck it up with trying to get the 4th session torture.
Snake, are you okay? I feel so scared for you. It must be horrible.
I've been through a lot worse, believe me.
Wow, you really are a hero. It's a good thing the codec is connected directly to your inner ear. You can contact us anytime. It's always nice to hear that you're all right. Why don't you contact the Colonel? If anyone can think of a way out, it's him.
Yeah, the torture is longer, depending on the difficulty level. The amount of, like, sessions is the same, it depends on how you react to it, but each session has different waves, and that changes on the difficulty level.
Please, Snake, don't give up.
Alright. That's why we're getting, like, what, 5 or 6, I think? Because it's extreme difficulty.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah. Nothing new to report.
Snake, is there anything I can do?
Yeah. My arm hurts.
Nah, the ketchup disappears if you don't use
I'll
it.
increase the level of painkillers in your blood.
Okay, but you can leave out the Benzedrine. That stuff makes me too frisky.
I guess you're not feeling too bad after all. Snake, put the controller up against your arm.
What?
Don't worry, it'll feel good.
Huh?
Okay, here I go. How does that feel, Snake? A little better?
How did you do that?
I stimulated your muscle fibers with the nanomachine cilia. That's about all I can do for you.
Naomi, please talk to me. Say something to take my mind off the pain.
What can I say?
Anything.
I'm not a very good talker.
Please. Tell me about yourself.
Myself? That's a tough one.
Any family?
That's not a happy topic for me.
I don't have any family. No. Wait. There was a man who said he was my father.
Where is he?
Dead. By my own hand.
Big Boss.
What? Big Boss? I had no idea.
There was no way you could. It happened in Zanzibar 6 years ago. Only Snake and I know the real truth of what happened there.
So, is it true? Was Big Boss really your father?
That's what he said. That's all I know.
And you were able to kill him, knowing that?
Yup.
How?
He wanted it. Besides, some people just need killing.
That's patricide.
Yup. That's the trauma that Mantis was talking about. The one we share in common.
Is that why you left Foxhound?
Let's just say that I needed to be alone for a while, and Alaska was the perfect place.
Snake. I didn't have a real family either. Just a big brother who put me through school. We weren't even blood related, and he was much older than me.
Where is he?
He's dead.
I'm sorry.
Snake, is there a woman in your life?
After you've been through as many wars as me, it's hard to trust anyone.
Friends?
Roy Campbell.
You're still calling me friend?
Is that it?
No. There was another. Frank Yeager.
What?
Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, and the only member of Foxhound ever to receive the code name Fox. Gray Fox.
I learned a lot from him.
But didn't you try to kill each other?
It's true. We did, in Zanzibar. But it was nothing personal. We were just professionals on opposite sides, that's all.
And you still call yourself friends?
Hard to believe. War is no reason to end a friendship.
That's insane.
I first met him on the battlefield. He was being held a prisoner of Outer Heaven, but he didn't look like a prisoner to me. He was always so cool and precise. I was still green, and he showed me the ropes.
You knew him well?
No. We never talked about our personal lives. Sort of an unwritten rule. The next time I saw him on the battlefield, we were enemies. We were fighting barehanded in a minefield. I know it sounds strange to most people, but we were just two soldiers doing our jobs. It's like a sport.
Men in their games. You're like wild animals.
You're right. We are animals.
So if you were friends, then how do you explain the ninja's behavior?
I don't know.
It's your genes. They make you predisposed towards violence.
You really like talking about genes, Naomi. Why did you get into genetic research anyway?
I never knew who my parents were, or even what they looked like. I guess I got into genetics because I wanted to figure out why I am the way I am.
So you studied about DNA?
Yeah. I thought if I studied my genetic structure, I'd find out who I really was. I thought that by analyzing a person's genetic information, I could retrieve the blank spots in that person's memory.
Memory is stored in DNA?
We're not sure, but we know that a person's genetic fate is determined just by the sequence of the 4 bases in their DNA.
So what about my fate? You know my DNA sequence, don't you?
Your fate? I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Of course not. You're a scientist, not a fortune teller.
Way to ruin it. P is stored in the balls? We have no idea. Alright, so now Johnny's gonna take another shit.
Oh, my stomach! Oh, damn it!
And we don't need to, but we can call Otacon. Makes a little bit more sense.
Otacon, are you still okay?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth camouflage, that is.
I have a favor to ask. I need your help.
I was wondering when you'd ask. What should I do?
I've been captured. I'm locked up here in this cell.
What cell?
There's a big torture machine nearby.
Okay, I know it. It's close. I'll be there right away.
Ah, of course, a torture machine at work. Everybody has one, right? You know it. He doesn't seem to be surprised by it. Anyway, now he's just gonna spawn into existence here.
Hey, I'm here.
Where?
It's me.
Otacon.
Wow, they even captured you.
Hurry, get me out of here.
Let me go. That hurts.
Hurry up.
Is that how you ask a guy a favor? Let me go. Jeez, it's like an animal's cage. Oh, what a smell.
Because of him.
Yeah, it's the DARPA chief.
You don't hurry up and get me out of here, I'll be laying next to him.
Those bastards. This lock won't open with a security card. You need a key like the soldiers carry.
So what are you doing here then?
I thought you might be hungry. If you need more food, I can bring some more later. Also, I got you this level 6 card. It'll get you out of that torture room. Here, take this too.
What's this?
It's a handkerchief. I got it from Sniper Wolf.
Why?
I don't know why, but she's nice to me.
Sounds like Stockholm Syndrome to me.
I was taking care of the dogs here. After the terrorists took over, they were planning to shoot all the dogs. But Sniper Wolf stopped them. She even let me feed them when I asked. She likes dogs. She must be a good person. Please don't hurt her.
Wake up, you idiot. She's the one who shot Meryl.
Well, that's all I can do.
They're planning to launch a nuke. I've got to stop them.
Then you have to get past the communications tower.
First, you have to get me out of here.
Come on, I'm trying my best.
That guard's got the key. You'll have to take him out.
Give me a break. I'm no soldier. I can't take anybody out.
You have to.
I'll be killed. Oh, jeez. He's coming back. See you later.
Wait.
So we could use the ketchup here and or mess it up. But what's actually weird is I guess I don't search Snake in between tortures. We can keep this for the next one, which I never thought about doing until recently. So we just literally fucked this up any other way just by being around. Is he not gonna see me?
Huh? He's gone! Hey!
Okay. So we fucked up. Escaping now. So we gotta do a third session torture. And normally that's where I stop, because that's when the ninja comes to break you out if you fuck this up. But if you try to use the ketchup after this and fuck that up, there's a fourth one, which kind of still blows my mind, because for like the longest time I thought it was just 3, and then you have no escape. I mean, no option but to escape because the ninja comes.
Snake, it's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
So this will get me a little bit more dialogue out of Ocelot. And I don't think the 4th session has any, because that would be really rare, unique. Extra dialogue. I don't think there is any.
Okay, I'll tell you once more. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Okay, here we go.
Also, the third session torture does a little bit more damage, because this is like the punishment for fucking up. Like, the game gives you a chance to escape, and you fuck it up. So this hurts a little bit more. I'm probably not gonna be able to be full health at the end of this.
How did you like that? Shall we go again?
So this is the third session, and there is a fourth. I don't think you can get a fifth. Yeah, this is definitely a little tougher, I think. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just bad.
Enough yet? We're not finished yet.
Maybe it was just bad. That thing next to the bed is all of my equipment. Nah, this is hurting a little bit more.
You still okay? Want me to go on? Can you take one more?
It's not much. It's like maybe 10% more, but it's definitely something going on with the third one. Maybe it's the frequency of how often you get damaged. Yeah.
Make it easy on yourself.
This is more punishing.
One more time.
Definitely more punishing.
Come on. You don't want to die like this, do you?
Wait, this is the last one already? Okay.
Could do this all day.
See, overall, it took a lot more damage from this. Still not enough to kill me, but damn. If it was a couple more waves, it'd be trouble.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think. You're a soldier. You should understand. You and I can't continue to live in a world like this. We need tension, conflict. The world today has become too soft. We are living in an age where true feelings are suppressed. So we're going to shake things up a bit. We'll create a world dripping with tension. A world filled with greed and suspicion, bravery and cowardice. You want the same thing that we do. Liquid Snake is the one. He is an incredible man. He is the man who can really make it happen.
I guess I should mention, since we're nearing the last session of torture, that, well, for now Meryl is saved, and that the nation war is gonna end once we don't get a chance to pick anymore what's gonna happen. So I always thought for like the last 20 years that now is when you have no choice but to escape, because Grey Fox comes and breaks down the door. Which is what would happen if I don't do anything right now. But if I use the ketchup now, that actually prevents Grey Fox from coming here, which is crazy. Blows my mind. It took me 20 years to figure it out. Because the game thinks, oh, I'm escaping with the ketchup, so Johnny actually comes back. Nice.
That's better.
Yep. No Grey Fox. And of course, since we're just using the ketchup, we can still fuck it up. Yeah, he doesn't even care. Okay. So we fucked up. Again. Because they let me keep the ketchup. Yeah, it was a pretty quick shit too. So now we're gonna go into the fourth session of torture. He's gonna fall asleep. You don't get to see that very often too. The ending you get doesn't depend on... Oh, he woke up with an exclamation point on his head? That was weird. The ending doesn't depend on how you break out of the cell. It depends on whether you submit to the torture or not. I wonder if there's anything... Oh, I think I tried. I tried also hiding under the bed after the 4th. There's no 5th. Because there is technically something else we could try, hiding under the bed. Yeah, it's gonna be weird, because it's gonna be another session of torture, number 4.
It's showtime. Ocelot wants you.
I wonder if it's gonna hurt even more than the 3rd one. But I guess if Meryl's gonna die, she has to die now before this is over. And then Ocelot's not gonna have any dialogue.
I'll tell you once more. Press the circle button repeatedly to regain your strength. When you've had enough, press the select button to submit. When your life reaches 0, the game is over. There are no continues, my friend. Okay, here we go. How did you like that? Shall we go again? Had enough yet? We're not finished yet. Still okay? Want me to go on? Can you take one more?
I'm trying to figure out if this is the same as the 3rd in terms of damage, maybe even more.
Give up. Make it easy on yourself.
It is getting hard. I don't know if the 3rd and the 4th are the same or the 4th is actually worse. Might be the same. There's also the fact that the more you do it, the more you get tired. But it's like I actually have to try now.
Come on. You don't want to die like this, do you? I could do this all day.
Alright, at the end of this, the nation war goes away, because no more chances to kill Meryl. Oh, okay. Damn.
You're a strong man. Well, that's enough for now, I think.
And he doesn't say anything. That's so weird. I think now we really don't have a chance to stay in cell anymore. We have no choice but to escape when the ninja shows up. Damn.
That's all I can do for you, Snake.
Snake, that's a prison cell. You can't open the door from the inside. Somehow, you'll have to get the key off the guard.
Yeah, but how?
Why don't you try disappearing?
A little late for that.
Normally, when a soldier is taken prisoner, he should only give up the big 4. That's name, rank, serial number, and date of birth. But you're not any old soldier, Snake. I don't want you to tell them anything. Fortunately, you're strong enough to resist. Don't say anything to tease or anger the person torturing you. If you make him mad, it'll be that much worse for you. You'll need to save your strength. If you get a chance to eat, don't pass it up. A prisoner can't be choosy. You need to get your strength back so you can escape when the opportunity presents itself. Snake, you'll get a chance to escape. Make sure you take it.
Liquid just casually telling you not to tell him anything. Yep.
Snake.
I think that's it.
Just because you are locked up does not mean there is no chance of escape. Keep your eyes and ears open, and when you see a chance, take it.
Yeah, my first thought when I realized this was, oh, we can still disappear with the bed after the fourth one. You see, there's a fifth one. But I'm pretty sure that I tried this, and even if you do this, Grey Fox will appear. Anchor Broth, hey, thanks for the 15 months. Yep, there he is. Now we don't have a choice. We had to leave. Funny thing is, Johnny will never come back until I get there, close to Ninja. So he's taking the longest shit of his life right now. Until we leave.
The guard is only human.
Yeah, they don't acknowledge that at all.
That's all I can do for you, Snake.
Hello, the door is open.
Snake, you'll get a chance to escape. Make sure...
What happens if you return to the cell? He just walks in and starts shooting you. Because the door's broken.
Otacon? So you're here to get me out.
Now you can never call. Mr. X? Wrong game, dude. So even if I want to be like, no, keep me in, he just comes in to shoot me. And he has an animation to do it under the bed too. Look at him. Well, since Meryl survived, I guess we should be canon about this, right? We just lure him here, and and that's how you deal with him. Not over yet. That's the cherry on top. Lovely. Ooh, what's this? Really, Hemp Mind? You still haven't gotten him to do it? Maybe 3 Dogs a vegetarian, who knows? Anyway, we're gonna keep this so we can get the calls when it's about to go off. And now there's a call with Otacon that changes depending on how you break out of the cell.
Looks like you escaped. I'm glad.
No thanks to you.
Too bad. I thought you'd be able to figure out what my plan was.
What are you talking about? I was just lucky that security was careless.
So that changes if you escape using the ketchup. Otacon says something like, "Oh, so you figure out what my plan was." Snake says, "I can't believe it actually worked." But if you fail, Otacon basically thinks you're stupid. "Oh, I thought you'd be able to figure out it was." Let me just check. Okay, we have plenty of chef grenades. So what kind of sucks now is that I can't get the body armor because we don't have thermal goggles. Oh well. Oh, we can actually get the PSG-1 call now that there's no more Sniper Wolf around.
Excellent. That is a PSG-1, one of the best sniper rifles in the world. It is accurate enough to shoot cleanly through a 2.5 centimeter square from a distance of 100 meters. Unlike other sniper rifles, the PSG-1 is not bolt action. It is semi-automatic. Its best feature is that it allows for rapid fire. When you are shooting over long distances, the slightest tremble can make you miss your target by inches. Try to keep your hands as still as possible.
Just realized that she basically said it's a 1 MOA rifle, but with the wrong units. Ah, fuck. Probably sub MOA too, but damn. If I shot a sniper rifle, I mean, how do you define a sniper rifle? A DMR, anything with a long barrel and a scope, anything that's like, you know, the action is tuned towards accuracy. It's hard to define because there's many options for shooting a full rifle caliber in real life. You could make a really tuned up AR-10 and call that a sniper rifle, but it's not technically correct. So I guess not one of those like designated ones, but there's that line where you could call things sniper rifle. It's not really like a real term. A rifle with a scope? My AR has a scope on it. That doesn't make it a sniper rifle. That's the catch. That's the thing. Oh shit. No, an SVD is more of a DMR specifically. But the thing is, just going out of your way and making like a super accurate like 6.5 308 rifle. But you could just make an AR-10, I don't know. But strictly speaking, I wouldn't call an AR-10 a sniper rifle. It all depends on how you configure it. It's a much more involved answer than just yes or no. Okay, so there's no need to go to B2 because we're not getting the body armor there. Let's see, we also haven't done the Claymore call.
Those are Claymore mines. Unlike other mines, which are planted underground, Claymores are set up above ground and are designed to produce maximum damage in a wide fan-shaped area. When they go off, they spray 700 1.2 millimeter steel pellets in a 60-degree pattern, much like an oversized shotgun. Traditionally, Claymores use a tripwire to set them off, but those Claymores are a new type. They are camouflaged using the new stealth technology and are equipped with sophisticated motion detectors.
Every sniper rifle has a scope. Simo Haya would like a word with you. Yeah, you can shoot the PSG-1 under the door. It doesn't do shit. Also, that guy who copy-pasted the definition of a sniper rifle ending with uses of the military sniper. I guess the PSG-1 is not a sniper rifle then, because it's not a military rifle. See, it's such a wonky, wobbly term. That is just... It's like 60% is a video game term and 40% maybe a real life term. Wait, we have the handkerchief now. They only like the box because I had the little wolf pup hiss on it. They don't automatically like the box. Okay, now that there's 60 seconds left, we get a call.
Snake, there's a bomb planted in your items. Hurry, throw it away.
Who the hell are you? One of them?
You'll find out soon enough.
Good thing there's a cutscene that freezes time here.
Save your strength.
I was a fool. I wanted to be a soldier. But war is ugly. There's nothing glamorous about it. Snake, please save yourself. Go on living and don't give up on people. Don't forget
So
me.
you can actually tell in this call coming up if she's alive or dead. If she's alive, Campbell will say she knows prisoners are a part of war.
Snake, about Meryl.
Colonel, I'm sorry.
Listen to me.
I wasn't able to protect her.
Snake, she's a soldier. She knows that prisoners are a part of war. She joined up of her own free will. I'm sure she was prepared for this.
No, you're wrong. Meryl thought she had to become a soldier. Thought it was the only way. She said she thought it would bring her closer to her dead father.
She said that?
She wasn't ready for real combat. I shouldn't have pushed her so hard. It's all my fault.
That's not like you, Snake.
Master.
Cutting off the music like that is genius.
But I just couldn't listen anymore.
Master.
Snake, you can have regrets if you want to. It's only natural. But you can't keep attacking yourself for things that happened in the past. That road leads to madness. Believe me.
He's right. Don't kick yourself. It doesn't suit a legend like you. I'm sure Meryl's just fine.
Mei Ling.
Snake, forget about Meryl. Stop Liquid. That's what Meryl would want too.
You're right. Meryl would say the same thing.
Snake.
What?
Meryl. She's pretty special to you, huh?
Yes, she's special. There aren't many women like her around.
That's not what I meant.
She's the Colonel's niece and a combat buddy.
Is that all? Come on.
This is like a police interrogation.
No,
I guess it's in the genes.
The genes? What are you talking about, Colonel?
No, I just remembered about Naomi's grandfather. I think Naomi said he rose as high as assistant secretary in the FBI during Edgar Hoover's time.
Is that right?
Yes. Yes, he was Japanese, and he became a special undercover investigator to nab the mafia.
When was that?
Oh, sometime in the 50s, I guess.
Where?
New York, I think.
Naomi, I thought you didn't have any family.
Well, I researched it after I became an adopt. My grandfather was already dead by the time I learned about him. I never even had the chance to meet him.
Oh.
Snake, good luck.
Watch your back, Snake.
Evan Ace, thanks for the 77 months. And according to the timer, that took 2 seconds, that whole thing. I actually want to go back because there's a call I want to get with Liquid. Master. Yeah. Before he gets into his helicopter, you know. So we're gonna wait until there's like, what, 10 seconds left? There's another call. Whoever was asking if I'm finishing MGS1 tonight, yeah. Yeah, we're in for a few more hours. You can do that. The call is 20 seconds. Okay.
Snake, get that bomb out of your items. Select the bomb in the equipment window and press the circle button to throw it away. Hurry, throw it away.
It's just a handheld C4 that Snake throws. Okay.
That was a close one, Snake.
Ocelot, you'll pay for that. That Deep Throat's a real enigma. He's definitely from inside their ranks.
Is he an informer? Maybe some kind of renegade? I've got the feeling there's some other force at work here.
Let's see. I had trouble getting this call last time.
Don't suddenly look into
Yeah, because... Okay, so he's supposed to say something about that, but now... I guess because we're here, he's talking about being in the dark.
Plan your strategy based on the
Damn.
enemy's position.
Yeah, I think we need to stop sooner than this to call him about it, because he genuinely gets mad about it.
Once you give up hope,
Because he doesn't know that Ocelot did that. So that you genuinely get to see Liquid get mad at Ocelot for trying to kill Snake in such a sneaky way. It's a call where he goes like, that he never should have. Whatever. Okay. Because that's just Liquid coming out, getting mad at Ocelot. But I think we need to get it sooner. Like maybe right after the torture and you get the equipment back. We can do that. Well, next time. As soon as we cross this door, he's gonna...
that inner voice that warns you when danger is nearby. You can't learn that in training.
Yeah, okay. As soon as we cross the door here, he's gonna get into his helicopter. TF Biko, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Uh-oh. He must be in bathroom. Oh well. Now I'm kind of low on stun grenades, but okay. Second time I do this with no body armor, for different reasons, but still. Earned ride with the 80 months, thank you. You should probably start chugging grenades soon, yep. No, we're not skipping. Wow. That's what I get for not getting more stun grenades. They're gonna catch up, I think. Yeah, they're actually faster than me here. Oh, shit. We could sit here and just shoot all of these guys as they come up. They take quite a few hits. These are like super guards. But they're not actually endless. We could kill them all. I remember I used to think it was just endless until you run away. MotoJP with a 30 months, thank you. But yeah, it doesn't matter because we're gonna get a health refill here. And some rope lore. Yeah, those guys take a lot of hits to die and they do double damage compared to regular guards.
Rope? If it is at least 12 millimeters thick, lightweight, and hard to cut, you should be able to rappel with it as well. It is not a hemp rope, is it?
No, it looks like it's made of nylon fibers.
Good. When hemp rope gets wet, it loses its flexibility. It would not be good for rappelling, but that rope sounds like it will not be a problem.
Strange to think that this is basically the only time that you have between getting the rope and using it. You can call Nastasha about it. Let's see. We did all the weapons. Now, there's a call where the Colonel is a little bit of an asshole here. And there's something weird going on with like his next line in the call doesn't make sense until you call him again and realize that that's actually the second part of the next call. Because like, oh, you're tired? Then climb down.
I made it to the roof.
You must be exhausted, Snake.
It was no big deal.
Snake, I'm monitoring you closely. Your heart rate is elevated and your breathing is shallow.
What's the matter, Snake? You out of shape from all that dog mushing? Then climb down and proceed north.
See, that sounds a little off, a little out of place. What's that? You're out of shape, then climb down. But it's actually the second part of this call here.
The walkway should be right in front of you. Cross it to get to Tower B. Then climb down and proceed north.
See, now it makes sense. The tone was off too. I wonder if that's intentional or just they messed up putting that second part of that call there. That's funny though. You're out of shape, then climb down.
Damn!
Snake! I'm afraid I can't let you get past here.
Liquid.
You're not going any farther. Die!
Uh-oh. Little frame drop there, maybe. If only I had a rope. I could use that rope I found.
It's a long way down. If only I had a rope. I should be able to use that rope I got.
What are you going to do? Take on a hind with your bare hands? Now you're mine!
If I stay here, I'm finished.
So that line changes depending whether you picked up the rope or not. But I feel like they should have changed both lines, because that also sounds a little funny. If you don't have the rope, Snake says, there should be one somewhere around here, and you would have to climb all the way back down, pick it up, and then come back here. Let's see if I can do this without taking too much damage.
Here's how to repel. Press the X button to jump away from the wall. While you're away from the wall, press down on the directional button to drop down. If you jump while pressing right or left on the directional button, you can make a big jump in that direction. If you press and hold the circle button while using the directional button, you can walk slowly across the wall. If you're careful with the timing, you should be able to dodge the gunfire from behind while you rappel down. If anyone can do it, you can, Snake.
So what was that call I want to get with Otacon here, but I get too carried away and forget to get it. Ooh, that was close. Okay, let's do it now.
Wow, Snake! You're like an action movie star.
Totally different.
Huh?
This is real, not some prearranged stunt. If I screw up, there are no retakes.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah. What am I doing? Humping the wall. Ah, the steam got me. Ah, the gunfire got me. Fuck. Yeah, for humping the wall too much. Because you could do this and climb slowly, but nobody does that. Speaking of Steam, here's a completely unrelated question. So how does the God of War PC release run? Is it like a stupid port? Is it decent? Does it make your PC melt? Does it require 3090 Ti to run? Or is it a meme port? Or... I'm actually kind of curious about that. It's good? Wow, okay. Because you never know. Going from console to PC, a number of things can happen. There's plenty of stupid ports out there. So I have absolutely no idea what it's like. Just figured I'd ask the experts in Twitch chat. Oh fuck, I missed the last guy. Okay. I'm actually thinking of maybe doing that. Because yeah, I played a little bit on PS4, but I didn't really want to get into the whole, you know, late game grinding and unlocking things when I knew it was going to come out on PC too. I assume it runs higher than 30 FPS. Please, God. Maybe at 60 if they're really generous. Musical door. Liquid just likes to blast the high and D theme as soon as he sees the door open. The whole time that you're in the communications towers, Miller doesn't pick up. I was showing that earlier. As soon as you cross the door into tower, he must be on the bathroom right now. Wait, that's not him.
Snake, why don't you try the door that leads...
Oh, it's because he's blasting music. If you look carefully, there's actually no one in that helicopter because this is like a lower detail model of it, a gameplay model, I guess. But during the cutscenes, you can see that there's liquid in the gunner seat in front, and then the seat in the back, that's actually the pilot. And there's a random genome soldier in there. So the guy who gets all the credit for being able to pilot the Hind in the blizzard and whatnot, I should be that random genome soldier. Oh. And he fucks off as soon as he busts out the stinger. Time for the Kojima predicting Twitch call here.
It looks like Liquid really wants to have a showdown with you. I'm looking at Mei Ling's digitally enhanced satellite images right now.
Snake, he's waiting for you. He's just circling around like a buzzard.
I hope everyone's enjoying the live broadcast.
Sorry, Snake. I wish I could do something to help.
Snake, I don't like it. Please don't go up to the roof.
I have to. I can't run from this one.
Oh my god, Kojima predicting Twitch, how did he know? 20 years in advance. Let's take a look at the heavy ass metal crates that Otacon will move for us. Uh-oh, can't go upstairs. Imagine Kojima on Twitch. Imagine the chat. This doesn't work. We can even look down here and we should get mystery sound effect.
The way to the top is blocked, huh? Well, we can worry about that later. Why don't you go and see what's happening below?
Snake, I'm heading your way.
What are you talking about?
There's something I've got to ask you.
Well, what is it?
Well, you see, I'll ask you when I see you. Bye.
Wait a minute.
Only a nerd can move these crates. Snake couldn't possibly do it himself. Alright. Why is everyone calling me Kojimbo? I'm not sure, Electrobob. Could it be maybe he was talking about VR? I know that Kojima likes to talk about how impressed he is by some games. Like apparently GTA 5 really made him clench his anus, which is why we got fucking caught with the vehicles in MGS V. Kojima was really impressed by, what was it, Crysis, GTA 5? He probably doesn't have any time to play. I mean, that guy has to watch 3-4 movies a day, right? How can he play any games? Anyway. $1 from Kojima, but I'm already here. Well, now you need to give me the remaining $79,799,999 of MGS 5 budget. Because that's 80 millions that went down the drain. But thank you. So if we listen carefully here, we can actually hear Otacon moving those crates. A good thing he's moving it for us.
Don't shoot! It's me, don't shoot! It's me, Snake!
Otacon, how'd you get here?
Well, it wasn't as dramatic as your entrance, believe me. I'm afraid of heights.
You were watching?
Yeah, I was watching. I was riding in the back of their truck, thanks to the stealth camouflage.
How did you get up here?
The elevator, of course.
The first floor of the circular staircase was destroyed.
That's why I took the elevator.
The elevator was working?
Yeah, that's right. You're incredible. Like a movie hero or something.
No, you're wrong. In the movies, the hero always saves the girl.
You mean Meryl? Sorry. Forget I said anything. Snake, there's something I've really got to ask you. It's why I followed you up this far. Have you ever loved someone?
That's what you came to ask?
No, I mean, I was wondering if even soldiers fall in love.
What are you trying to say?
I want to ask you, do you think love can bloom, even on a battlefield?
Yeah, I do. I think at any time, any place, people can fall in love with each other. But if you love someone, you have to be able to protect them.
I think so too.
I have a favor to ask.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, it'll be easy.
I told you before I don't want to hurt anyone.
I don't want you to either.
Okay.
The elevator is stopped down there. I want you to get it to move. You see?
That's weird.
It was working before, but now it isn't.
Maybe the panel's broken.
Can you fix it?
It was working before. If it's the mechanism, leave it to me.
I've got to go and swat a noisy fly.
Okay. I'll stay here and hold the fort. Good luck.
You really look like hell. Are you okay?
Don't worry. If I do this, it doesn't matter. I just pretend like I'm not here, and then I'm not scared.
Strange logic. I'm counting on you.
Alright, now the crates are nicely stacked together, so we can go up here. Ooh. Close. What are you guys talking about Konami lawyers all of a sudden? What? Oh yeah, there's people who try to remake MGS1 and probably still doing it. But I don't remember whatever project it was. They got caught, essentially. They got in trouble and they turned it into a, like a virtual VR museum equivalent, which is basically like maybe the dock area and the heliport, like first few areas just plastered with like Metal Gear posters all over the place. So they went from trying to remake the game to have like a virtual museum so that they wouldn't get in trouble for it. That's one project that I remember about. I downloaded that shit, I never opened it. Let's see. Maybe we'll check it out. Maybe they even advanced it in all this time. Who knows?
You have Stinger missiles. Now you have at least got a chance against the Hind.
Only a chance?
Well, you are not exactly evenly armed. That Hind is a monster. You have only a small chance to win, but at least it's better than no chance.
That's a pretty grim analysis, Nastasia.
To shoot down that Hind, you will have to get to a place with good visibility. Do not try to fight him in that walkway. Get up on that roof where you will have a clean shot at him.
I don't think she's actually going to talk about the Stinger, though. Maybe?
You have Stinger missiles.
Yeah.
Now you have at least got a chance against the Hind.
Actual Stinger call will have to wait until after the fight. Ah man, I want to do a mono TV, but I'm too lazy to quit.
So, the snakes finally come out of this home. Are you ready now, my brother?
Why are you calling me brother? Who the hell are you?
I'm you. I'm your shadow.
What?
Ask the father that you killed. I'll send you to hell to meet him.
Okay, I guess we should do it. I don't know. I kind of want to see how it works with the new audio setup.
Snake?
That's okay, that's the only reason I'm going to do it.
Don't give up.
Alright. Don't give up. Dead. A mono TV. So if we go to our options and switch the sound to mono, I'm actually curious how that's gonna show up on my my audio feed. Is any different? Maybe not, but the two channels are just synced now, and more importantly, that changes the gameplay and the call here. Crazy well hidden Easter egg. Although it's not really supposed to be an Easter egg, it's supposed to be the game talking shit about you if you're actually on a mono TV. That option would be on by default. So.
Liquid means to bring this to an end now. He obviously planned this.
Maybe the broken elevator was all part of the trap.
Mean he fiddled with the elevator to get me out on the roof?
You'll have to destroy that hind, Snake.
Yeah, they make fun of you.
Use your ears, Snake. You should be able to tell where he's coming from by the sound of his rotor blades. Huh? Snake, you're not using a stereo TV?
It can't be. A mono TV. Well, Colonel, there's nothing we can do about it.
I guess you're right. Snake, don't worry about it. There's more to being a good person than just having a stereo television. You can do it just the way you are.
A mono TV.
Mei Ling, you know, the visual and audio specialist, talks shit about you when you have a mono TV. Makes sense. Mono television's got a sub from somebody. Thank you. More importantly, now we can tell which side the sound is coming from. The rotor sound of the hind, which is the whole point of that call. You actually can't tell which side he's on. So it does make the boss fight more difficult. Yeah, it's just all over the place. You can't tell which side he is. Okay, so he's over there, but even if I look like the opposite side. Yep. So, yeah, I don't want to do that. .2022 equivalent is consoles still targeting 30 FPS and failing. Oh god. What am I doing? Let's go to the options. Pickers with a 65. Thank you. Too late to save, Meryl. Wrong menu again. I can do it. Every video game developer is still targeting 30 FPS for anything new released. now should just automatically get boycotted and shamed publicly, but okay. Okay, now we can actually hear which side it is on. Oh, isn't technology just great? Fire Lord Van with the 68 years, thank you. Oh shit. Remember last time a bullet just hit me after like an hour of being in the air? It was some funky shit. I mean, the truly embarrassing thing is, I know that this is like a dead horse now, but not only they're targeting 30, they're failing it. So it's like, those games that target 30 still drop to like 20, 18, 24, I don't know. So it's like double ridiculous. Oh well. Okay, he should go into phase 2 now. That was close. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh, I kind of deserve to get hit there. If you just let him stay up, it turns into that. The trick is to stay on him and hit him as soon as he comes up. He'll go back down. And I fucked up the timing for the second hit. This is on the PS3. Whoa, make up your mind. Holy shit. I kept going up. The music. It was going up and down repeatedly. Sometimes that happens. Okay, good thing I need to empty my stinger anyway. Last one. So that makes the ammo respawn. But we can get some more for later. Get some calls actually.
Your best chance is to hit him while he is circling. When his nose isn't pointed at you, that is your opening. Shove a stinger missile up his butt.
Just for that call alone. Up his butt.
Snake, are you okay?
So far, how are you doing?
sorry. The elevator's not working yet. It's strange. There's no problem with the motor, and the power is on. I need a little more time.
Oops. I wonder why Master is not answering.
Liquid means to bring this to an end now.
Oh, we already got this call, I guess. And this is the regular version of that call.
Use your ears, Snake. You should be able to tell where he's coming from by the sound of his rotor blades.
That's it. They don't talk shit if you have stereo.
You'll have to destroy that hind, Snake.
That machine gun can rip you to shreds in seconds. When it is facing in your direction, you'd better hide in the shadows up there. You cannot move while operating your Stinger missile. Focus your sights on that bird as soon as it shows its tail. When its gun turret is aimed at you, quickly hide in the shadows. Use your R1 button effectively.
What?
That hind is equipped with infrared and night vision equipment. It can fly even in pitch darkness. But there's one thing. Only a handful of pilots in the world could operate a hind in a blizzard like this. The IR and night vision equipment would be useless. He must be flying on manual. That means your chap won't work.
See, the guy who should get all the praise for being able to fly hind in the blizzard, it's not Liquid, because Liquid is in the gunner seat. It's a random ass genome soldier sitting there that we never know about. Oh, you can see him there.
See you in hell, Liquid. That takes care of the cremation.
Ah, but of course, Dame. That guy.
Snake, the elevator's working.
You fixed it?
No, that's the weird thing. It just moved by itself. It's headed your way now.
Is that so? Okay.
That explosion before, what was it?
Oh, I had to take out that helicopter.
Helicopter? That's incredible, Snake.
Listen, I just want to make sure again. This is the way to get to where Metal Gear is being stored?
Yeah. The entrance to the underground maintenance base is towards the back of the snowfield ahead.
Okay. Find a safe place to hide out for a while. I'm going underground.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
And stay out of my way. Don't try to be a hero or anything.
Okay. Call me if you need to.
That takes care of the frame rate. That's actually an artistic choice to have the slow-mo frame rate. Go with the flames. I remember always being surprised at how tall those flames are. Because in order to see them from the top of the tower, from all the way down where the hind crashed, like, damn. I also left 5 stingers here, so now we have 10. Threw that a little early. Never mind, we're good. Okay. Using gun cameras to number the floors here, basically. fat break. The funky elevator only goes floor 9 and 1.
Snake, there's something I forgot to tell you before.
What?
There were 5 stealth camouflage prototypes in my lab.
Yeah, so?
If you take out the one I'm wearing, that leaves 4.
Hey, this isn't first grade math class.
I thought I'd get one for you. So I went back to the lab and...
Yeah?
The 4 suits were missing. Also, about the elevator that I checked out, it's really strange. It was like someone was intentionally holding it.
When you were riding on it, did the weight limit warning go off?
That's another thing that bothered me about it. The warning went off, and I know I couldn't be over the limit.
How much do you weigh?
About 135, but that elevator had a weight limit of 650 pounds.
It would take at least 5 people to go over that limit.
Look out, Snake! The guys who stole my
Damn.
stealth prototypes are in there with you!
That's a shitty elevator, 650 pounds.
Snake. Now die!
Also, I'm pretty sure these guys are heavier than 135 pounds. What the hell am I doing? Flip them all over the place. And these guys actually have a lot of health, so it's better to just snap their necks. Oh shit. I guess we'll eat that ration. One guy left. We'll torture him a little bit. Shifted all the way behind him. I bet he wishes it was dead. The elevator just keeps going until they die. Ah, that was a long elevator shaft. The long shaft of Kojima. I mean, yeah. Full of men. It was a long shaft full of men. What's going on here?
Huh? Colonel, listen to me. I found a parachute near the wreckage of the Hind.
A parachute? You don't think that Liquid survived?
Impossible. As soon as he jumped out of the pilot's seat, he'd be sliced up faster than an onion on an infomercial.
So what's that parachute doing there then?
I have no idea.
A trap?
Either that, or a message. To me.
Meaning I'm not dead, I suppose.
Maybe. But I think it's more like I'll string you up.
Well, in any case, don't let your guard down.
I won't.
Poor Snake, always making seem like an idiot here. Don't let your guard down. Immediately get shot.
Are you okay?
Otacon, Were there any other stealth prototypes?
No, there were only 5.
So, this isn't stealth camouflage then.
What are you talking about?
Someone's aiming at me in the middle of this blizzard.
It's her!
Wolf? Sniper Wolf?
Yes, it's her. It's definitely her.
Otacon, you sound like you're happy.
No, I'm not.
So then what is it?
Snake, please don't kill her.
Are you insane?
Please. She's a good person. You'd know that if you talked to her.
Listen to me, kid. She's a merciless killer.
I can see you perfectly from here. I told you, I'd never quit the hunt. Now you're mine.
Wolf, no, you can't.
Don't get between a wolf and its prey.
You're pretty good if you can hit me in this storm.
You see, women naturally make better soldiers.
Wolf, don't do this.
Snake, I'm near. Can't you sense me near you?
It's a mistake for a sniper to reveal her location.
Is that right? Well, I'm going to send you a love letter, my dear. Do you know what that is? It's a bullet straight from my gun to your heart.
Please, Wolf! Snake, no!
Quiet! Don't get in our way.
Now I'm gonna pay you back for Meryl.
You men are so weak. You can never finish what you start.
Well, this is why we brought stingers. The drugs? Yes, drugs. Oh, she went back. Sneaky. There she is. So when she's behind cover like that, we can do this. What the fuck? Let me see that again. Okay. I thought I took damage for a second. I was just like rewatching the stream. Like, what the fuck happened? Oh, she did try to shoot me there. Yeah, you can also use the Nikita. Oh shit, didn't lock on. Oops. Sometimes you just get a stinger to the lungs, you know?
Otacon, where can I find ammo for the PSG-1?
I can't tell you.
Look, he's alive and well now.
According to the SWAT manual,
It's just repeating his other sniping calls.
The tranquilizer that Wolf is using is diazepam.
Diazepam?
It's benzodiazepam-based anti-anxiety drug. It has a strong effect on the central nervous system, and it's often used as a psychotropic drug.
So how does it stop your hands from trembling?
Anti-anxiety drugs are also effective as muscle relaxants. They're widely used to treat psychosomatic disorders such as autonomic ataxia or as pre-anesthetics to relax patients before an operation.
I see.
But be careful. If diazepam is used in large doses over a long period of time, it becomes addictive like alcohol. An adult should take no more than 1 to 4 doses per day, with each dose being 0.25 to 0.5 milligrams each.
Jeez, you sound like a doctor.
I am a scientist.
Wonder, you know, outside of this game, I've never heard of the idea of snipers using fucking diazepam. I wonder where they came up with that idea. If there's any truth to it, or if it's just a game mechanic. I don't know. Maybe. It's literally the only mention of it ever. It's only ever been in Metal Gear that I'm aware of. Oh, that might hit her actually.
Sniper Wolf. It is pretty unusual for a sniper to announce their presence before they shoot. She must have a real thing for you. Anyway, I do not think it is going to be as easy as before.
Well, it's easier, so. Yes, she moved. That stinger to the lungs. Let's go take a look. I don't know. This is a cannon shot to the lungs. There she is. Hello. What's up? Still breathing. Still moving. Not a scratch.
Waited for this moment. I am a sniper. Waiting is my job. Never moving a muscle. Concentrating. I am long shot. You cannot save me. Please. Just finish me quick. I am a Kurd. I have always dreamed of a peaceful place like this.
A Kurd? So that's why you're called Wolf.
I was born on the battlefield. Raised on the battlefield. Gunfire, sirens, and screams. They were my lullabies. Hunted like dogs, day after day. Driven from our ragged shelters. That was my life. Each morning I'd wake up and find a few more of my family or friends dead beside me. I'd stare at the morning sun and pray to make it through the day. The governments of the world turned a blind eye to our misery. But then, he appeared. My hero. Saladin. He took me away from all that.
Saladin? You mean Big Boss?
I became a sniper. Hidden. Watching everything through a rifle's scope. Now I could see war. Not from inside, but from the outside. As an observer. I watched the brutality, the stupidity of mankind through the scope of my rifle. I joined this group of revolutionaries to take my revenge on the world. But I have shamed myself and my people. I am no longer the wolf I was born to be. In the name of vengeance, I sold my body and my soul. Now I am nothing more than a dog.
Wolves are noble animals. They're not like dogs. In Yupik, the word for wolf is Keglanek, and the Aleuts revere them as honorable cousins. They call mercenaries like us dogs of war. It's true. We're all for sale at some price or another. But you're different. Untamed. Solitary. You're no dog. You're a wolf.
Who are you? Are you Saladin?
Wolf. You spared Meryl's life.
She was never my real target. I don't kill for sport.
Rest easy. You'll die as the proud wolf you are.
I finally understand. I wasn't waiting to kill people. I was waiting for someone to kill me. A man like you. You're a hero. Please, set me free.
Why? Why? I loved you.
What is it?
My gun. Give it to me. She's part of me. Everyone's here now. Oh, okay, hero. Set me free.
Goodbye. Snake, you said that love could bloom on the battlefield. But I couldn't save her. What are you doing?
Returning it to its owner. I don't need a handkerchief.
Why?
I don't have any more tears to shed. I'm going to the underground base. We're out of time.
I know.
You'll have to protect yourself now. Don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
If I can't stop Metal Gear, this whole place will probably be bombed to hell.
Yeah.
We might not meet again.
I'll hang on to my codec. I want to keep helping.
You can leave anytime. Get a head start. A head start on your new life.
Snake! What was she fighting for? What am I fighting for? What are you fighting for?
If we make it through this, I'll tell you.
Okay. I'll be searching too.
Yep, shot her in the face. Need to dual wield the PSG once though. Can I grab it? So, one thing that was kind of astonishing when I found out that for all of Twin Snake's many sins and censorship, they completely removed all of the calls after Sniper Wolf's death. I guess because there's a little bit politically loaded, maybe? I don't know. But like if you call after this scene. Now, I forgot to do it, but there's a call with Master where he says, you know, make sure you get a confirmed kill before the scene, before you get close to her. And in Twin Snakes, if you call now, he still says, make sure you get a confirmed kill after shooting her in the face. Because they completely removed all of the politically loaded calls with guarding Sniper Wolf's death. For all the Twin Snakes censorship, starting at the beginning, actually, from removing the word naked from, you know, when Campbell says, except for your binoculars, you're naked. That was removed. Mentioning that Edgar Hoover was racist, that got removed. And all of these calls also got removed.
A sad story. We shouldn't have turned our backs on the Kurds after the Gulf War.
Listen, we're not responsible for her choices. Everyone decides their own fate, no matter where they were born. Words like fate, karma, it's just an excuse for giving up if you ask me.
I don't agree with you. Maybe if she hadn't been born on a battlefield, she might have had a happier, more fulfilling life. She might not have turned into a killer.
Guess it's either because of the political themes, or because they're dangerously close to talking about suicide or whatever, maybe.
Master, you and I, we're nothing more than dogs, are we?
That's not like you, Snake. Don't let what Sniper Wolf said bother you. Listen, there's not a soldier alive that doesn't question himself. And if there is one, he's nothing more than a murderer. But someone like Wolf, a soldier who's looking for nothing more than their own death, is no good to anyone either. Once she started to look for death, it was all over. That's how you'll end up too, Snake.
I guess they kept that in mind for MGS4.
In China, they say, it's better to live ugly than to die beautiful. I think it's true. Once you're dead, you'll never have another chance to be happy. I can't understand people who want to die before their time. Please, Snake, promise me that you'll come back alive.
But yeah, I tried, and I tried multiple times, multiple playthroughs, calling Campbell or Master after Sniper Wolf's death in Twin Snakes. They don't talk about that at all. Masters are like, make sure you get a confirmed kill after shooting her in the face. Okay. Wrong door. Hey, we got a couple of resubs. Hunter Sword with 72 months, thank you. PJ with 70. Metal Gear Fan 2014 with the 8 months, thank you guys. It's 2 time. I don't want to think about April 1st. I really don't want to. Terminate this guy. Bye. But the blast furnace guards are a little different, in which that guy, oh, whatever he is now, that guy, his pattern actually changes depending on how close you are to him. He moves differently. Kind of wish more guards did that. You could like do that for the entire game and make it much more dynamic. But they also don't respawn, so if I lure him here with an explosion, also to destroy the crane, you should go up here. You can get rid of him. And guess what? They actually notice the Nikita in flight. They just stare at it, but at least they notice it. which is apparently too advanced for certain other games where you have remote control things. Like a rocket punch. What's up? I think we're gonna run out of fuel soon. Yep. Bye. Oh, nice. Tacos for dinner. Thank you for the 84 months. I guess we could get... Oh, no, not even. I'm not even sure the body armor is here now. Let me see. It might still just be the thermal goggles that we haven't picked them up. Let's see. Thermal goggles or body armor? Body armor. Okay, cool. Kind of late in the game to really benefit from it. The steam. Okay. That guy. Damn. He's really into it. Okay. Little hit, but that's okay. Get out of here. Dude. Bye. Too sick with the 84. Thank you. Hey, just like tacos for dinner. You guys are butt brothers now. Oh shoot, I forgot to pick up the claymores for Raven. We could technically pick them up here. There should be 5. Except we're going blind because I don't have thermal goggles. So I don't know where the fuck I'm going. There's definitely claymores here, but can't find a single one. Ah, there's one. And another. I don't even know if there's 5. Maybe. It's a little bit of a... That's not really a problem, but... Oh, there you go. One more, please, somewhere. Or not. Just blindly looking for claymores. Maybe this way. We'll have to make do, I guess. Oh, there you go. Here is a tiny, crazy little detail. So, if we call Otacon now, as soon as the ravens show up, right now Snake and Otacon both think they're crows, not ravens.
If you take that elevator down, you'll wind up in the warehouse. Metal Gear's underground maintenance base is just past there.
Crows?
What?
There are a lot of crows here.
There were crows around from before, but for some reason they started to really increase in number around the same time that Foxhound came to the base. It's really weird. I wonder what it could mean.
But that's wrong, because they're ravens, they're not crows. So let me just kill myself real quick. Wow, that health. Now we'll do the same thing, but first we'll get the call from Miller telling Snake that those are ravens. Also, we could maybe punch a few of them. Any new ideas for MGS 3 challenge runs? I guess I haven't done a torch run in a while.
Snake, I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background, about her grandfather being an assistant secretary to Hoover in the FBI.
Yeah?
And then going undercover to investigate the mafia in New York.
Yeah, what about it?
It was all a big lie.
What did you say?
It was really bothering me. Why would she lie about it?
She lied?
She might be a spy.
Ridiculous.
Come on, even a high school student could see past it. The head of the FBI at that time, Edgar Hoover, he was a well-known racist. Didn't Naomi say that her father was Japanese?
Yeah.
Well, back then there wasn't a single Asian investigator. Also, in the 1950s, the undercover mafia sting operations hadn't even started yet. They first started in 1960, in Chicago, not New York.
But
you better check it out. The chief and the president mysteriously dying, and that ninja? Too many strange things are happening.
Are you saying that Naomi might be behind it?
I don't know. Either that, or she's working with the terrorists.
Could it be?
If I find out anything, I'll call. In the meantime, be careful.
Oh crap, did I call him too late?
I want to ask you about Naomi.
I'm looking into the details now,
Wait,
but
what?
it doesn't look good. Weren't you ever suspicious about her, Snake? Snake, keep your guard up.
Oh, I know what I did wrong. Damn it. I let him call me instead of me calling him. Because they didn't mention the Ravens. Damn it. And now we're almost at the end of the elevator ride.
Mei Ling, how's Naomi?
She's fine, I guess. What's up?
Oh.
What do you want, Snake? If you want to talk to Naomi, why don't you call her?
Oh, it's nothing.
I messed up.
Strange guy.
Let me save.
Good luck, Snake.
Just in case I can't kill myself in time here. Yeah, I couldn't kill myself in time. Let's reset. I ruined it. I forgot it's the optional part of that call that you have to call him for it. Ruined. Alright. So, instead of waiting for him to call me, the birds show up, we can call him.
There are a lot of crows around here.
Those aren't crows. Those are northern ravens. The Inuit and other Native Americans worship northern ravens as creator deities. Some say that ravens have the power to predict death. The great poet Marlowe wrote about them in the 16th century. Thus, like the sad presaging raven that tolls the sick man's passport in her hollow beak, and in the shadow of the silent night doth shake contagion from her sable wings.
That's pretty gloomy, Master.
By the way...
What?
I've got something to tell you about Naomi Hunter.
What about her?
Is this conversation secure?
Don't worry, the monitor's off.
Okay.
What's up?
I was in the FBI too, you know.
I didn't know that. What's your point?
Dr. Hunter's story about her background...
Okay, well, we don't need to listen to this again. We just needed to listen to the first part. But now Snake knows they're ravens. So when you call Otacon, he doesn't call them pros anymore.
If you take that elevator down, you'll wind up in the warehouse. Metal Gear's underground maintenance base is just past there.
Ravens.
What?
There are a lot of ravens here.
There were ravens around from before, but for some reason they started to really increase in number around the same time that Foxhound came to the base. It's really weird. I wonder what it could mean.
And then Otacon instantly picks up on that and starts calling them ravens too. And I think his line there, all of his lines are like different, like re-recorded. It has like a slightly different tone to it. So yeah, it's kind of a crazy little detail. Do I like the Souls games? I played Dark Souls 1 quite a few times. I played Demon Souls once as well. But I never tried Dark Souls 2 or 3. And Bloodborne kind of gave me a headache when I tried it because of the frame rate. I know that sounds snobbish and elitist as fuck, but it genuinely gave me problems. I don't know if it's like a 1 in a million thing, but damn. Did they do anything for it for like PS5 maybe? Seriously, that bothered me. Only game that's done that too. Because it was just too inconsistent with it.
Welcome, Cossack. This is the end of the road for you. Right, my friends? Listen, they agree. How dare you kill my friends? Ravens aren't scavengers like most people think. They're simply returning to the natural world, that which is no longer needed. Sometimes they even attack wounded foxes.
You were the one in the M1 tank? Must have been a tight fit for a big boy like you.
But that was no true battle. The Ravens and I were testing to see what kind of man you were. The judgment is decided. The Ravens say you are a true warrior.
Am I hallucinating? I can't move.
The Raven has put the mark of death upon you. Blood from the east flows within your veins. Your ancestors too were raised on the barren plains of Mongolia. Inuit and Japanese are cousins to each other. We share many ancestors, you and I.
I don't have any crows in my family tree.
You jest, but indeed ravens and snakes are not the best of friends. Nevertheless, you will make a worthy adversary. You live in Alaska too. You know of the World Eskimo Indian Olympics?
Yeah, I know it. Must be a real threat in the muck duck eating contest.
Yes, you are right. But there is another event that I excel at. It is called the ear pull. It is an event where two opponents pull each other's ears while enduring the harsh cold. It tests spiritual as well as physical strength.
You want to pull each other's ears?
The form is different, but the spirit is the same. Rejoice, Snake! Ours will be a glorious battle.
This isn't glorious, it's just plain killing. Violence isn't a sport.
Well, we'll see if there's iron in your words.
There's steel in my claymores. Okay, let's see if I can do this without fucking it up for once. Nope. Oh, it actually did damage. So, I actually did it right for once. So what's actually happening here is that he's not following me. It looks like he's following me, but he actually has a fixed pattern on just going ahead of him, placing mines where I know he's gonna be. And that actually makes this fight easier on extreme than it is for me on hard, because on extreme he starts off by running and in that pattern. On hard and lower difficulties, he slowly moves and tries to shoot every single path there is in between the crates, and he moves slowly, and he only starts running when he's low health. On extreme, they changed that so that it supposedly, makes him more of a threat by starting to run from the very beginning of the fight. But that enables you to do this if you know the pattern. So he's about to step on the last claymore here, so we'll get some calls. Psycho with the 22 months, thank you. Good to see you.
Vulcan Raven is half Native Alaskan American and half Inuit. He was raised as a shaman, and they say he has supernatural powers. During the Cold War, he trained in Russia with the Bimbo, the Soviet Special Forces. In 1993, he was demoted by President Yeltsin following his coup d'etat, so he fled the country and became a mercenary. After that, he joined those rent-a-war bastards at Outer Heaven, Inc. He stayed there until he joined us in Foxhound, thanks to a strong recommendation from Revolver Ocelot.
That cannon he's holding is a 20mm Vulcan gun. You usually see them mounted on fighter planes. You can't take him on in a firefight. He'll make mincemeat of you.
He's not just strong, Snake. He's a graduate emeritus from Alaska University, so he's a quick thinker, too.
In any case, you'd better not try to attack him from the front. Normal weapons are no match for his 20mm Vulcan. Try to attack him from the sides or behind.
Safi, thank you for gifting sub to RoboJack. And I would like to take a second to just... let's get to the Nastasha call first, because, yeah.
It looks like Raven is holding an M61A1 20mm multi-turreted machine gun. They are usually mounted on F-16s. With its 6 rotating turrets, it can fire 4,000 20mm rounds per minute, and it is accurate too. If you come at him from the front, he'll turn you into borscht.
I just want you guys to realize, for those who don't know, just how insane it is to have a man-portable, belt-fed, multi-turret machine gun that's mounted on fighter jets being fired by a human being of any size or shape or strength level. That just doesn't compute. That's impossible. That's the craziest thing about Raven. Like, the rate of fire and the recoil alone will... Okay, let me just put it this way. When F-16s shoot that gun, it slows them down at like fighter jet speeds. That's the recoil you have. So it would turn his arms and entire body into borscht, like Nastasha says. So if you're curious, go look up exactly how big a 20mm bullet is, and you will get an idea. And that fridge that he has on his back where he keeps his ammo, he couldn't fire a thing, even not accounting for the recoil and everything. He couldn't fire a thing for more than like 5 seconds with the rate of fire that it has, even with that fridge on his back. So Raven is a lot crazier than people think if you don't know all that.
That place is right in the middle of the permafrost. Just like the name says, it never melts. I've heard over 85% of Alaska is permafrost. It's extremely cold there, Snake. If you don't hurry, your sea rations will freeze. One way to prevent your sea rations from freezing is to hold them close to your body by equipping them. A native Alaskan American, huh? Probably Athapascan. They're originally from the same tribe as the Apaches and Navajos of New Mexico. Anthropologically, they're related to the Japanese. There are even linguistic similarities between Athapascan languages and ancient Japanese. You and he probably share many of the same ancestors.
Master, I don't remember telling you that I was part Japanese.
Uh-oh. Oops. How does he know? That's one of the few calls where he almost gives himself away.
You're at a disadvantage in a frontal assault.
Really?
Try attacking him with a remote.
Okay, shut up. Every bone in his body should be broken by the recoil alone.
Said, it is my existence which is no longer needed in this world. But my body will not remain in this place. My spirit and my flesh will become one with the ravens. In that way, I will return to Mother Earth who bore me. Snake! I will be watching you. Understand? Snake, take this security card. It will open that door.
Why?
You are a snake which was not created by nature. You and the boss. You are from another world. A world that I do not wish to know. Go and do battle with him. I will be watching from above. First, I'll give you a hint. The man who you saw die before your eyes.
What is it?
That was not the DARPA chief. It was Decoy Octopus, a member of Foxhound. He was a master of disguise. He copied his subjects down to the blood. So he drained the chief's blood and took it into himself. But he wasn't able to deceive the Angel of Death.
The Angel of Death? But why go to so much trouble? Why impersonate the chief?
That is the end of my hint. You must solve the rest of the riddle yourself. Snake, in the natural world, there's no such thing as boundless slaughter. There's always an end to it. But you are different.
What are you trying to say?
The path you walk on has no end. Each step you take is paved with the corpses of your enemies. Their souls will haunt you forever. You shall have no peace. Hear me, Snake. My spirit will be watching you.
Snake, it's me.
Master.
It's about Naomi. Turn your monitor off.
What about Naomi?
Colonel, is Naomi there?
No, she's away. She's taking a short nap. So what is this about Naomi?
Okay, Maybe we'd better let the Colonel hear this too.
Yeah. Go on, Master.
Well, basically, Dr. Naomi Hunter is not Dr. Naomi Hunter at all.
What?
I thought her story of her background sounded kind of fishy, so I checked it out.
And?
There is an actual Dr. Naomi Hunter, or I should say, there was one. But she's not the woman we know. The real Naomi Hunter disappeared somewhere in the Middle East. Our Naomi must have somehow obtained her identification papers.
So then who is she really?
She must be some kind of spy.
A spy?
Yes. Maybe she's been sent to sabotage this operation.
Are you saying she's with the terrorists?
I don't want to believe it either, but she is working for Foxhound.
So you think she had a part in the uprising?
Or she could be working with some different group altogether.
Different group? It couldn't be.
Place her under arrest.
What?
She's betrayed us. She needs to be arrested and interrogated to find out who she's with.
If she's one of their spies, then we're in big trouble.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
Have you let her in on some kind of vital secret or something? Does this have anything to do with the mysterious deaths of the DARPA chief and the Arms Tech president?
I have no idea.
Anyway, we cannot allow her to participate any further in this mission.
Wait a minute. Without her, we can't complete this mission.
I knew it. You're hiding something.
Give me some time. I'll try to get it out of her.
Hurry then. We've got to figure out who she is and what she's doing here.
I understand. Snake, give me some time.
I don't have any time left for you.
Well, she was not, in fact, taking a nap. You read in the Darkness of Shadow Moses, she is already being investigated and interrogated. But that's the closest thing to a mention of the Patriots, which wasn't really a fully fledged idea at the time MGS1 was being written. But when Master said she could be working for a different group altogether, that's the closest thing to a mention of the Patriots in MGS1. But in Nastasha's book, that's one of the things that gets much more detail about what was actually going on with Naomi there. And I think they had, at one point, there was an idea to keep this fact that, you know, Naomi is not the real Naomi. Oh, let's pick up the mine detector, just so the game can call me stupid. Cannot be used in Hardwood Extreme. Why did you pick this up? It's just junk in my inventory now. That's why I don't pick it up usually. Smartass Pawn, thanks for the 17 months, and Terminator with the 25. Thank you guys. Zoom time. But I think one of the original ideas was to keep this fact that Naomi is not really Naomi, and for her real identity to not be revealed. And maybe, I can't remember if it's an MGS3 or MGS4 thing, before they changed it, of course, that it was supposed to be like paramedic, was supposed to be the real Naomi or something, before the whole, you know, oh, Patriots are the bad guys in MGS3. There was something floating around like that. Zoom time. And the camera angles and the music at the atmosphere. And the name of the OST here, the background music, is Rex's Lair. Kinda like, it's a beast. You know the shit is gonna go down. You know it's gonna awaken somehow, one way or another. So just adding to that. Of course, this entire atmosphere is gone in Twin Snakes with no music. But that really adds to it. Which is my favorite. Those would be 2 and 1.
It's me.
What's wrong? Did you find a good place to hide?
Yeah, thanks to the stealth gear. It looks like they've finished getting Metal Gear ready.
How do you know that?
I overheard them talking. Where are you now?
Right in front of Metal Gear, but it's strange.
What is?
There's nobody here. No guards, nobody patrolling. It's too quiet.
Maybe because they're all ready. They said they even input the PAL codes.
What should I do?
All we can do is use the override system that President Baker told you about.
But I've only got one of the 3 keys, and besides that, like Ocelot said, there's some trick to using the keys.
Leave it to me.
You got some kind of plan?
Well, I'm in the computer room right now. I'm trying to access Baker's private files.
Baker's files? Don't you need a password?
Of course, but there are ways.
Are you a hacker?
Yep, that describes me pretty well.
Does it look like you can get in?
I don't know yet. I'll give it a try.
I'm counting on you.
Otacon's a liar. Never met a system it couldn't bust into. Except, you know, Sniper Wolf.
Snake, it's me again.
How's it going?
Not bad. I just got past his 3rd security level. He was a pretty careful guy.
Do you think you'll break in soon?
I never met a system I couldn't bust into.
Okay, keep trying.
Think hard. I think you have. Oh. Alright, time paradox here. You're not really supposed to know this. The chances are you'll find out on the first playthrough are basically none, but if you look up here in the distance, you can already see Ocelot, Liquid, talking. Usually when Liquid is around, you can't call Master. For some reason, I don't know. But right now, you can call him. It's like, oh shit, Ocelot, pass me the sunglasses and hair tie. He's calling me.
Snake.
Yep.
I'm sure that woman calling herself Naomi is some type of spy. And now I'm starting to think that Campbell might be hiding something too. Don't trust him.
Yeah, good thing we can trust you, right? Alright, here, Ocelot, take your sunglasses back. Oh shit, he's calling again. Give it here.
Snake, isn't the detonation code input system in the control room? Hurry up and get in there.
Hurry up and get in here. I mean, in there. That's where he's calling us from. But yeah, you really have to go out of your way to point this out. Sanity, thank you for the 54 months.
Snake, I did it!
You got past security?
Bingo!
Great. So what do you got?
I accessed the confidential Metal Gear file.
So what about the PAL override system that Baker talked about?
I haven't found it yet.
That's what I need to know.
But Snake, I found something else.
What?
The secret behind the new nuclear weapon. Just as I thought, the nuclear warhead is designed to be fired from the railgun like a projectile. It doesn't use fuel, so it isn't considered a missile. That way it can get around all sorts of international treaties.
Pretty sneaky.
Yes, but effective. And that's not even the scariest thing about this weapon.
Oh, I can't wait to hear this.
It's a stealth weapon.
You mean it won't show up on radar?
Yeah. The truth is, they've been working on a stealth missile since the late 70s.
Why weren't they able to develop one until now?
Because of the missile rocket propulsion system. It would be picked up by enemy satellites.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But unlike a missile, the railgun doesn't burn any propellant, so it can't be detected by any current ballistic missile detection systems.
An invisible nuclear warhead.
Totally impossible to intercept. And on top of that, it's got a surface-piercing warhead designed to penetrate hardened underground bases.
Yeah, we learned that lesson in the Gulf War.
This thing could mean the end of the world.
It's the ultimate weapon. And from a political point of view, it avoids the problem of nuclear reduction and nuclear inspections. Colonel, is this true? Are you listening?
I'm listening.
If word of this got out, it could delay the signing of the START 3 treaty and cause a huge international incident.
Yeah, it would be nasty. The United States would be denounced by the UN. It could even bring the president down.
Did you know this, Colonel?
I'm sorry.
You've changed, Colonel.
I won't make any excuses.
Snake, listen to me. This new nuclear weapon, it's never actually been tested, only simulated.
You mean they ran a computer model?
Yeah, that's why they were conducting this exercise. They needed to get actual experimental data to back up the simulation.
What were the results of the exercise?
It looks like it went better than they hoped for, but I can't find the data anywhere on this network. You'd think that data as important as that would be carefully recorded.
It was. President Baker gave me an optical disc with all of the test data.
What? Do you still have it?
No. Ocelot took it from me.
Damn. The terrorists have replaced the dummy warhead with a real warhead. Once they input the detonation codes, they should be ready to launch.
So you think they can do it?
Well, the dummy warhead was designed to be identical to the real thing, so I think so.
Did you find out how to override it yet?
Not yet. It must be in a separate file. Right now I'm looking through all of Baker's personal files.
We're counting on you.
Wait, is there really a tweet like that, Dim? I mean, that's what I've been telling people for the past 15 years, but I never knew that there's an actual tweet like that from Kojima himself. Because hopefully that would also settle the whole, you know, proto versus meta fan. Oh, there's a guy here. Okay. Guess we're doing this. You know what? Oh. Let's see if I can get him. Oh shit. That's find it, because that's really useful. I just had to do that, even though he's gonna respawn now. God damn it. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing now. But we're definitely gonna look for the PAL key in the water now, because that's a lot of alerts.
Snake!
Did you find it?
No, I haven't found out about the override system yet, but I found Baker's ulterior motive.
He's just looking to get rich, isn't he?
Well, that's part of it. Arms Tech is in much worse financial trouble than I thought.
I know they lost their bid to make the next generation fighter jet. That plus the reduction in SDI spending.
It looks like there was even some talk of a hostile takeover.
Everything was riding on this project, I guess.
And it looks like we were paying a lot of bribe money to the DARPA chief.
Bribe money, huh?
Yeah, and Baker was a big proponent of the nuclear deterrent theory.
I see. So anyway, what about the override?
Just give me a little bit longer.
Let's hope Otacon doesn't open the folder named Muff.
Okay, I've entered the PAL codes and disengaged the safety device. We can launch anytime.
There's still no response from Washington. It looks like we'll have to show them that we mean business.
Should I set it for Cherniton, Russia?
No. There's been a change. The new target is Lopnor, China.
Why, boss?
I'm sure neither you nor Mr. Golukovich would really like to see a nuclear bomb dropped on your motherland, right?
Liquid. But why? There's nothing there.
Wrong. It's a nuclear test site.
A nuclear test site?
If we nuke a major population center, the game's over. But a nuclear explosion at a test site can still be concealed from the public. Meanwhile, Washington will be worried about the retaliatory strike from China.
That'll probably mean top-secret talks between both countries' leaders.
Of course. And in the process, the President will be forced to divulge the existence of a new and highly destabilizing nuclear weapon to the Chinese. What do you think that will do to the US's reputation? Or the President's?
And with the CTBT, that means that China and India... I see.
Yes. When the other countries hear about this new weapon, they'll all want to contact us. Washington won't be very happy when we start selling their own system to the highest bidders. Yes, the President will break. He will give in to our demands.
Big Boss's DNA and $1 billion.
$1 billion? That money will be used to cure our genome soldiers as well. I'm also including the Fox Dye vaccine in our demands.
Fox Dye. It killed Octopus and the Armstech president. So it's true that it affects older people first. Mantis might not have been affected because he wore a mask.
Wolf wasn't infected either. Perhaps due to those tranquilizers she always took.
Something to do with the adrenaline level in the blood. Or maybe it's just because this Fox Dye was still experimental and they haven't worked out all the bugs yet.
In any case, have you heard from your friend, Colonel Sergei Golukovich, at the Spetsnaz?
He still has doubts about the ability of Metal Gear. He said we can talk after Metal Gear's test launch is successful.
He's a very prudent man.
There's nothing to worry about. The Colonel wants Metal Gear and a new nuclear weapon so bad he can taste it. If Russia wants to regain its position as a military superpower, they need to reinforce their nuclear arsenal. They need a nuclear weapon that can't be intercepted. Metal Gear will allow them to gain first strike capability over the rest of the world.
Their regular army is in shambles, and they think they can restore their country's military power with nuclear weapons? Golukovich, he's no warrior. He's a politician.
Well, he's the one who gave us the Hind and most of our other heavy firepower.
He's got over 1,000 soldiers under his command. If we join forces, we could put up quite a resistance here. Since Mantis died, the genome soldiers' brainwashing has started to wear off. I'm worried about the men's morale. An alliance with the Russians would boost that as well.
What are you saying?
We're not going anywhere. We're going to dig in here.
We could still escape.
We've got the most powerful weapon ever made, and we're about to ally with Golukovich's forces.
Are you going to fight the whole world?
And what's wrong with that? We can launch a nuclear warhead at any target on this planet. A nuclear warhead invisible to radar. And on top of that, this base is full of spare nuclear warheads. Once we get the DNA and the money, the world will be ours!
What about your promise to Colonel Golukovich?
I have no interest in the revival of Mother Russia.
You're not thinking of reviving Big Boss's dream.
From today, call this place Outer Heaven.
Big Boss's dream.
But boss, you're not worried about the PAL being overridden. If the code is entered again, it'll be deactivated.
No need to worry. The DARPA chief and the Armstech president are both dead.
Does Snake know how the override system works?
You interrogated him, don't you know?
He didn't have any keys on him.
Good. Then no one can stop Metal Gear now.
By the way, what should we do with that woman? Want me to kill her?
Let her live. She's Campbell's niece, and Snake cares for her. We'll keep her as our ace in the hole.
Meryl, she's alive.
Snake, I found Baker's top-secret files.
Great job.
How's it going there?
They've finished inputting the PAL codes. So how do we deactivate them?
Okay, you see the override system that the President was talking about. It can also be used to input the detonation codes. You see, if you insert the keys when the warhead is active, you deactivate it. And if you insert them when it's inactive, it becomes activated. And you can only use the keys once.
Only once, huh?
Yeah, you better get started. We don't have much time.
But it takes 3 keys, right? I've only got 1 of them.
Hold on a minute. You see, that's the trick. You already have all 3 keys.
What are you talking about?
The card key is made of a shape memory alloy.
Shape memory alloy?
Yes. It's a material that changes shape at different temperatures. The key is made out of it.
This card key?
Yeah. The card key changes shape at different temperatures.
So this key is actually 3 keys in 1. Clever.
Can you see the input terminals in the center of the control room?
I see them.
Those 3 laptop terminals are for the emergency input. There should be a symbol on each screen. Each symbol corresponds to a different key. Input the keys in order from left to right. The left one's for the room temperature key. See the symbol? Next to that goes the low temperature key. The one on the right is the high temperature key.
Okay, I got it. First, I change the shape of the card, and then I input them in order, right?
That's right. All you do is insert the card keys. After you insert the key into the module, a hard disk reads the information contained on it. Once you've finished with all 3 terminals, the code input process is complete. But here's the thing. You can only use the key 3 times. It's an emergency system. It's only meant to be used once.
The world is riding on that key, Snake.
Who's that? Damn! The key fell in the drainage ditch.
Snake! This is bulletproof glass. There's no way in. I'll enjoy watching you die.
Snake, you've got to get that key.
Okay, so I'll be saving that tweet. It doesn't exactly say what I hoped it would say. You know, that the game's story aren't supposed to be connected, but it's pretty close enough. What the fuck am I doing with the box? Oh, he died. Oh well. So that's kind of interesting. Ladder? How do I use this? I was never trained in this operation. But Kojima seems to have left out that the other theme and perhaps the main theme of 5 is revenge. Yeah. Because as we know, Chapter 2, race. Yeah. So much race in Chapter 2. Well, let's not get into all that now. So I'm fairly sure that I have more than... Never mind. I still have less than 10 alerts. Fucking rat is here. Close range stinger. CQB. I did not expect that. I really thought I had more than 10. Because we fucked around quite a bit. Well, high speed, CQC, stinger action. All good. Let's go back. Yeah, the only race I see in MGS5 is race to get it out the door. Exactly. Not the position of the rat, but whether their key is in the water or the rat has it. That depends on your alerts. If you have 10 alerts, it will be in the water. If you have less than 10 alerts, it will be in the rat. But the rat could either be there or it could be on the other end of the room, in the north west corner, I guess. So we actually got kind of lucky that I found the rat right in front of me. Sorry, I'm losing my voice, it would seem. So it was like quick thinking stinger to the face.
PAL code number 1, confirmed. Awaiting PAL code number 2.
Okay, that takes care of PAL code number 1. Now, PAL number 2, freeze the key.
What's the average runtime? Well, considering that we're not speedrunning, that could mean a wide variety of things. If you're just doing like a gameplay big boss run, then it's like 2 hours or less. If you're doing a bare bone story run, It's about 5.5 to 6 hours. If you're doing, you know, I'm just doing whatever extras I feel. And it could be any number of hours. If you're gonna do everything, there's 15 to 20 hours of shit to cover in MGS1, so extra calls and stuff. And just discussing things, pointing out details and Easter eggs and whatnot. So that can mean a lot. Now you can't enter the keys in the wrong order. Snake just goes up to it and says, "Huh, the key is wrong?" Yeah, Otacon does say you need to do left to right. No, I don't stress over every second and pass this strategy. I don't speedrun. Because I don't want to reset a million times. Easily put. I mean, I like to find... What is wrong with my voice tonight? I like to find efficient ways to play, but, you know, balance of efficiency, speed, and reliability, so that I don't have to reset or, you know, attempt RNG strategies or whatnot. Alright, 60 seconds here. When you start stressing about every second, like I always say, it's not just about playing the game well, about other factors that I honestly don't want to deal with. The friction from breakdancing might just heat up the key. What? Still hasn't been 60 seconds. There you go. Uh-oh, there goes Dim with the walls of text about MGS V. Can't blame him, but still. What the fuck is the race theme in MGS V? Come on, guys, leave the MGS V shitting to me for later. Because, you know, we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4 Peace Walker in the next coming days. And then, yeah, we'll do a story run of V. Go kill this random dude in the desert. It might get us closer to Cypher. Also mine clearing. I feel like the theme of revenge is a lot more present. It makes a lot more sense than race. You know? just a feeling.
Palcode number 2 confirmed. Awaiting Palcode number 3.
Okay, there goes Palcode number 2. Next comes Pal number 3. Warm the key.
Unzip. Stick it in your ass cheeks. Nope. Can't wait to do a story run of MGS V. Let's try to run past this dude. Okay, that worked. Oh, I need to remember to get the other call where Master almost gives himself away. That's when you heat up the card. That can't be the only mention of the theme being race, right? And not revenge. I'm pretty sure I saw it officially listed as a theme, revenge. It's not just somewhere out there. And then there's guards here, but we'll ignore them. Oh, there you go. Raise and revenge. Okay. The last and biggest theme. Oh my god, you can't make this shit up. He called it the biggest theme. Seriously?
Snake, we're not paying you to be a scarecrow, you know.
MGS V is Kojima's revenge on the fans. Mark my fucking words. Someday on Kojima's deathbed, 40 years from now, he will confirm it. That's the only way that that game makes any fucking sense. It's the revenge on the fans.
Snake, it's about Naomi Hunter.
Then you should talk to the Colonel. He's looking into it.
Turn your monitor off.
Okay, it's off. No one else can hear us. Go ahead.
Sorry, but I didn't want the Colonel to hear.
Okay, so what's up?
I've got a good friend in the Pentagon.
Yeah?
He's the one who told me about it. It looks like the DIA recently developed a new type of assassination weapon.
An assassination weapon?
Snake, have you ever heard of something called Fox Dye?
No. Fox Dye. Liquid and the others were talking about it.
Yeah. It's some kind of virus that targets specific people. I don't know all the details, but...
What are you trying to say?
It's too similar.
What is?
The cause of death. Didn't the Arms Tech president and the DARPA chief, Decoy Octopus, die of something that looked like a heart attack?
Yeah.
Well, apparently Fox Dye kills its victims by simulating a heart attack.
No. You're telling me that Naomi was behind it?
Snake, try to remember. Did Naomi give you some kind of injection?
The nanomachines.
She was in the best position to have done it, but I don't know what her motive was.
Does the Colonel know?
I'm not sure. But he still hasn't questioned her.
Okay, I'll ask him myself. Colonel, what's new with the Naomi situation?
I just placed Naomi under arrest.
Arrest?
She was sending coded messages towards the Alaskan base. I didn't want to believe it, but she must be working with the terrorists.
Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. She's being interrogated now.
What kind of interrogation?
Well, I'd like to avoid the rough stuff, but we don't even have any sodium pentothal here.
Call me if you find out anything.
So it's true, isn't it?
Naomi, I can't believe it.
That means the Fox Dye vaccine must be around somewhere.
Listen, I've got bigger things to worry about.
But Snake, you might be infected too, you know.
All I can do is leave it up to the Colonel.
Oh god. I missed the MGS V talk, but yeah, I mean, it could be a little too much, you know? You don't want to go off as to why would Kojima possibly ever want revenge on his fan base. Because unfortunately, there's plenty of reason. Oh, look at the camera, it's gonna get trolled now. What's up? Oh shit, it still sees me? Because I moved a little bit? There you go. Okay. I really need to make an effort and convert as many people as possible to start calling it V. That's my pinned tweet. Since we're you know, linking Kojima tweets now. See. that tweet alone gives me hope that he knew what he was doing. Am I looking forward to the movie? Oh shit! I forgot that was a thing. We used to have people ask all the time. It's been a few months and still nothing, huh? Oh, that movie is going straight to the cringe shelf, right next to Twin Snakes. Oh yeah. In a way, you could say that I'm looking forward to it, because it's gonna be a fucking train wreck. Okay, 60 seconds in here. Get rid of all my chat grenades. I'm sorry, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter who works on it or how good they are. It's a video game movie. It's gonna be cringe. And we're all gonna laugh at it. But you know what? I'm not against it coming out. I mean, they're desecrating everything anyway, so. Alright, so the card is red now. And Master is gonna get a little too excited.
So Naomi's a spy, just like I thought. Campbell is hiding something too. But that's okay. Fox dye is a virus, a biological weapon. There must be a vaccine. We can worry about getting that later, Snake. But right now, you've got to focus on re-inputting those detonation codes, okay? The key changed shape. Hurry to the control room. That's the last key.
Master, I've never heard you so excited.
Uh-oh. I just really want you to save the world, Snake. Yeah. Is Miller alive at this point? Spoilers, but no. We're about to get the call that says he's been dead for at least, what, 3 days, I think they say? 2 or 3 days. So he dies right before MGS1 takes place, basically. Waste some ammo trying to hit birds. That's... Oh, got one. Damn it, not now.
Snake, can you hear me? It's Naomi.
Naomi? What the hell?
Campbell and the others are busy right now. I'm on a different codec.
Naomi, is what the Colonel says true?
Yes, but not everything I said was a lie.
Who are you?
I don't know myself. I don't know my real name or even what my parents looked like. I bought all my identification, but my reason for getting into genetics was true.
'Cause you want to know yourself, right?
That's right. I want to know where I came from, my age, my race, anything.
Naomi.
I was found in Rhodesia sometime in the 80s, a dirty little orphan.
Rhodesia? What's now known as Zimbabwe?
Yes. Rhodesia was owned by England until 1965, and there were lots of Indian laborers around. That's probably where I got my skin color from, but I'm not even sure about that.
Naomi, you're too worried about the past. Isn't it enough to understand who you are now?
Understand who I am now? Why should I? No one else tries to understand me. I was alone for so long, until I met my big brother. And him.
Your big brother?
Yes. Frank Yeager.
What?
He was a young soldier when he picked me up near the Zambezi River. I was half dead from starvation, and he shared his rations with me. Yes, Frank Yeager. The man who you destroyed was my brother and my only family.
No. Gray Fox?
We survived that hell together, Frank and I. He protected me. He's my one connection. The only connection I have to my past.
And he brought you back to America?
No. I was in Mozambique when he came.
Who is he? You mean Big Boss?
Yes. He brought us to this land of freedom, this America. And then he and my brother went back to Africa to continue the war. And that's when it happened. You killed my benefactor and sent my brother home a cripple. I vowed revenge and joined Foxhound. I knew it was my best chance to meet you, and I prayed for the day that I would.
So, were your prayers answered?
Yes. I waited 2 long years.
To kill me? Is that all you cared about?
Yes. That's right. 2 years. You were all I thought about for 2 long years. Like some kind of twisted obsession.
Do you still hate me?
Not exactly. I was partly wrong about you.
What about Liquid and the others?
I'll have my revenge on them too.
Naomi, you didn't kill that doctor too, did you? The one that used Gray Fox for his genome experiments?
Dr. Clark? No. That was my brother. Afterwards, I covered it up and helped him hide out.
So that ninja, I mean Gray Fox, he's come here to kill me?
I don't think so. I think he just came here to fight you. I wasn't sure before, but now I think I understand. A final battle with you. That's all he lives for. I'm sure of it.
Fox? No. Naomi, tell me something.
About Fox Die? Fox Die is a type of retrovirus that targets and kills only specific people. First, it infects the macrophages in the victim's body. Fox Die contains smart enzymes created through protein engineering. They're programmed to respond to specific genetic patterns in the cells.
Those enzymes recognize the target's DNA?
Right. They respond by becoming active and using the macrophages. They begin creating TNF-epsilon.
Huh?
It's a type of cytokine, a peptide which causes cells to die. The TNF-epsilon is carried along the bloodstream to the heart, where they attach to the TNF receptors in the heart cells.
And then they cause a heart attack?
The heart cells suffer a shock and undergo an extreme apoptosis. Then, the victim dies.
Apoptosis? You mean the heart cells commit suicide? Naomi.
What?
You must have programmed that thing to kill me too, right? Do I still have time? Naomi, I don't blame you for wanting me dead, but I can't go yet. I still have a job to do.
Listen, Snake. I'm not the one who made the decision to use Fox Dye.
Huh? You weren't?
No. You were injected with Fox Dye as a part of this operation. I just wanted to let you know that. No, that's not the whole truth.
Huh?
The real thing I wanted to tell you was... Snake, I...
Hey, what are you doing?
Snake!
Naomi!
Snake, I can't allow Naomi to make any more unauthorized transmissions.
What?
Naomi's been removed from this operation.
What happened to Naomi? What did she mean when she said that Fox Dye was a part of this operation? Colonel, let me talk to her.
I won't. She's under arrest.
Colonel, you double-crossed me.
Snake, there's no time for that. Right now, your job is to stop Metal Gear. Okay, Snake?
I think you mean, Colonel, you double-crossed me. You double-crossed me. I seem to be slightly upset by this. That's the way to deliver that line. You double-crossed me. Ha. Fucking twin snakes. Can never not think about it now. Watch it. Dell1981, thanks for the 3 months resub, and Akira Hito with 36. Thank you guys. If you spend another 60 seconds in the cold area, it will either go back to room temperature or even directly to freeze. I don't know. But yeah, you don't want to spend too much time in the cold warehouse when the key is hot. Solid Snake 88 with the 30. Thank you. Well, Snake actually meets the Colonel in person in MGS1. Also, none of the themes of MGS1 have anything to do with the Colonel being fake when it was written, so we know that that's not a thing. Unlike MGS2, of course. But during the briefing, the Colonel and Snake are in the same room, so... Only Twitch stream you'll sub to? Obviously, we're the only stream that matters. So, I don't even know how you watch any of the other stuff out there. Come on.
Palcode number 3 confirmed. Palcode entry complete. Detonation code activated.
Uh-oh.
Why?
It's like some sort of string instrument.
I deactivated it.
Thank you, Snake. Now the detonation code is completed. Nothing can stop Metal Gear now.
Master, what's going on?
You found the key, and even activated the warhead for us too. I really must express my gratitude. Sorry to have involved you in that silly shape memory alloy business.
What are you talking about?
We weren't able to learn the DARPA chief's code. Even with Mantis' psychic powers, he couldn't read his mind. Then Ocelot accidentally killed him during the interrogation. In other words, we weren't able to launch the nuclear device, and we were all getting a little worried. Without the threat of a nuclear strike, our demands would never be met.
What do you mean?
Without the detonation codes, we had to find some other way. That's when we decided you might prove useful, Snake.
What?
First, I thought we might get the information from you, Snake, so I had Decoy Octopus disguise himself as the DARPA chief. Unfortunately, Octopus didn't survive the encounter, thanks to Fox Die.
You mean you had this plan from the beginning, just to get me to input the detonation code?
Huh? You didn't think you made it this far by yourself, did you?
Who the hell are you?
In any case, the launch preparations are complete. Once the world glimpses the power of this weapon, the White House will have no choice but to surrender the Fox Die vaccine to me. Their ace in the hole is useless now.
Ace in the hole?
The Pentagon's plan to use you was already successful in the torture room. Snake, you're the only one who doesn't know. Ah, poor fool.
Who are you anyway?
I'll tell you everything you want to know. If you come where I am, that is.
Where are you?
Very close by.
Snake, that's not Master Miller.
Campbell, you're too late.
Master Miller's body was just discovered at his home. He's been dead for at least 3 days. I didn't know because my codec link with Master was cut off. But Mei Ling said his transmission signal was coming from inside the base.
So who is it?
Snake, you've been talking to...
me, dear brother.
Liquid, how the...
You've served your purpose. You may die now.
I'm sorry, but that just works too well. It's him. It was him the whole time.
Snake, that's bulletproof glass. You can't break it with an ordinary weapon.
Can't you open the security lock here?
I'll try. Just hold on for a minute.
Guy looking at the camera must be really confused. But if we look at the very top left there, we can see Liquid's legs. Oh.
I hacked into security. Snake, I'm opening the door.
He's actually there the whole time. There he is. But his abs made of steel, so you can't shoot him. We'll keep one round.
Liquid! Snake! Did you like my sunglasses? You'd point a weapon at your own brother?
Why did you disguise yourself as Master?
So I could manipulate you more easily. And you performed quite well, I must say. Although the boys at the Pentagon are probably saying the same thing.
What the hell are you talking about?
Following orders blindly with no questions asked, you've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a pawn, Snake.
What?
Stopping the nuclear launch, rescuing the hostages, it was all just a diversion.
A diversion?
The Pentagon only needed for you to come into contact with us. That's what killed the Arms Tech president and Decoy Octopus.
You don't mean...
That's right. You were sent here to kill us so they could retrieve Metal Gear undamaged, along with the bodies of the Genome soldiers. From the beginning, the Pentagon was just using you as a vector to spread Fox dye.
Fox dye? It can't be. Are you telling me Naomi was working with the Pentagon?
They thought she was, but it seems that Dr. Naomi Hunter couldn't be controlled so easily.
What?
We've got a spy working in the Pentagon. He reported that Dr. Hunter altered Fox Dye's program just before the operation, but no one knows how or why.
I wonder... maybe they arrested her so they could find out the answer to that.
No doubt. But I had no idea she was motivated by such petty revenge. We still don't know what changes she made to Fox Dye's program. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I've already added the Fox Dye vaccine to my list of White House demands.
There's a vaccine?
There must be, but that woman is the only one who really knows. Anyway, it might prove to be unnecessary.
Why's that?
You were successful in coming into contact with all of us, so we must have all been exposed to the virus. It's true that the Armstech President and Decoy Octopus were killed by Fox Dye, but Ocelot, myself, and you, the carrier, were apparently unaffected.
A bug in the virus's programming?
Could be. In any case, if it doesn't kill you, then I'm not worried either. After all, our genetic code is identical.
So it's true. You and I are...
Yes, twins. But we're not ordinary twins. We're twins linked by cursed genes. Les enfants terribles. You're fine. You got all the old man's dominant genes. I got the flawed recessive genes. Everything was done so that you would be the greatest of his children. The only reason I exist is so they could create you.
I was the favorite, huh?
That's right. I'm just the leftovers of what they used to make you. Can you understand what it's like to know that you're garbage since the day you were born? But I'm the one Father chose.
So that's why you're so obsessed with Big Boss. Some warped kind of love.
Love? It's hate! He always told me I was inferior, and now I'll have my revenge! You should understand me, brother. You killed our father with your own hands! You stole my chance for revenge! Now I'll finish the work that Father began. I will surpass him! I will destroy him!
You're just like Naomi.
Well, I'm not like you! Unlike you, I'm proud of the destiny that is encoded into my very genes! Yeah!
Snake, your blood will be the first to be spilled by this glorious new weapon. Consider it an honor, a gift from your brother. Now I'll show you the power of the weapon that will lead us in the 21st century.
It's moving. How do I stop it?
Unfortunately for how epic it looks, the Rex fight is a bit easy. I really wish it was harder. Hey Murphy, thanks for the 50 months. don't piss on me. Might be able to get one more. Okay.
Snake, Rex's armor is impregnable. You can't do any damage with the weapons you've got. Rex uses the latest advances in compound armor. The only way you can pierce it is with a high-performance heat round.
So what do I do?
Rex's pilot seat operates exactly like a VR system. It's got multiple sensors connected to a high-tech interface used for the controls. It's completely self-enclosed and shut off from the outside environment.
He's not using his naked eyes?
That's right. So if you could somehow destroy the sensors... Do you see that round plate on Rex's left arm?
Yeah, that thing that looks like a shield.
That's a radome. If you can destroy that thing, it won't be able to use its electronic equipment.
So he'll be blinded?
Yeah, try to hit that radome with a Stinger missile.
So that will stop it?
No. Rex was designed so it can be controlled manually, too.
Oh, great.
The part that looks like a beak is where the pilot seat is. In an emergency, it'll open up. Rex's armor is perfect. You can't destroy it.
You told me that already.
But the interior is a different story.
I get it. First I destroy the radome. That will force him to open up the pilot's seat.
Right. If you can shoot a Stinger missile into the cockpit, you'll destroy the computer control system.
You intentionally designed it with a weak point?
It's not a weak point. I like to think of it as a character flaw. People just aren't complete without some type of character flaw, don't you think?
I guess so. I owe you one, Otacon.
Or, you know, a weakness. It's not a weak point, it's a weakness. Also, yeah, that delivery was great. Oh, great! I steal that, I use that all the time. Anyway. As long as you can manage your distance to Rex, there's only 3 basic attacks. That's the machine gun, the laser, and the missiles when you're a little farther away. For the missiles, you just move closer. That's probably going to piss on me, so for the laser, we move away. And for the machine gun, we move to the side, and that's it. You can sort of manipulate which attack he's going to use based on the range. So, yeah, quite simple. You can even sidestep that in first person. Yep, that's actually why I left 1 round of ESG-1 ammo. So that we can finish him off with it. Okay.
Did that do it? Why? What do you want from me?
I am a prisoner of death. Only you can free me.
Fox, stay out of this. What about Naomi? She's hell-bent on taking revenge for you.
Naomi?
You're the only one who can stop her.
No, I can't.
Why?
Because I'm the one who killed her parents. I was young then, and couldn't bring myself to kill her too. I felt so bad that I decided to take her with me. I raised her like she was my own blood to soothe my guilty conscience. Even now, she thinks of me as her brother.
Fox.
From the outside, we might have seemed like a happy brother and sister, but every time I looked at her, I saw her parents' eyes staring back at me. Tell her for me. Tell her that I was the one who did it.
There you are!
We're just about out of time. Here's a final present from Deep Throat. I'll stop it from moving.
Fox!
In the Middle East, we don't hunt foxes, we hunt jackals. Instead of foxhounds, we use Royal Harriers.
Fox!
How strong is that exoskeleton of yours? Snake, are you just going to sit by and watch him die?
Cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal.
He destroyed the radome.
Impressive! You are indeed worthy of the codename Fox, but now you're finished!
No! Fire the stinger!
Fox! Can you really shoot? You'll kill him too!
Now!
No, I can't do it. It's no good. I can't do it.
After Zanzibar, I was taken from the battle.
No, I can't do
Neither
it.
truly alive, nor
It's no
truly
good.
dead.
I can't do it.
An undying shadow in a world of light. But soon...
No, I can't do it.
It will finally end.
No, I can't do it.
Die! Snake, we're not tools of the government or anyone else. Fighting was the only thing I was good at. But at least I always fought for what I believed in. Snake, farewell.
Foolish man! He prayed for death, and it found him. You see, you can't protect anyone, not even yourself. Die!
It's a subtle change, but I love how now it's not the boss theme that's playing, it's the escape theme. Add to the urgency of the whole scene.
Colonel, Fox is dead.
I know. God rest his soul. Even a soldier needs more to live for than just fighting. Maybe if he'd found something else, he wouldn't have been so haunted.
He was too simple, too pure. There was nothing in this world for him to believe in, so he chose to believe only in himself.
I guess you're right. A man like Fox is really only looking for his death.
Yeah, but if you ask me, there's no happiness to be gained in death. No peace either. I'm gonna leave here alive.
Good. I want that too.
We should confuse him a little bit. Get him below health. now that the radome is gone, it's actually much easier to get him to lose me. What about the side door? Yeah, there's a call for it. Again, something that was completely missed or removed. Most likely missed in Twin Snakes. The people who made that ship don't even know it existed. Okay, and he stopped and he's looking around. If we had the radar, we could see that he's like looking left and right slowly. But yeah, the door that we escaped through is actually right here. You can hear it trying to open. And there's a call for trying to escape now. When you press against the door. Like, what are you doing?
What the hell are you doing, Snake? You've got to stop Metal Gear!
Yep.
What the hell are you doing, Snake? You've got to
I want to leave!
Metal Gear!
And this call is specifically for trying to open the door, being next to the door.
What the hell are you doing, Snake?
As soon as we move away, it should change.
If you can shoot a Stinger missile directly into the cockpit, maybe you can destroy it. Come on, Snake. Win.
Let's see. Might even be a good spot to do this now. Yeah, it is. You can do that.
Snake!
What the hell?
I'll crush you into dust!
Did they load that round with? A little hot? Wait, maybe?
Sleeping late as usual, eh, Snake?
Liquid, you're still alive.
I won't die as long as you still live.
Too bad. It looks like your revolution was a failure.
Just because you've destroyed Metal Gear doesn't mean I am done fighting.
Fighting? What are you really after?
A world where warriors like us are honored as we once were. As we should be.
That was Big Boss's fantasy.
It was his dying wish. When he was young, during the Cold War, the world needed men like us. We were valued then. We were desired. But things, are different now. With all the liars and hypocrites running the world, war isn't what it used to be. We're losing our place in a world that no longer needs us. A world that now spurns our very existence. You should know that as well as I do. After I launch this weapon and get our $1 billion, we'll be able to bring chaos and honor back to this world gone soft. Conflict will breed conflict. New hatreds will arise. Then, we'll steadily expand our sphere of influence.
But as long as there are people, there will always be war.
But the problem is balance. Father knew what type of a balance was best.
Is that the only reason?
Isn't it reason enough for warriors such as us?
I don't want that kind of world.
Ha! You lie! So why are you here then? Why do you continue to follow your orders while your superiors betray you? Why did you come here? Well, I'll tell you then. You enjoy all the killing. That's why.
What?
Are you denying it? Haven't you already killed most of my comrades?
That was...
I watched your face when you did it. It was filled with the joy of battle.
You're wrong.
There's a killer inside you. You don't have to deny it. We were created to be that way.
Created?
Les enfants terribles. The terrible children. That's what the project was called. It started in the 1970s. Their plan was to artificially create the most powerful soldier possible. The person that they chose as the model was the man known then as the greatest living soldier in the world.
Big Boss.
But Father was wounded in combat and already in a coma when they brought him in. So they created us from his cells, with a combination of 20th century analog cloning and the super baby method.
Super baby method.
They fertilized an egg with one of Father's cells, and then let it divide into 8 clone babies. Then they transferred the clones to someone's uterus, and later intentionally aborted 6 of the fetuses to encourage strong fetal growth. You and I were originally octuplets.
Octuplets?
Yes. The other 6 of our brothers were sacrificed to make us. We were accomplices in murder before the day we were even born. So it was you and I, 2 fertilized eggs with exactly the same DNA. But they weren't finished yet. They used me as a guinea pig to create a phenotype in which all of the dominant genes were expressed to create you. I got all of the recessive genes. You took everything from me before I was even born. But you and I aren't his only children.
What?
The Genome Soldiers. They too are his progeny, carrying on his genetic legacy. But they're different. They're digital. With the completion of the Human Genome Project, the mysteries of humanity were laid bare. Thanks to Father's DNA, they were able to identify more than 60 soldier genes responsible for everything from strategic thinking to the proverbial killer instinct. Those soldier genes were transplanted into the members of the next generation Special Forces. That's how they became the Genome Soldiers. That's right. The Genome Soldiers that you've been killing are our brothers with the same genes as ours.
The Genome Soldiers?
That's right. They are our brothers, created artificially through the alignment of nucleotides to mimic our father's genes. They too are the product of numerous sacrifices.
Sacrifices?
Human experiments! 1991, the Gulf War. The military secretly injected soldiers with the soldier genes. The Gulf War syndrome that hundreds of thousands of returning soldiers complained about was a side effect of it.
Ha! Everyone knows that the Gulf War syndrome was caused by exposure to depleted uranium used in the anti-tank rounds.
That was just a cover story issued by the Pentagon. First they tried to say it was post-traumatic stress disorder, then chemical or biological weapons. The poison gas detection units and the anti-sarin injections, they were all just a cover-up of the secret genetic experiments.
So then, the so-called Gulf War babies that have been reported by Gulf War veterans are...
Yes. They too are our brothers and sisters.
So the Genome Soldiers mean that the experiments were a success?
Success? Don't be a fool. They're a complete failure. We are on the verge of extinction.
What?
Have you ever heard of the asymmetry theory? Nature tends to favor asymmetry. Those species which have gone extinct all show signs of symmetry. The genome soldiers suffer from the same problem. Signs of symmetry. So do I. As do you. That's right. We are all on the verge of death at the genetic level. We don't know when or what type of disease will occur. That's why we need the old man's genetic information.
You want Big Boss's DNA so you can save your family? It's very touching.
In nature, family members don't mate with each other, and yet they help each other to survive. Do you know why? It increases the chance that their genes will be passed on to a new generation. Altruism among blood relatives is a response to natural selection. It's called the selfish gene theory.
You're telling me that your genes are ordering you to save the genome soldiers?
You can't fight your genes. It's fate. All living things are born for the sole purpose of passing on their parents' genes. That's why I'll follow what my genes tell me. And then I'm going to go beyond. In order to break the curse of my heritage. And to do that, first, I will kill you. Look behind you!
Meryl! Is she alive?
I'm not sure. She was alive a few hours ago. Poor girl kept calling your name.
Meryl.
Stupid woman. Falling in love with a man who doesn't even have a name.
I have a name.
No! We have no past, no future, and even if we did, it wouldn't be truly ours. You and I are just copies of our father, Big Boss.
Let Meryl go.
As soon as we've finished our business, we're almost out of time.
You're talking about Fox Die.
No. It seems now that the Pentagon knows that Metal Gear is destroyed. They've arrived at a decision. They won't even need a BDA. If you want the details, why don't you ask your precious Colonel Campbell?
Colonel, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm listening.
What is the Pentagon trying to do? Colonel, answer me.
The Secretary of Defense has taken over active control of this operation. He's on his way there by AWACS.
What for?
To bomb the place.
What?
Not only that, B-2 bombers just lifted off from Galena Air Force Base. They're carrying B-6113 surface-piercing tactical nuclear bombs.
What? Metal Gear is destroyed. Tell the Secretary of Defense.
The Secretary of Defense heard that Naomi double-crossed us, and he's worried about Fox Die. Now that there's no more danger of a nuclear strike from Metal Gear, he's going to do whatever's necessary to cover up the truth of what really happened here.
He's going to drop a nuclear bomb to vaporize all the evidence along with anyone who knows anything.
Don't worry, Snake. I'll stop the nuclear strike.
How?
I may only be a figurehead here, but I'm still officially in command of this mission. If I issue an order to delay the strike, it'll confuse the chain of command and at least buy you some time. It'll give you a chance to escape.
But, Colonel, if you do that...
It's okay, Snake. The truth is, Foxhound was already the subject of an undercover investigation. Meryl was transferred to this base just before the terrorist attack as a way of manipulating me.
Those bastards.
I'm sorry. They forced me to cooperate in exchange for her life. You better get out of there, Snake.
Are you sure? It'll be bad for you.
Don't worry. It's the least I can do for you, after all the lies.
Colonel.
I'm ordering them to cancel the bombing run. After that, there's no turning back.
What? What are you doing? What?
Snake!
Mei Ling, what happened to the Colonel?
I don't believe it.
What happened?
Snake, the Colonel!
Roy Campbell has been relieved of duty. This is the Secretary of Defense, Jim Houseman.
Put the Colonel back on.
He's been placed under arrest for leaking top-secret information and for the crime of high treason.
Ridiculous.
Yes, he's a ridiculous man. He truly believed that he was in command of this operation.
You bastard.
There won't be a speck of evidence left. I'm sure the President would want the same thing.
president ordered this?
President is a busy man. I have complete authority here.
How do you plan on explaining a nuclear attack on Alaska to the media?
Don't worry. We've prepared a convincing cover story. We'll simply say that the terrorists exploded a nuclear device.
Smart. You'll be murdering everyone here. The scientists, the Genome Army, everyone.
Donald, the DARPA chief, is already dead.
So, you didn't mean to kill the DARPA chief after all?
He was my friend.
And you could care less about what happens to everybody else, huh?
Well, if you give me the optic disc, I might consider saving them.
What are you talking about?
Metal Gear's test data. Donald was supposed to bring it back.
I don't have it.
I see. Oh well, that's okay. You two are an embarrassment from the 1970s. Our country's dirty little secret. You can't be allowed to live. Well, the bombs will be dropping soon, and you two have a lot of catching up to do. Farewell.
There's no way out for us. Let's finish this before the airstrike. You stole everything from me. Only your death can satisfy me. Only your death can return to me what is rightly mine. She'll make a beautiful sacrifice for our final battle. Do you see this? It will be the time limit for our final battle. This nuclear module is set to detonate at the precise moment of her death. If you win, you might still be able to save her. You could enjoy one brief moment of love before the end. If you cross this line, you'll fall. At this height, it will kill even you. Have at you, Snake.
Well, we're about to be bombed, so naturally we've got to beat the shit out of each other, right? Let's see if we can get a good combo. Nope. Ah, fucked that up. Ah, don't laugh. Nice.
Nice shot!
Oh, he's counterattacking now. Ooh, that hurts. Sliding backwards. Ooh, good thing that kick missed. Actually kind of dangerous now. Oh shit. Almost threw myself off, Rex. Yes, punch the air. Sliding backwards now? Okay. So, even though we drain all of his health, the fight isn't over until we throw him off Rex. That was a really bad liquid fight.
Meryl!
And she's saved.
Snake, is that you? Snake, oh, you're alive! Thank God.
Meryl. Meryl, are you okay?
Are you okay? Is that all you can say?
Meryl, it must have been terrible.
Oh, it wasn't that bad. I didn't give in to the torture.
Torture?
And things even worse than that. I was fighting too. Just like you.
You're a strong woman.
Fighting them made me feel closer to you. I felt like you were there with me. It gave me the strength to go on. But I was scared.
I'm sorry.
Don't say that. But it made me realize something. During all the pain and shame, there was one thing I was sure of. A single hope that I held on to. And that hope kept me alive. Snake, I wanted to see you again.
Meryl. That's my Kodak.
Snake, it's me.
Otacon, good news. Meryl's okay.
All right. You saved her, man. Good job.
I got some bad news, too. We're about to be bombed.
Oh, boy. I guess we're considered expendable.
Is there a way out of here?
A way out? Yeah. You can take the loading tunnel to the surface. There's a parking garage right next to you. The tunnel leads from there to the surface.
The door in front?
No. It's a small entrance to the west of that door.
How about the security?
I just unlocked it. Who do you think you're talking to? I'll take care of security along your escape route, too.
What are you going to do?
Me? I'll stay here.
Are you crazy?
I need a little more time to take care of your escape route.
But...
unlocking the security doors is difficult work. Only I can do it.
Otacon.
Don't worry. I'm staying here. It's my own decision.
Otacon, this is a hardened shelter, but they're going to use a surface-piercing nuclear bomb. It won't hold.
I'm through regretting the past. Life isn't all about loss, you know. Snake, I'm a complete person now. I've found a reason to live.
Good. Don't die on me.
Same to you. Take care of Meryl, okay?
I will.
Okay, I gotta go. I promise I'll do something about your escape route.
Thanks.
Thanks? Well, that sounds nice.
I believe in you.
Thanks, Snake.
Let's get the hell out of here.
What about him? Where's Otacon?
There it is.
He's
Otacon.
fighting right now. With his old self. To be the man he wants to be.
He's fighting for us too?
Yeah. And I don't want it to be in vain.
Me too.
Meryl.
Snake.
Meryl. It started.
I must be heavy.
Looks like we're not gonna have a love scene after all.
Looks that way. Too bad.
Let's get out of here.
Snake, it's freezing outside. You need some clothes.
There's my sneaking suit.
Hurry up. Hurry! Looking good, Snake.
Good thing she randomly found that vest. Right? Alright, let's try not to repeat the same fuck up that I did here last time. Fumbling around with two controllers. Oh, resubs. Guys, thank you. Eugene for the 16 months, Black Dynamite for the 42, Raguchi for the 46. Thanks, guys.
Snake, they've placed the Kano under arrest. I don't know what I should do. This will probably be your last save.
I'm going to miss those proverbs of yours.
Snake.
Mei Ling, I have a favor to ask you. Make a hard copy of all the codec conversation data up to this point. I want some insurance.
Okay, Snake, leave it to me. Snake, please. Be safe for me.
Goodbye forever, Mei Ling. Wait,
Snake?
She's still... What?
Win, Snake, win!
Does it have to do with closing the codec? Oh, there you go. After you close it, that's it. No more Mei Ling or anyone.
I'll drive. Damn, a surveillance.
Good job, Meryl. Sneaking mission.
No keys. All right, keys. I got it, Snake. Jump in.
Run this guy over.
Snake, hold on.
Must not look at second controller. Fuck that. Let's do it clean.
Uh-oh, Snake.
Here they come.
Okay, Snake, let's go. We're not out of the woods yet.
Here they come.
We'll never make it. Snake, clear a path.
Okay, damn it. Since there's one guy left, maybe we can do it now. Since we learned that you can sort of unlock them by shooting them. Let's see. God damn it. It's not working. There you go. No! Okay, lost it. Alright, last attempt. Okay, no, he's just screwing me up.
You did it, Snake.
Apparently, it's a bad idea to fumble with two controllers. Who knew?
Not yet, Snake! It's not over yet! Liquid!
Hopefully that's enough health. Should be. I didn't mess it up. Somebody put BBs in this M60. We should be okay, but it's gonna be close. No. It's fucking Liquid. Nothing will kill him except Foxeye. That's kind of the point of the game. Your genetic fate. No. Close. Alright. Guys, enjoy the ending. I want to say we'll do MGS 2 tomorrow, but I don't know what state my internet power weather thing situation is gonna be, so.
Meryl, are you okay?
Yeah, just a little shook up.
Meryl, can you move?
It's no good. I can't move.
What happened to Liquid?
I can't see him either.
Liquid's dead. Uh-oh.
Snake! Snake!
If he's dead, that means...
Don't say it, Snake.
What happened to the air raid? No stealth bombers in sight.
Snake, can you hear me?
Colonel.
Are you okay?
Colonel, what happened?
The Secretary of Defense has been arrested. Early retirement.
Arrested?
I was able to get into contact with the President. Metal Gear, the training exercise, all of it. It was all the Secretary of Defense acting alone.
Acting alone? What happened to the air raid and the nuclear strike?
The orders were rescinded. The F-117s and the B-2 Spirits have returned to the base. Once again, I have complete authority over this operation.
I see.
Washington isn't stupid enough to use nukes to cover up a few secrets.
I wonder about that.
In any case, the danger's over. Thanks, Snake.
Colonel, you can rest easy. Meryl's fine.
Really? Thanks. Thank you, Snake. Snake, I'm sorry. I kept a lot of things from you.
It's okay, Colonel.
Snake, I'm not a colonel.
Oh, that's right.
I've got a present for you. There's a snowmobile close to you. Mei Ling saw it on the satellite photos. This time of year, the glaciers are pretty calm. You should be able to ride right out of there. I'll bet the boys at the DIA and the NSA never expected you to come home alive.
Me neither. I better not show my face around here.
No danger of that. You two officially died after your Jeep sank into the ocean.
That's not too far from the truth.
Also, there's a helicopter waiting for you on Fox Island.
Dr. Hal Emmerich should be somewhere on the base. I want someone to bring him in.
I understand. Leave it to me.
Okay, Roy. Are you gonna be okay?
Don't worry. I've got an insurance policy. A hard copy of all Mei Ling's data. As long as I've got that, you, me, and Mei Ling will be fine.
The battery on these nanomachines will run out soon. They won't be able to follow us.
I guess we won't meet again.
Don't worry. I'll pay you a visit sometime.
Really? I look forward to that.
Roy, just Tell me one thing.
What?
About Fox Die.
Meryl will be fine. She wasn't included in its programming.
What about me? It killed Liquid.
Naomi said that she wants to talk to you face to face about that.
How is she?
Don't worry. Mei Ling is with her right now. I'm switching over to Naomi.
Snake, it's me.
Naomi.
I heard about my brother.
I'm sorry. But he had one last message he wanted to say to you. He told me to tell you to forget about him and to go on with your own life.
Frankie said that?
Yeah. He also said he'll always love you. Naomi, your brother just saved you, me, and the whole world. He fought with every ounce of strength in his body.
Maybe. Maybe now he's finally found some peace. He wasn't really my brother anymore. Ever since he fought with you in Zanzibar, he's been like a ghost. A ghost looking for a place to die.
Naomi, Liquid died from Fox Die too. What about me? When am I gonna go?
That's up to you.
What do you mean?
Everybody dies when their time is up.
Yeah, so when's mine up?
It's up to you how you use the time left to you. Live, Snake. That's all I can say to you. Each person is born with their fate written into their own genetic code. It's unchangeable, immutable. But that's not all there is to life. I finally realized that. I told you before the reason that I was interested in genes and DNA. Because I wanted to know who I was, where I came from. I thought that if I analyzed my DNA, I could find out who I was, who my parents were. And I thought that if I knew that, then I'd know what path I should take in life. But I was wrong. I didn't find anything. I didn't learn anything. Just like with the genome soldiers, you can input all the genetic information, but that doesn't make them into the strongest soldiers. The most we can say about DNA is that it governs a person's potential strengths, potential destiny. You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. Snake, whether or not you're in the Fox Die program isn't important. The important thing is that you choose life. And then live. Don't you think, Snake? Don't worry. I'm going to choose life too. Until today, I've always looked for a reason to live. But from here on, I'm going to just live. Genes exist to pass down our hopes and dreams for the future through our children. Living is a link to the future. That's how all life works. Loving each other, teaching each other. That's how we can change the world. I finally realized it. The true meaning of life. Thank you, Snake.
Look, I found this.
Let's keep it as a reminder.
Of what? A reminder of a successful mission? Or the first time we met?
A reminder of how to live.
Huh?
Until today, I've lived only for myself. Survival has been the only thing I cared about in my life.
That's not just you. That's how everyone is.
I only felt truly alive when I was staring death in the face. I don't know. Maybe it's written into my genes.
What about now? What do your genes say about your future now?
Maybe it's time I live for someone else.
Someone else?
Yeah. Someone like you. Maybe that's the real way to live.
So, where to, Snake?
David. My name's David.
Okay. So where to, Dave?
I think it's time we look for a new path in life.
A new path?
A new purpose.
Will we find it?
We'll find it. I know we'll find it.
What are those?
Caribou. To the Aleutians, the caribou is a symbol of life. It'll be spring here soon.
For us too.
Yeah. Spring brings new life to everything. It's a time for hope. I've lived here a long time, but Alaska has never looked more beautiful. The sky, the sea, the caribou, and most of all, you.
I think I'm gonna like this new life.
Come on. Let's enjoy life.
Oh no, the controller 2 battery does not enjoy life, apparently. It's ready to fox die. Twitch chat will be Twitch chat. So asking the important question, does Snake dick Meryl? Well, the only information on that we have comes from a Snake Tail in MGS 2. So apparently they lived together for 6 months, but those are only canon to a degree, yeah. Asking the important questions, Twitch chat, of course. X minus thanks for the 58 months. Oh, Naomi's vague answer could annoy some people there. But if you understand the themes and the message of MGS1, it's pretty much implied that Snake is not included in it, because the whole point, or even if he is, he still survives it, because the whole point of MGS1 is defying your genetic fate, which is literally what Fox Die is, killing you based on your DNA. So technically Snake should die, but the whole point is to defy it, so he doesn't die. And Liquid is actually the superior clone, and the whole point is, even though he's a superior clone, fate still defies that, and he still dies from it. So that's why Naomi's answer is so vague. And also why they repeat that. We hear that line from Naomi again after the credits, because that's the main theme of MGS1. Deepa6, thanks for the 20 months. And it's not just Fox Die, there's other things that signify your genetic fate and not being tied to it necessarily. Fox Die is the best example of it. But yeah, Kojima's idea was that maybe you're a fat kid playing video games and you don't go out and play sports because you blame it on your genes that you're fat. But maybe after playing MGS1, you'll still go out and play sports, even though you're fat, because you need to defy your genetic fate. I wish I was kidding, but those are Kojima's actual words. Oh, maybe a fat kid will go out and play sports anyway. But it's the same thing. Snake was destined to die, but he defies his genetic fate because the message is you're not tied to it. You shouldn't be tied to it. Metaru Gurido Surito with the 34 months. Yes, Sony is a shit in a mask. Oh, it's from Ediborge. Gift a sub, thank you. Oh, MJG with the 5 gift of subs. Cheers. Thank you so much.
You mustn't allow yourself to be chained to fate, to be ruled by your genes. Humans can choose the type of life they want to live. The important thing is that you choose life, and then live.
Yes, sir. The entire unit was wiped out. Those two are still alive. The Vector? Yes, sir. Fox die should become activated soon. Right on schedule. Yes, sir. I recovered all of Rex's dummy warhead data. No, sir. My cover is intact. Nobody knows who I really am. Yes, the DARPA chief knew my identity, but he's been disposed of. Yes, the inferior one was the winner after all. That's right. Until the very end, Liquid thought he was the inferior one. Yes, sir, I agree completely. It takes a well-balanced individual such as yourself to rule the world. No, sir. No one knows that you were the third one, Solidus. What should I do about the woman? Yes, sir. I'll keep her under surveillance. Yes. Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. President.
Alright, pretty messy stats. And we don't need to save. Got another sub from Vizzy Bliss for 3 months. Thank you. Is the woman he's referring to Nastasha? No. Out of all the possibilities, I really don't think Nastasha is one of them. It could either be Meryl or, well, Naomi. I forget if he still says that when we get the Otacon ending. But anyway, we hear Fox Die should become activated, so technically Snake should die, but that doesn't happen. Anyway, guys, I don't know what it's gonna look like tomorrow. Hopefully there's not like the big freeze here again and internet power dying or whatever. Conditions allowing, I'll be starting MGS2. MGS2 is probably gonna be, since there's a lot more stuff that I like to do, it's probably going to be a longer run, so maybe we'll split in 2 segments. And then, let's see, calendar. This Friday I have an appointment, so I won't be able to stream. But in the next following days, we'll be doing story runs from just 2, 3, 4, Peace Walker, and maybe V, if I can bring myself to do that. And then towards the end of the month, we'll do some sort of 30-hour back-to-back non-stop MGS 1, 2, 3, 4 story run. So that's gonna be fun. And oh yeah, Nine Toes wanted me to shout out the Discord because we need more memes in there. So, and also if we do any sort of you know, viewer base maybe gathering or multiplayer thing, it's probably going to start there as well. So join the Discord if you want more memes. We got some pretty spicy meme channels and general memery going on there. Yeah, I have to look into MGO2 again. Hopefully we can do that. But yeah, hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and we'll continue to enjoy the stream. So, see you possibly tomorrow, and see you around for the next few story runs. Thanks for watching, guys.